hiccups. That's what you needed, and Kikuchi's coming on strong.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yainer drives one. High and deep to left field. Forget about it. 5-0 Astros. The fast break offense continues here in Tampa Bay after a huge weekend in Beantown.
Turning this place into the Thunderdome. Hey, bartender, triple up. That's a Yainer bomb.
All right, Jeff. All right.
Hey, bartender.
Triple up, huh? That's a Yainer bomb.
I like the Yainer bomb. I like. We've talked about this before. I like. There's some real play there with Yainer.
What was the one he did that was really, really good?
With Yainer?
No, it was somebody else. Who was the guy
recently?
Yeah. Who was it? It was like a margarita or
Bartender. Quick shot of Yainer.
Who was that?
I'm trying to think who's hit bombs.
I can't remember. Who was that, Tyler?
It's got to be Caratini.
Yeah,
that's exactly
what it was. Sip of the Caratini.
Yeah,
yes,
a dirty
yes,
one. No,
yes.
remember he said a dirty Caratini.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, that was good. Now, that was strong. That was stronger right there. All right. Hey, remember, coming up, we're about 2 segments away, folks. 2 segments away right at 5 o'clock fire. 5 o'clock fire begins in that segment. In that segment, that is when you will have your chance to win 2 pair of tickets, front row seats in the bullpen, 2 pair of tickets to go see your Houston Texans take on the New York Giants Saturday. So make sure you are listening in 2 segments from now, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock fire. In that segment, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets. So make sure you're listening there. All right, speaking of Yainer right there, fellas. The lineup is out today. And Yainer is hitting 4th, and he's been hitting cleanup for quite some time now, especially since Kyle Tucker has been out. He has been the guy hitting cleanup, hitting 4th. That's not the surprise. The surprise is, for the first time this year, he is going to be making a start on August 13th. For the first time this year, he's going to be making a start at first base. He started 7 games there last year, but this will be the first time he starts at first base in a game tonight. And I don't know, boy. I look at this and I'm not crushing Joe on this. I'm not. It does feel like they are tinkering too much. It does feel like they are kind of messing around too much. And I just thought, to me, I'm not sure what has happened where they've said to themselves, Zach DeZenzo, what you've done so far is going to get you 2 straight days off for John Singleton and Yainer Diaz to play first base in back-to-back days, and we want you going to go get some fly balls in left field. It just seemed like they were starting to have some consistency in their lineup. DeZenzo was looking like he was getting a chance to play at first base. They were having the Yainer Diaz, Caratini, when they had them both in to be the DH situation going on. This is interesting to me, the move of having him at first base and then potentially having DeZenzo catching fly balls like they may potentially have him in the outfield.
Ron, it just seems to me like this group just continues to tinker more and more and more and more as we get more experience with them. This group being Joe Espada and Dana Brown. Like, and I've said it from jump. Like, I don't need to agree with everything that I see. I prefer to see and understand the method to the madness. And I can't at this point. I'm all for somebody text in 713-572-4610. If you got it and you understand this, let us know. I just don't quite get it. You've got a young guy that's been in the big leagues for about 2 hiccups, and he's swung the bat well, playing first base where he's comfortable. And now all of a sudden you want him taking fly balls in left field. Yainer Diaz, I thought you had a really good deal going with him and DH and the way that Caratini's catching and the way that you can kind of balance that all out with Yordan Alvarez in left field and his DH roles. It just seems like this group tinkers excessively. And I don't know. That's really for me the thing that I just wish I could understand the method to the madness. Like, what do you gain? What do you benefit if DeCenzo can play left field? Like,
So
what?
Add him to the list of guys that's already up.
You've got a bunch of guys. I mean, unless you just want to get rid of Chaz McCormick, which I could see. I mean, hitting around a 200 mark and just appears to be losing confidence with every at bat. I could see that, but I mean, what do you gain with Yainer Diaz playing first base? What do you gain by a young guy that's been in the league for about a week, all of a sudden bouncing around and he's playing multiple positions instead of one? What do you gain by Yainer Diaz playing first base and the young dude that you brought up to add some pop at first base, and he's added that pop, and now all of a sudden he's been out for 2 games? For me, it's just I just want to understand it. I'm not sitting here calling anybody an idiot. It seems excessive to me. I didn't like the way Dusty and James Click, I didn't like, and Dana Brown, I didn't like the way that they did the outfielders, but it was confined to left field and center field. You know what I mean? Like, the Dubon is Verlander's fly ball guy that's laughable, right? But okay, so you got 3 or 4 guys that are rotating around out there. Like you said, once Brantley got back, there was 4 guys rotating around out there. And if you count Yordan, there's 5 guys rotating around out there. Like, I didn't understand it, but it was confined to 2 spots where it was like, okay, those are your 2 spots to kind of get guys at bats and massage the lineup and see who can do what. Now it's right field, left field, catcher, DH, and first base that are just tinkered with constantly. Like, I don't know. I need some help understanding what's the point, the method of the madness.
Text line rolling through. Caratini is Kikuchi's catcher, and you don't want. I mean, he's been here 2 starts, and you don't want Yordan playing in left in Tampa. What do you understand? Why do you want Yordan playing in left in Tampa?
I don't get it. I don't get it. You don't want
Yordan's played left in damn near every other park. Hell, I don't want him. I don't want to play him at left anywhere.
He's going to play left. He's going to play left in the damn playoffs. And you look at it. Okay, so you want Diaz playing first base for the first time?
Text that Diaz playing. You text that like that made some great.
No, I appreciate the pushback. I appreciate the input. I just disagree.
You don't want him playing it. No, but it's the dismount. What don't you understand?
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't listen.
What don't you get?
I'm sorry, Ron. I should have let you finish. I didn't let you finish.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I mean that's that, and look, it's a text, so I get in trouble all the time for my tone in text. So maybe like, but the what do you not understand? Like those are the baseball guys, and that's the baseball thought that just drives me up a wall.
Oh, you make it make
like what do you not understand? Like, I don't care how much baseball you've coached or played. Like there's either a simple understanding to juggling 5 of the 9 positions out there, or there's not. I have a hard time finding it.
Yeah, I just wonder what woke up and said, "Hey, man, let's give Zach a couple of days off." I don't know what came about, and not just give him a couple of days off. Let's have him in left. Talk about y'all up here talking about Tampa's turf. Well, hell, maybe they should have let Kyle Tucker work out on it then.
Great point.
Maybe they should send him back to Houston to go and catch fly balls if that turf is so bad. All right. Coming up, a big player back in practice today. Was wondering if he would get in this week. This is huge coming up because the Texans have another game. They desperately need him in. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see. In the starters' first preseason action, C.J. Stroud led the offense on an easy touchdown drive, and Daniil Hunter made a strong first impression on D. When all was said and done, our guys came out of Pittsburgh with a 20-12 win. Now, can we just fast forward to week 1 already?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
And your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. I-10 the Baytown East Freeway, eastbound at Cedar Lane. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Summer's back and it's hot. Nolan Ryan for American Standard. Feel the performance. Know the value. Summer in Texas, we're ready. Are you? Why fry? Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff.
there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have to have the last word. I just wanted to express to those the turf thing. You know, there were a couple of really going at us about it with it, especially the fellow. It's literally the reason. Someone said, someone even wondered if Clint, you played in the NFL. It's as if. The answer is similar to why NFL players prefer to play on grass versus turf, which I would assume Clint would agree with. Talking about turf, the turf is the reason why Jordan they're DHing him with the knee surgery. Nobody is more protective.
Nobody in all of baseball
is more protective.
I've never heard
about his knees than me. Nobody is. I just wanted to throw this out to you in a shocking turn of events. Tropicana Field in Tampa is not the only ballpark that has turf, Clint. 4 others. Chase Field in Arizona. I don't think the Astros have played there. But they have played in Globe Life Field. Like they just played there. Jordan played in the outfield. You remember that ball he booted up in the outfield at Globe Life Field, that ball that was hit to him that led to a run? You remember that? We sat right here and they hit that ball and he tried to run up and field it and it went between his legs and went all the way to the wall. That happened in a turf field in Globe Life Field. They also have it in Rogers Center in Toronto where he also played in the outfield. So I don't know if it's the turf thing because he's played there and they've played him in turf before. I just, again, it's to go back to the point we're making. There is some weird tinkering that happens that is just.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, I don't see, having played football on turf, like literally some of the worst turf. I don't see the comparison. Like I don't see the similarities. I mean, last time I checked, Jordan Alvarez isn't out there changing directions like Emmitt Smith was, or the way that Michael Irvin was, or getting tackled and like, twisting his knees
it's
up,
not
getting
Veterans
hit
Stadium
and twisted and all that. Yeah,
Veterans Stadium.
I don't. I've just never. Look, I'm not saying the guy's wrong or the texter's wrong. I don't know if it's a guy or a gal. Like I don't. I've never heard anybody in baseball say, "Yeah, we got to get rid of this turf for health reasons."
But clearly they will play him on turf. They've
Get
clearly
your foot
done
placement right.
We get that too. But I don't even think that like the notion of turf being an issue in baseball, like
why they're making the maneuver of having Yainer start his first game at first base.
Yeah,
to get
I've never I don't know. I've
Zach
never
DeCenzo for 2 straight games is.
I didn't know turf was ever a problem in baseball. Like I fully understand why it's a problem in football. Your cleats get stuck in the turf, and everything is harder on you. Just the pounding is completely different. But it's all because the natural grass gives a lot more than turf does.
The ball moves a lot quicker on the turf.
That's very true,
and it bounces differently for
I guess
the
that
defenders.
Could be detrimental for your health if you're Jordan. I don't know, man.
Texter rolls through run. I think you enjoy proving a texter wrong way too much. I'm sorry.
No, he really does. You really do. I like that about you, though.
But I'm just saying, if you read these texts about how stupid we are trying to figure out the reason, what don't you get? What don't you understand? It's literally the reason.
Hold on, so.
Yeah, but that last text is not wrong.
Of course.
Like,
I'm giving you.
Ron will derail a segment.
I'm giving you
to
the
get
reason.
at a text.
I'm giving you the reason. Like, it's not like this one I would have just personally text back to that gentleman if he said, "Do you think it may be because of the turf?" with his surgically repaired knees. No,
unless somebody's going out there and tackle him.
No, not the way. But that's not how little buddy came, or the others. It's literally the reason.
Is that
and
my
then
boy
said,
Ron?
I think Clint would understand the football thing.
I understand the football thing. Wholeheartedly understand the football thing. But which, by the way, is still a problem with the most advanced technology involved in the turf. It's still a thing. But we're talking about a sport where you're changing direction violently, getting grabbed and ripped and turned and spun and all kind of stuff violently. I'd say
the fielding of the baseball there is a pretty big difference in fielding a baseball on the turf compared to
but they're not the health part of it, not
right.
Just
okay,
but even the health or the fielding part, they're not unafraid of putting them out there. By the way, Jordan may have some other problems on his hands. He done broke the damn scoreboard, and they're cheap as hell in Tampa. You call me cheap, you think I'm cheap?
What did he did that? He did that in
batting practice.
That raised scoreboard is going to stay broke for a bit.
That Tropicana field lights are out.
All the lights are out.
He done busted up the damn scoreboard. Damn, that must have been a bomb.
That's
he hit.
badass.
Damn, like they might try to get some money out of him for that. like, hey man, that was awesome. But you think we can go half on this?
Yeah.
I saw the contract you just signed, man. You think we can go half on this thing? Can we try that, please? Can we try that? All right, Clint, Titus Howard. He was back at practice. He was back at practice. And that is big because, right, is this the first time? This is the first time I think we've seen the starting offensive line together since training camp has started. With Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard all together, and Joe Mixon was there as well. They're in pads today. That's the first time we've been able to see that, and that is important. Why?
Well, because exactly what Andre Ware said to end their post-game thoughts Saturday night or Friday night after the last preseason game was, it's not just going to miraculously happen when these guys decide to put the pads on and show up to camp. It's going to take multiple weeks. And Andre didn't say that. He just said it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take time. It's going to take multiple weeks to get these five guys dancing to the same tune, if that makes sense. Like they have got to get together and be on one string with every single pass protection and every single run scheme they've got. They've got to work together over an extended period of time for that to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. It's damn sure not going to happen overnight when you've got a rookie at center and for all intents and purposes, a rookie at left guard. Just not going to happen. So it's big to get Titus Howard back out there. We weren't real sure after Titus, was got on a cart and rode to the locker room. Although he walked off the field, he missed a couple of days. We weren't real sure exactly what his status was. To have him back out there and the starting five offensive linemen back, as you mentioned, along with Joe Mixon, that's big, man. Well, it's big to get the work, but it's also big for all of us fans because it seems like we're going to get a really good look at the entire starting offense this week. It looks like everybody, knock on wood, unless something happens between now and game time, Saturday at noon, it looks like from Titus Howard to Brevin Jordan to Joe Mixon, it looks like everybody's back and healthy and going to get some work and hopefully get some run on Saturday.
Yeah, they need to get run together, Clint, because we just haven't. It's not like, and I said this a bit yesterday, Clint. It's not like, hey, when you get Titus, when you get this whole group together, like it's not like when you say you get this whole offensive line together. Now we know what we're going to have. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the last thing that I know of this entire offensive line together is they more or less got their ass kicked more than they were successful. Like they were not good last year. Some of it was Damian Pierce not being able to run. Potentially, maybe his cutback issue. Some of that was his lack of confidence in what he was doing. But some of it also was dudes just getting their asses kicked, or people being confused on or handing off linemen to nobody that are just running through, and we saw a little bit of it against the Steelers, where their linebackers are just running through scot-free and right on top of the back. So I think it is imperative that they get going together, because this isn't the Eagles' offensive line that can run the football when they're all right, or the Ravens' offensive line that can run the football when they're all right, or hell, the Colts' offensive line. This is an offensive line that struggled with it, and this will be the first time we get to see him. I think it's hugely important with Titus that he continues to go so he can play, and hopefully Titus and Laramie Tunsil play on Saturday against the Giants so they can start, as their OC would like to say, stacking days together.
I want to see Joe Mixon too.
I know you do. And
I'd like to see Joe Mixon behind all 5 starting offensive line, but I got to see Joe Mixon. I'm jonesing. I got to see Joe Mixon in that Texans uniform. Just a little tease, just a little couple drives, man. Couple carries, be good.
I would like to see it too. I think we all will. Hopefully, we will get to see Joe Mixon. And I told you, I really can't wait to see Joe Mixon run, Joe Mixon and then Dameon Pierce, to really see if there is a stark difference on the running lanes or how they look when they run the football. Like, we get in here, hey, Joe's averaging 4 yards a carry, and then we get back in here and we see another 4 carries for 4 yards performance from Dameon Pierce. Then it'll be a little bit harder to say, all right, hey, we got to keep seeing, and then that conversation of Cam Akers might be a real conversation if we start to see.
Yeah, girl.
All right. Not only is 5 o'clock fire coming up, stay tuned right now. We've talked about it all day. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see your Houston Texans front row in the bullpen. That opportunity will happen next. As soon as 5 o'clock fire happens, that will be your opportunity in that segment to be able to win those tickets. That's coming up next.
The Drive is live.
The Texans are back at NRG Stadium for the first.
Get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And Moneybags had a big night last night. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And also, your chance is coming up in this segment. So stay tuned. When I call for the number, I have not called for it yet, so don't start to dial it. When I call for it, that is when you should get on the horn, call in 713-572-4610, and Tyler will get the winner. I will call out a number, and then Tyler, who if you're on the stream is now working, so if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you're looking at a bobblehead of old Tyler.
It's the guy you're going to talk to when you call in
right
here.
there.
Hey,
old
thank you, Tyler Milner.
You will have a chance to win those tickets. Speaking of Moneybags, had a pretty good night. Only thing he didn't hit was the lock. So you got a return lock tonight?
I do. I have a lock for this Astros Tampa Bay game. Got many plays, obviously. I got a full slate of bets.
I bet you do.
Looking to have a second big night in a row. A lot of green coming into your dude's pockets over here last night, boys. Got a lot richer last night. But tonight's lock...
Richer.
A lot more rich. Tonight's lock is going to be Alex Bregman over 1.5 total bases. Lock it in. Win you some money. Let's go. Anybody want to ride with me?
Lock it in. I'm sure there are going to be people riding with you. You riding with him? You going to ride the lock again?
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
He's 1 for 3 in his locks recently. I'm out on the lock. I want to know the rest of them.
Let's hear him. Let's hear the rest of them. Tyler, he wants to hear the rest
of them. You say Kikuchi over 16.5 pitching outs. Kikuchi over 7.5 strikeouts. Astros over 4.5 runs. Altuve over 1.5 total bases. And if you want one not Astros related, the Cleveland Guardians money line.
Which one do you like, Bob?
To me, if I were to make, I don't love any of them. That Kikuchi strikeouts, I know he's done. He's been getting a lot of swing and mitts lately.
I love Kikuchi.
We do too. That's high, over 7.5. Got to get to 8. The Altuve one, to me, like I feel like he's probably more potentially due to get going.
Really, really happy.
I can see him getting multiple hits tonight. So that probably of the ones I like the most. I don't think there's a real lock in there though. I would feel.
Yeah, there is. I just told you it's Bregman over 1.5 total bases.
I know it. You told us yesterday's lock too, but I like there's a couple in there like that one day where it was somebody had 6 strikeouts. That was a lock. 5.5 strikeouts. That was a lock.
Yeah.
I don't know. This will be a big night for you of trying to pull it off. Someone said, Tyler, text me on the side. I got $100 on that bet.
Hey, how'd y'all like that prop I threw some money at the Yainer bomb last night?
I said that yesterday. Or I said that earlier. Yeah, you nailed that one.
Those
high
odd
be
ones
a good
are
night.
fun.
What you had the total bases on Bregman yesterday. Hit the homer right off the bat, and then that came early in the game too with Yainer. So good for you.
Money.
All right, tonight is Kikuchi Day, and he has been everything that Dana Brown could have dreamed of in his first 2 starts. He has looked like a completely different pitcher than he has with the Tampa Bay Rays. When he did with the Toronto Blue Jays.
Marriage material.
Something. Yeah, they may be thinking about bringing him back in. But this will be his 3rd start. He's probably seen the Rays a lot being in the AL East in Tampa over the last couple of years. We'll see if he can continue this thing. Tyler is leaning big on the strikeouts. That's the one thing. I wonder if he can continue that. It's looked pretty easy the way he racks up swings and misses, and that part was the big thing. That was the big thing about bringing him in, where you looked at it and you're like, man, these numbers look iffy. Except for that,
Yeah, and that locking him, baby.
And that has really carried over. It'll be interesting to see if that's something that he can continue to do consistently, is just get a ton of swings and misses.
Yeah, it looks effortless, Ron.
No, it does.
He is, like I said, hell, when he strikes some people out, his ass is 2-3 steps back towards the dugout when it's the last out of the inning before that guy ever realizes he struck out. So it's convincing. What did Fromber have last night? How many strikeouts did he have?
9. Niner.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they've been on a strikeout roll here. Like I said, he had 9. Hunter had 9.
I think I want to jump on the Kikuchi with you.
Oh, boy. I knew you would.
The bet, Tyler.
So you want to become Eskimo?
The bet, Tyler.
I knew you was going to jump all over that. I knew you were.
I've been in an igloo before. It's all good.
I think. I go first. But you're. I'm gonna jump on that Kikuchi with you.
We could also go Spirit of the Olympics and just Eiffel Tower this thing.
No. I'm going first, and I want 100 on Kikuchi.
All right, bro. I got you. Let's get in on this Kikuchi together. It'll bring us closer.
No, we're not doing it together.
I mean,
you all
I don't know how we're not. I mean, if we're both going to be on
the same bet
on this same Kikuchi.
Together. If he wins, you win together.
I'm
if
comfortable
he loses, you lose together.
I'm comfortable with it. Let's go.
I know you are.
We're both risking it all for the Kikuchi.
By the way, the lineup that's behind Yusei, Altuve leading off playing second, Bregman batting second, playing third, Alvarez is the DH tonight. Those two trying to remain hot. We've talked about it. Yainer Diaz, if you're just jumping in, he is playing first base for the first time all season on August 13th. Pena at shortstop. Caratini is in at catcher. Myers is the center fielder. Dubon in right field, and McCormick is in left tonight. So that is the lineup behind Yusei. So it'll be a big night. See if they can get to 7 straight. They picked up a half a game on the Mariners, with the Mariners being off. See if they can add more to that, as the Mariners have the Tigers coming up in a series. They'll start tonight. So big one for the Astros with Mr. Kikuchi.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is the time. Caller number for you, Jalen Petrie. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. In honor of Jalen Petrie, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 will win a pair of front row bullpen tickets right there on the front row for Saturday's game against the Giants. In the bullpen, front row seats right there. You'll have a chance, as Tyler will take care of you right now. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets, front row. And as Clint said, this is the game you want to get to. This is the game where it seems like the offense, not just the offense, but the starters, one, it looks like we're seeing more of them get healthy, and two, the last game of the season, the last preseason game, maybe we won't see as much action with those guys, but you might want to get in there.
Well, it just seems like DeMeco Ryans is taking the approach this week of this is our dry run. This is the week that we're going to make everything down to the when you eat, when you meet, when we practice. No matter the heat, it doesn't matter. This is going to be a dry run of a game week, regular season game week. Let's approach it that way. Today's practice was long. Today's practice was at 11:30. It just seems like this is the week where they're gonna make it like game week, and so if that's the case, I got to believe that this is a week where the starters are going to play a significant amount. It's the Giants coming in here who appear to be as dysfunctional as they were a year ago. Now they just don't have Saquon Barkley, and you got to believe that the Texans are going to perform well against that.
Yeah. So get in here, get yourself a chance to win. Tyler will take care of you. And Ticket Tuesday is back. We'll be doing this on home games, and congratulations to the winner at 7:30, the winner at noon, and whoever Tyler is able to get going right now. By the way, Clint, some tough news for one of the promising rookie quarterbacks, Clint. Vikings rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy will undergo knee surgery, torn meniscus, so he is going to miss some time. And this is how can I say it? Boy, Sam Darnold. This was something. Sam Darnold I don't know. He didn't wish for it, but boy, this helped him because J.J. McCarthy, Clint, his first game, 2 touchdowns. He did have a pick in there, but he threw for over 200 yards, I believe, in that game. 188, almost 200 yards, rushed for 18 yards as well. He may have been hunting for a job week 1 had this thing continued, and now he's going to miss some time, and Sam Darnold will probably be the starter week 1. But I think he had a chance.
Yeah, there's no doubt he had a chance, man. And then, look, this is a guy that I wasn't as high on him in the draft. I thought for sure that it would take time, and I didn't know that he was ready to bounce to the NFL, even though he did have a championship year. It was. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, there was times when
they were a run first.
They were a run first. Yeah, and now late in the season when he was called on to throw it, he threw it well. But I figured it would take a little bit more time. It looked like in that small sample size of a preseason game that he played as well as, if not better, than any other rookie quarterback out there. I know statistically he did, but if you look at it, there's a couple of the guys that played really well, and I hadn't studied the film. But nonetheless, he it's unfortunate because again, Sam was probably going to be the guy out of the gate unless he was able to come out. J.J. McCarthy was able to come out and just be gangbusters from jump, and it looked like he had a good start on that. And so it's unfortunate. I hate to see that happen.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was surprised that he got out the gates that quickly and that he looked that good immediately. I thought of all the quarterbacks, him and May in New England, I thought they were going to have more of the learning curve, and you would think, boy, if they could get a year sitting down watching, it'd be good for them. But I think we shouldn't be surprised, Clint, but because Kevin O'Connell is clearly a really, really good coach, especially when it comes to getting quarterbacks ready. If you remember all the guys they had injured throughout, not just injured, but guys that just jump on. What was it? Josh Dobbs came in and won about 2 or 3 games for him, it seemed like. As soon as he got there and was there for 15 minutes, they had multiple quarterbacks last year that he at least had ready and looking like they could compete and help them give a chance to win. So he definitely went to the right type of coach that it appears has really helped.
Former quarterback, I mean, just comes out of the right system and happens to be quarterback friendly. It's surprise.
Yeah, so that'll be the latest. We'll see how long he is out with a torn meniscus. Probably several weeks, I would think. And who's our winner? You got our winner?
Yes, we have a winner of 2 front row Texans tickets in the bullpen. That is our guy Giannis. Listens every day. Said he loves the show. Wanted to pass along his love to you fellas.
Well, congratulations, Giannis. I'm glad that we could be a small part of you hopefully having a good time with somebody.
Have you a weekend, man?
Why not, man?
The top-ranked show in the city.
Who you think he's taking?
I don't know. I didn't talk to Giannis. I didn't get a good feel for him. Tyler, what do you think?
Probably a lady.
Sounded like he had some games, so I'm guessing he's going to take a lady. He sounded smooth with it.
Boy, I'm disappointed in y'all two taking the lady to the football game. I mean, I think if unless it's real.
This would be an easier one for me to do as preseason, and I just guess not as much focus. But not a regular season game. I'm good. Can't do it, man.
Can win with them.
Not like a date. Now, my wife now, yeah. We got it.
It's a different deal.
Yeah, it's different. On a date, no.
Tyler's taking dates to College Station.
I'll take dates wherever they want me to take them.
Kyle Field, though. Did
you know what I'm saying?
You imagine Tyler? You think Tyler? Hey, let's go on a date. Let's go A&M Notre Dame.
He'll foot the bill. He'll foot the bill in College Station.
You want to see her afterwards?
Oh, money's not a problem.
You don't want to go
in order to have a shot at midnight. Yeah, he's got Northgate and
he's going to do Northgate, but Tyler is not going to want her to sit there. Notre Dame, A&M. You going to go on a first date with a young lady to Notre Dame A&M?
No,
not
happening.
Meet her up later.
Not happening.
And he's only going to meet her up later if they win.
It depends on what she looks like.
I don't think it does.
Well, that's always going to be a huge factor.
I don't think it does. I think A&M football clearly takes the cake.
You'd take Joy Taylor to that game.
Oh, heartbeat.
We're not being. You're not being fair. That's not. We're not. At that point, hell, he wouldn't even go watch the game if it meant he could.
That is one tall drink of water.
If Joy just said, "Hell, man, let's skip this game." We'll do that. But that's not. You're not being fair.
I think it's very.
You're talking
fair.
about dreams right there.
I dream of joy.
Yeah, I dream of joy.
Not Genie, baby.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a little college football as Michigan is coming off of their national championship, and they have their preseason top 10. Jim Harbaugh, you remember last week, he told us he didn't do anything, but then got a 4-year show cause, and Sharon Moore, the new head coach, his assistant last year who stepped in for him when he was suspended multiple times, he is going to get some sort of penalty as well. That's not been announced, but he was supposed to be the honorary captain for the opener for the Wolverines, and Sharon Moore since then said, "Yeah, Jim, no, we ain't gonna do it. We ain't gonna have you out there." I thought for sure Jim would try to shove it right up their tails and say, "Yeah, y'all may give me a 4-year show cause where I can't coach in college football, but I'm going to come out here as a captain. I'm going to come out here." I'm surprised. I'm surprised Jim didn't just say, no, damn that, I'm coming.
Well, this is interesting, and I haven't heard the conversations on TV about it yet. So if it's already been mentioned, then my bad. But like, I wonder if this is just a simple Michigan decision that, hey, with that news, it just ain't a real good idea, or did Sharon Moore, did he say, you know what, to hell with this dude, man?
Oh, he loves Jim.
Well, yeah.
The way he cried his ass off.
Jim could have very easily said, Jim could take that bullet and take all the heat off of him. Oh, Jim could take that bullet and take all the heat off of everybody other than the guy.
No, Jim ain't doing that. Jim said, no,
right, I didn't have nothing
lie,
to do with
cheat,
it.
or steal.
He's going to sit there and say, I didn't have nothing to do with it. Guess what? That puts it on one person's plate. Sharon Moore, first-time head coach. Is he on the defense side of the ball? No, he's offensive, right?
He's offensive coach.
So at least he's got to decide, does he want to eat it or does he want to push it on to his defense coordinator?
Jerome may miss that game too.
Well, defense coordinator's gone too, isn't it? Wasn't it? No, last year. Yeah, last year was McDonald, wasn't it?
No.
Before he took the Seattle job.
Oh, no, I think he was with the Ravens. McDonald was with the Ravens.
Had he already gone back to the Ravens?
He went to the Ravens. Yeah, I definitely I don't think Sharon did this and said. I believe if Jim wanted to go, he could. I think he can get them to let him go. I hope Michigan just stepped in and said, "No, man, we can't do this thing. You can't be an honorary captain." I'm blown away. Like, with all of this, are they not going to vacate that championship? Are they going to vacate any of those wins? Are they not going to do all of this?
I hadn't followed it, man. I have no idea. I'm not
Clint,
in the details.
the head coach had multiple suspensions in the season last year. He just got a show cause where he can't do anything for 4 years.
Right.
The assistant, and now a new head coach, has level 2 violation. You
think there'd be grounds for at least a discussion?
Nothing's going to happen. Like I said, I bet Chris Webber and Juwan Howard and Jalen Rose and Jimmy King and Ray Turner sitting there saying, "Damn, y'all took them damn banners, the Final Four banners away from us." I mean, I just got to believe when you get hit with 4 or 5 violations in 1 year and you won a national championship, maybe there's some wins that need to be vacated around that thing. All right. I think most people are picking the Houston Texans to win the AFC South. My man Tyler is really feeling bullish about them. How many games you sense that they win this thing by? Do you think the Texans run away with this, or do you think this is a tight race? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Like, this team in Houston was supposed to be crop.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts Monday. Who will be joining John and Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to all our winners. 7 a.m., 12 o'clock noon on In the Loop, and then our latest. Have a good time. My man, he got with us. I like this better. He said, thank you for these tickets. My baby boy is going to love this. That's better.
That's cool.
We can take that. Taking the son, taking his baby boy to the game.
That's the way to go, man. Make them memories, baby. Make them memories.
Oh, yeah, man. I
don't remember. You know, I don't remember a whole hell of a lot from my early childhood. I remember the Astro buddy days. I remember being on the field with the players. I remember watching Dan, not watching Dan, but being in the stands with Dan Pastorini about 6 seats down, watching the Oilers. But I didn't get to do that stuff growing up. So I had an uncle that took me to an Oilers game twice, went 2 Oilers games. And I vividly remember Dan Pastorini being down the way there, and then we'd come to Astros games every now and then. Mom got us into the Astro buddy thing. I vividly remember that stuff.
No, you don't forget.
I mean,
that.
you don't these kind of deals, especially sitting on the front row, man. Ain't gonna be nobody to obstruct young little fella's view of the game and of the cheerleaders and stuff like that. It's going to be great.
And then Tyler had season tickets, so he's just there all the time.
Oh, yeah. He drove a yellow Hummer in here from the age 16. Season tickets, yellow Hummer, parked in the blue light.
Didn't go to a professional football game until I was probably 27, 28.
You are lying.
Nope.
Tyler.
No, Mom and Dad took us to a whole lot of Astros games growing up, and I went to a good amount of Rockets games, never went to a football game.
So you never went to the Astrodome as a football have you ever been to the Astrodome?
I went to the Astrodome and saw some Astros games. But
that's
I didn't
what I was going to say. But you never went as a football.
Nope.
As it being a football stadium. Wow, really?
First game I ever went to, Ryan Fitzpatrick was the quarterback of the Houston Texans.
27.
He threw 5 or 6 touchdown passes, one of which to J.J. Watt, who also had a forced fumble recovery that game.
You hadn't been to – that is a shocker to me, Glenn.
Yeah.
That you didn't go to a football game all of your years, after college.
Yeah.
Wow. Shoot, man, we may not have food to eat, but we was gonna go to that cheesecake.
I didn't always have these deep pockets, son.
You didn't always.
I'd only been to 2 Oilers games. I had an uncle that had them tickets and took me 2 Oilers games before I played in the league. It's the only college or program I'd ever been to.
I have some old Oilers ticket stubs. Pretty cool little keepsakes.
We did that thing. We went to a road game every year to see the Chiefs play, and then went to the games there. She stopped there, almost sending me with Willie Jones, started getting after them Chiefs cheerleaders. Her boyfriend, I ran off. That was some of my best work when I ran Willie Jones off.
The showman.
He was hard too. Took me about 6 months, but I ran his ass off. But no, all right, man. I'm shocked by that. I'm inspired though from Tyler yesterday, and I'm curious from the people out there, because I believe myself that the Houston Texans have the best team, and if they played an equal schedule, I would pick the Texans to win, and I'd probably say about 1 or 2 games. I'd probably pick the Texans. Probably 2 games. I'd give them 2 games. I'd pick the Texans to win the division, but it's not even. And they've got some tougher games and some tougher matchups than the Colts and the Jags. Now, I don't think the Titans are ready to jump up in this thing, but I think the Colts and the Jags, to me, I would not be surprised at all if any of the 3 of those teams, Texans, Jags, and Colts, won the division.
Bring on the Jaguars.
But when Tyler said, basically, Tyler said 3 to 5 games. So, but Tyler felt like they'll win the division comfortably. I wonder how many people are in that space thinking that the Texans are going to just run away with the AFC South. I can't get there at this point. As I said, Like, I don't even know if I'm ready to make the decision who I would pick to win the division, because I think the schedule kind of makes up for it in a way with the Colts, making them more viable, and I think with the Texans potentially dropping them down. So I'm curious how many people, how they see this division going. How many people think they're going to run away with this thing the way that Tyler seems to think.
Look, I bet there's more folks on where Tyler's at than not. I think it's going to be a tight race. I think it's going to be very similar to what it was last year. Hopefully, it's not literally down to the last play. That would I would appreciate that. But
we don't like that.
I think this thing's going to be tight. I think it's going to be tight. No, the days of this division being the laughing stock of the AFC, the laughing stock of the NFL. I think those days are over. I think every team is trending in the right direction. Obviously, the Titans have further to go, but I think they're trending in the right direction. And I think it's going to be a tough ass division. So I got them winning 9 or 10 games and winning the division, but it's going to be tough.
Yes, I lean towards kind of what my belief is. Boy, you got the best coach and the best quarterback. Like that to me makes up a lot. And I do think the Texans have the best coach and the best quarterback in this division. The thing that gets me is, one, I'm with you. I think it's going to be tight. But the other part is, like, I just don't have a reference point or understanding of how they are going to roll through with just some of the gauntlet spots they have in their schedule. And especially if they run into a game that they shouldn't lose, if that happens, because teams are going to look at them differently and think, all right, man, we're going to make a name for ourselves playing against C.J. Stroud and the Texans. So that's just what holds me off into not knowing how they're going to, what their makeup is to navigate through. Like, hey, man, in a 4 to 3 day period, you got the damn Dolphins, Ravens, and Chiefs. And, like, that's the second part of the gauntlet late in the year. Someone text in, I think they go 10-7 and that wins the division. Yeah, and someone says, I think the division will depend on how healthy AR-15 is and how he plays.
I agree with that too. That will have I would imagine that would have a pretty
Trevor too. I mean, I think Trevor's health probably played a pretty good role in the division last year.
Yeah,
with him missing games and having some issues. So, listen, man.
These are really good problems to have. I mean, I just this is what you want. You want to play a first place schedule. You want to play the best of the best throughout the season. But the reality of it is, until you are established, and I think the Texans have established that they've arrived. I think they've arrived. I don't know that. We don't know really how all these pieces, all these win now moves that they made, how they're going to work out. They look good to this point, but we don't really know how they're going to work out until you become one of those teams that just year in, year out, you've got your core. You know it's going to you're going to win 10, 11, 12 games.
You know how to navigate through.
Yeah, you know how to navigate a first place schedule. Until you have that, man, I think it's risky. Not crazy, Tyler. I think it's risky to be that high on them. So,
I am really, Tyler. How many games do you think they're going to win this year?
13. It's my lucky number, by the way.
13.
That would be big, wouldn't it?
13-4.
13. I think I'd be hard pressed to not think that CJ is the MVP front runner if that is the case.
You win 13 games, CJ will be the MVP front runner.
God bless, brother.
Oh, man, you'll have 2, if not 3 Pro Bowlers on the offensive line, 2, if not 3 Pro Bowlers at the wide receiver position, and you will be a Super Bowl Super Bowl favorite.
You guys are haters. 14-3.
Ow.
First place.
Well, I hope you're right.
Number one seed in the AFC.
I hope that's right. Other than me being a hater, I know that's wrong, but I hope your 14 win season is right.
Show, it's Ron. You have the right idea. There's absolutely no way the Texans run away with this division, especially with Anthony Richardson and a first-place schedule.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah. That's just my thing. I don't want to say there's no way, because I do think they have the best team. I guess they're not, as you said, proven enough to know exactly how they're going to be able to handle this. That is, I mean, that they got some tough roads for still a young team, especially a young team playing together right now, even with the added veterans. All right, coming up, Lil Framber X. You ready for Framber? You ready into believing that the real Framber, the real Cy Young version of Framber is back? And Andre Ware had some interesting things to say about this run game, and hopefully what he's saying is starting to come true. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Ron had a did you know? Well, I got a did you know. Did you know?
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive on a Texans Ticket Tuesday as they all out. But stay tuned with us all season long when the Texans play a home game that week on that Tuesday. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans game. Today's tickets were front row seats in the bullpen, so we're doing it right. Gave away 3 pair today on Sports Radio 610 on all 3 shows. By the way, as someone texted in, what the hell is up with all this Richardson fear? He can't hit the ocean from the beach. LOL, y'all tripping.
He didn't need to last year. He's up 14-0 before there were 7 minutes gone in the game, wasn't he?
I believe so.
I don't know.
He hit a couple of oceans. I think he was 6 of 10.
He did enough in about 7 minutes last year to beat the Texans in week 1. Or was it week 2?
Week
2. First home game, right?
Yeah, he's the...
No, Baltimore
was the first. Baltimore was on the road.
Okay.
It's just he's the one to the texters that just his talent is crazy. Like you could argue up there in the Josh Allen level with everything that he is able to do athletically and with his arm. And as to the point Clint made is you saw last year he didn't even have it together, and you could see
didn't need it to broadside of the
success. Like even week 1, he was kind of filling it out and had his moments, and then week 2 before the injury, the concussion, he had his moment. So I just think his upside with what he can do paired with the coach who we've seen do what he's been able to do with somebody with that skill set. Jalen Hurts would have been the MVP had he not gotten injured and missed like the last 3 games of the season. He would have been the MVP a couple of years ago, and Shane Steichen was the guy that was rolling with that. So I just not saying it's not even a fear. It's just yo, man, that they're going to be right there. I mean, I don't think the Texans or Texans fans should fear anybody.
No, I mean, fear. Let's just have a conversation about good football, right? I mean, at the end of the day, look, Anthony Richardson may end up being a flop. I have no idea, but based on the little bit that we saw last year, it was really promising. I personally don't believe that I think there were accuracy issues in college because I don't think anybody in Florida knew what the hell they were doing, including him. I think it was just bad situation. It was a bad situation. Shane Steichen, you mentioned, I think that you hit the nail on the head there, Ron. Shane Steichen is proven, and look, I love Jalen Hurts, but when it comes to being like an elite passer of the football, he has never been that guy. I mean, he was never a supernatural thrower of the football. Ultimately was the reason that he was benched at Alabama. He goes to Oklahoma and improves drastically. Worked with Dan Enos, worked with Quincy Avery, ended up going to Oklahoma. And I think at Oklahoma, it was more of a mindset thing where it was just, hey, man, if you make a mistake, who cares? We're going to come back. We're going to throw this thing a ton of times anyway. Who gives a rip? Just play football. You know what I mean? Loose and play football. And he benefited from his legs, so he got better there. Then when he jumped to the league, he's with Shane Steichen and ultimately lands with Shane Steichen in Philly, and they play to his strengths. And he's a good enough passer of the football to go out and, like you said, be a favorite and MVP for about 13 weeks and have his team as a Super Bowl appearance. So again, I'm not knocking Jay, but I'm just saying Shane Steichen has taken, I would say, an average arm with an elite overall skill set and rode it to the Super Bowl. I mean, Anthony Richardson is I would say, a probably a better athlete than Jalen Hurts, and from a speed perspective, twitch perspective, and the arm is from a strength perspective is on another planet.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's no fear to it. It's just the reality of it is, I mean, man, if If Anthony Richardson works out, let's just say him and Shane Steichen, the head coach play call, let's just say it's a good match. I'm not saying he plays at an all-pro level, but it's just a good match. They're going to be a tough football team to beat. If they just use his legs effectively, he is a big dude that's got that can really run. He's got the speed to turn the corner, and he's got the body to run inside. His problem was getting pushed out of bounds and bouncing his head off the turf. It wasn't the physicality of running inside.
Him, Shane Steichen, Jonathan Taylor, and some of the weapons they have around there.
Yeah, there's a real chance they'd be a problem.
There could be a problem. And their defensive line up front, they could be an issue. As I said, I still think the Texans are the better football team, but their schedule is also third place. Like they get the Broncos maybe the Raiders. The Raiders or the Broncos as you get the Chiefs, right? They get the Giants when you get the Cowboys, right? So they're like that's a big shift. And if you remember last year's division, you played the Cardinals and the Broncos, and the Jags played the Chiefs and the 49ers, the teams that played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it gets a little hairy there.
And lost both of those games at home and lost the division by one. So, I mean, it gets a little crazy there. Real quick, coming up behind us, Texans All Access running back Cam Akers, who Clint said yesterday, hey, man, he's deserved to play some first-half football. He's going to join the show, as well as my high school alumnus.
Come on, man, Big
Khalil Davis, baby,
Big Khalil,
KD. He'll be. I just did that. He'll be on the show as well, and then Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. They'll have the post game show as the Astros and Rays are going to get started here coming up. They'll have the post game show for you there. So live and local until 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. I do have to say before we get out of here, Clint, with the Texans, I know you're out at camp today. Jalen Petrie is somebody had himself a day. Jalen Petrie is somebody I know here on this show. I think a lot of people have the wonders and the questions about him, and that is he going to be able to play that position well enough? Is he going to be able to cover well enough? I know today you were really impressed. Maybe the most impressed you've been with Jalen Petrie in what you're looking for. We know Jalen Petrie can play around the line of scrimmage, the blitz packages, him get to the quarterback, make plays. But for him to do that, he's got to be able to cover really good receivers. And I know today was the biggest day for you.
Well, he's going to be the biggest challenge for Jalen Petrie playing this nickel position is going to be, can he cover? And the biggest challenge is going to be trying to cover every day in training camp and at practice. When you're fighting for a position, you're having to cover Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Diggs, and you're having to do that probably back to back. And today was one of those days. And while we're at a little bit of a distance, and so I didn't see every single one of these plays like extremely clear. I can't break them down to a T, but I know I saw him. He was in the hip pocket of all three of those guys. Tank Dell ran an out route. He stayed in the hip pocket the whole time. There, to be completely fair, there was a flag thrown. I don't know how obvious the pass interference was or wasn't, but Jalen Petrie was right there in his hip pocket. You come back about 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, he's got Diggs in the slot, and Diggs runs a little crossing route, and he's right there. The throw was low. It's not like, I'm not saying that Jalen Petrie made a big play, but he was right there in his hip pocket and made it. If anything was off, if there was any bobble or any accuracy issue, the ball was going to be incomplete. He was right there in Diggs' hip pocket. And then I look up a couple minutes later, and the offense is going away from us, and he's covering Nico Collins on some kind of slot or a cut split go route. And he forced him to the sideline, forced the throw to be wide, and ultimately it was an incomplete. So I don't know how great necessarily the plays were. I don't know who's getting a PBU. I don't know if it was a PI or if the ball was thrown out of bounds. But just watching, he is getting reps covering the best receivers that the Texans can throw at him, and he is in their hip pocket, man. And I watch all that, and the whole time he is walking around with the confidence that you want to see, the swagger that you want to see. If he's not having a hell of a camp, I can't tell. You know what I mean? It looks like a guy
he's got confidence.
His confidence and his swag.
He's going to need it.
He's going to get tested.
He's going to get tested.
Yeah,
he's going to get beat.
It is growing by the day, Ron, and it's growing by the day while he's covering some of the best the NFL has to offer. And so, I mean, I don't know what's going to come of it, but today was a day where wherever the ball was, Jalen Petrie was right there. And the offense wasn't winning those reps. So I feel really good about Jalen Petrie at that nickel position. And really good.
I want to. But I do think the guys around him working with him, because Steph Diggs has lived in the slot a lot in his years, and you can see how Steph Diggs works. Clint, I'm certain that there are routes being run, but I wouldn't be surprised if Steph and Jalen Petrie haven't sat down together and said, "All right, this is what I'm trying to do to you.
Yep.
This is what a guy in the slot's going to try to do to you. This is what such and such are going to try to get you leaned or whatever." And like, he's getting really good, not only reps against guys he's going to run, because they may put a bigger guy like Nico in on you in the slot. They may put a smaller, quicker guy like Tank, and they may put a guy like Stefan Diggs is in the middle. But he is getting reps against all of them, and I'm certain this is a group that wants to help each other, and he is probably getting help from these guys. So he is being put in the best situation possible to get what he needs. And as I've said throughout the day, he's not expecting to be great as a cover guy. That's not what the expectation is.
Yeah,
he just has to be. He has to play at a pace well enough to be able to stay on the field.
Yeah, that's a great point. He doesn't have to be Deion Sanders out there. I mean, just play with instincts, be where you're supposed to be. We've heard DeMeco Ryans talk about that multiple times. The difference in playing safety and playing nickel defender, right, is when you're playing safety and you're put in a position where you do have to cover, you typically don't have a lot of deep help. It's probably man. You may have a deep safety, but you don't necessarily have help anywhere the receiver goes. A lot of the times when you're playing nickel defender, if you're playing man, you've got a middle safety, so you can funnel that guy to the middle. You can play heavy outside. You can funnel him to the middle. If you're playing on zone, which DeMeco's obviously going to play, I would say, a significant amount of zone with him at nickel and with Kamari Lassiter at corner, I would say there's going to be and with the ability to rush the passer with just your front four, there's no reason for DeMeco to take a whole hell of a lot of risk until the game dictates that. Yeah. I would imagine the plan is to be – so even if you're playing 2 or you're playing 3, you have help inside out. You have linebacker help underneath. You can play with instincts, play with smarts, know where your help is, and not have to worry about always getting beat deep. Whereas if you're a safety coming out of center field or coming off the hash to play man, you may have a free safety in the middle, but you could still get beat with that slot fade everybody's running right now. You still don't have help a lot of places because it's probably some level of man. So there's a big difference in what he's doing now, and it just seems like he is excelling. And if you listen to the head coach speak, you listen to him speak, you watch him peacock around the field, you watch him being in the hip pocket of every damn receiver out there, I feel really good about where he's at, man. Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, we'll see as this continues to roll. That's a big question, if he can be able to play that position well enough. He certainly appears to be off to a good start. Coming up again behind us, Texans All Access. Cam Akers, Khalil Davis will be on the show with the fellas at Area 45 with Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Byron on the ones and twos, holding that thing down tonight, live and local till 11 o'clock. All right, Clint, great job as always. Tyler, great job as always as well. And I am Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
You're scared to be at.
Who said they're scared?
Everybody's scared. I just don't.
When Ron said he didn't go to practice
over the hot ass sun in H-Town.
But that don't mean he's scared.
Yeah, I mean scared and so. Yeah, scared of the heat. How else you define that?
I would call it smart.
How else you define that?
We can't all be as big a men as Clint Stoerner.
You know what Dick was doing?
What was he doing?
Cleaning up yard work. Cleaning up yard. That's what he sounds like. That's what he sounded like. 86 years old.
Whippersnappers are so.
picking up his own logs and limbs and burning them in a fire. It was even hotter.
Those damn
millennials. Richard, no, baby, the drive is in air conditioning. Maybe you just sweated your shirt out, but the drive, this part's of the drive.
Gonna be a lovely day.
Hey, bartender!
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where it left off in the Texans' 20-12 preseason W.
CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks the tackle. Touchdown, Houston!
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the Poulos family purchasing the dealership, and they want to pass the savings on to you with a huge sales event. Savings on 2023 and 2024 year model Lincolns, many with 0% financing available for 60 months for qualified buyers. Get to westpointsales.com and check out their inventory. Schedule a test drive. Schedule a purchase. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway. It's at the Kirkwood intersection or online at westpointsales.com. Hey, football season is here, and you know what that means. It's time for Prize Picks. Sean Pendergast for Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And I'm one of the millions that I'm on my Prize Picks app every single day. Love the baseball season and the ability to pick more or less on player stat projections and watch those winnings roll in. But man, now that football season is here, the absolute best. Hey, you want to get in on some season-long yardage amounts for Prize Picks? Pick more or less on Patrick Mahomes, 4,300 yards. Pick more or less than 4,150 yards for C.J. Stroud. You get to pick 2 to 6 of them. You pick enough of them right, you watch those winnings roll in. You can win up to 100 times your money with Prize Picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000, and they've got a huge selection of stats and players and sports. Download the Prize Picks app today. Put in my promo code 610. You get a first deposit match up to $100. That's promo code 610. Deposit match up to $100 with Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
This is Seth Payne sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, you've helped a lot of people determine how much to put into their 401k, which investments to put it into, but you mentioned a big mistake that most people make. What is that mistake?
One of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their 401k behind when they leave their job. And another big mistake is rolling it into your new 401k.
And why is that?
By leaving it behind, you completely lose control. You never want to leave your money with an old employer. And if you roll it into a new 401k, you'll often have limited investment options and may incur costs to do so. Trajan Wealth can help complete the paperwork free of charge and do a tax-free rollover. We can then help invest it according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379. 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 nights a week.
We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go!
Intercepted.
Here we go.
Touchdown, Houston.
Unreal. Let's go, baby. Attack the ball.
Sacked. 3 and out.
Texans! This is Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the show. We've got a big one for you tonight, as usual. Cam Akers, you've heard of him, running back for your Houston Texans. He's going to join John Harris. Other guests along the way, including but not limited to Henry To'oTo'o as well, who's been seeing a lot of action this training camp as we are indoors now in the comfort of one of the greatest inventions of mankind, air conditioning. Thank God for it, because we were outside today with the team. Now, we can't complain, Johnny, because they were practicing football in heavy gear. Not all the pads, but a lot of stuff, enough anyway, and helmets and whatever else. Those Guardian helmets, by the way, those Guardian caps, they can't help with the cooling factor.
No.
I wonder if you can make one, you soak it in ice before you go out there.
Ooh, now that's an idea.
See?
No, that's an idea.
I'm full of ideas here.
I mean, we're just idea guys. I mean, that's all we are. I mean, we just come up with good ideas.
Would it help if you put the helmet in the freezer?
See, not the helmet, but maybe I don't know, I don't know how helmets are made now, but back in the day, they used to have an inner bladder. So they would take a needle and they would put it in the top of your helmet. There's a little hole.
Right.
And they would pump up the bladder so the bladder would stay firm on your head. So you could have.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah. You could have maybe frozen that. I don't know. I just think when it's this hot, there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing
you can do.
I know this, and listen, I'm an expert on this. No, I'm really not. But if I'm playing golf in this kind of weather, I will get an ice towel.
And play 9 holes.
And no, if I'm playing 18, I will just soak my head. If they have water coolers out on the course, I'll just dump my head underneath the water and just soak it, and just try to go that way. And that really helps a lot. I mean, that really keeps you cool.
So if you've been at a Texans practice, you'll know maybe what I'm talking about. But there are different stations. There are liquid stations. They've got the little water sprayer. They've got water bottles. They've got coolers that have got all kinds of Gatorades and waters and all that kind of stuff. You can have those. Every single station you look, ice towels.
Yeah,
It's the best thing. And I don't know. Now, I remember back in the day when I had an ice towel, they would put some ammonia in it too.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that
Kinda
made it
opens up
cooler
the
or if it
nostrils.
helped.
I could use some of that right now. Give me some ammonia.
But they would put that
I feel
over
like
my
Dennis
head.
Hopper in Blue Velvet. No, I really don't. Sorry, that's a really disturbing reference. Go on.
I remember the first time that they gave me one of those. I was in high school. They put the ice towel. It was ice towel and had ammonia. And it was just, oh man, it was a revelation. It was like, this is awesome. I love this. And so you see players at all those stations. There'll be someone from the medical team that will have one of those ice towels, squeezing it out on the back of their neck and just laying it on a player. And they're so helpful. And they've got the cooling station where they can go. And you found a cooling station today, by the way, during special teams.
Don't out me in front of my media brethren who might be listening to the show. Probably are.
Listen, I won't say where it was.
All right, so the media, they want to hear you because they want to hear your breakdown of practice. Harris Hits comes out every day of practice, every day that's worthwhile, where we have enough practice to Harris Hit about.
Yeah,
I've had a little area to cool off today for about 8-9 minutes because there was a special teams period. And even though this year I like the special teams periods because they practice the kickoff, I said, I can make the sacrifice and go cool off during special teams because I want to watch team. Team is 11 on 11. That's the action. I want to watch that. I want to see Laramie Tunsil out of practice today. Very cool to see. Kamari Lassiter back at practice, Johnny. Very cool to see.
Great to see.
Yeah. They're getting guys back now. Christian Harris was out the other night, and then he left practice, so he wasn't out there today, right? So we'll have to wait and see about him. You still have a few weeks to go here, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer to opening day, and those disturbing, despicable, annoying people who wear royal blue await on September 8th when you open the season at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yes, and our good friend Kay Adams was there in Indianapolis.
I feel
or wherever they practice.
so betrayed.
Yeah.
She spent time with us, you and I. She talked with you and I off the air for about 45 minutes, just chopping it up with Kay. No gain for her as far as publicity, except we're talking about it now, so maybe she knew that we would do that. We'd forever rejoice over the time we spent with Kay Adams, but she was there with the Colts today
She was
talking
there
them
with the
up.
Colts, and she was like, Jonathan Taylor, are you going to rush for 2,000 yards? That's the rumor. Are you going to do it? And I'm like, man, I just want to stuff them. I'm tired of hearing about Anthony Richardson. And, the Colts are going to be different because they've got Anthony Richardson. Look, I'd like to see Richardson play a whole season before we start anointing him in this quarterback god world because he's 250 and he has a 40-inch vertical leap.
Okay, overreaction guy wants to know how he did in his first preseason outing.
Oh, he was not good.
Not good. Okay, good.
Not good. So I watched.
So you're saying he's a bust? I'm kidding.
So I watched that first half. No, I watched his 2 drives. He's 2 for 4, 20-something yards. He hit Mo Alley Cox on a little option route. It's good. His footwork was good. And hit it. Cox, when he turned, was able to break a tackle. It ended up being a long gain. Then his second throw was nothing. But the 2 other throws are so bad. They're really bad. And that is kind of the Anthony Richardson experience. You watch him from game to game, drive to drive, play to play, and it's like, that is unbelievable. Next play, that's terrible. That's unbelievable. Oh, that's terrible. And there's just not a consistency there, which I'm happy with. But he threw one that should have been a pick six. He hit a Bronco defensive back right in the hands and just dropped it. Whoa. And then the other one, he got a little bit of pressure, and his footwork just went to hell. So he threw that like 5 yards over his wide receiver. Now, he also doesn't have Josh Downs, and that I think is going to hurt him too, because those throws, the little short, quick throws, like his footwork for that is good. When he has to hold it a little bit, then he starts to get his footwork all off, and the throws are just all askew. So I watched that drive, or those 2 drives, thought he did not look good. I watched the Titans first half, and so I watched Levis, and he didn't really do much anything. He checked it down. His backs do a good job. Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears, they're going to be a little bit of a problem. I can see that. He checked it down to them. Pollard and Spears they'll be okay together.
Okay.
But I still don't believe in the right side of that line. But I think Brian Callahan's going to make a difference. But I don't know that this is the year. And I don't know that Levis is that guy. He just is. There's so much inconsistency. I don't know that I just don't know if I can get there. But I watched Caleb Williams against the Bills.
He looked pretty good.
Holy cow, he looked good. He looked really good. And that was the Bills' number 1 unit, too.
Yeah, well, the Bills' number 1 unit is not even their number 1 unit anymore because they've had so much loss on that side of the football. But maybe they have time to get it together. Back to Richardson for a moment, because what worries me about him is he might not have to be that good if he sacrifices the body and runs the football, right? Because against the Texans last year, he was 6 for 10 for 56 yards. I pulled up the numbers, and it was the rushing of the football that did the damage.
What was his numbers wrong? What were his
3
numbers?
for 35, long of 18, 2 touchdowns. 3 rushes, 2 touchdowns, and it was a nightmare. And he can do that. He can do that and still not play well at the quarterback position throwing the football.
That's right.
As Greg Cosell would say, a thrower of the football. He might not be a good one, but he uses the legs. If he can stay in the game and not get concussed, he can be dangerous. And really, you want to see Joe Flacco. You want to see Joe Flacco quarterback the Colts. He's the new backup on the Colts. That's who I want to see. Hitch your wagon to his star. See how it goes. Because Richardson, as long as he keeps upright, I think he's going to find a way to keep this team in games and win games with the legs, if nothing else.
He played 4 games last year. He finished 1, I think. What's the number? He finished 1.
He couldn't finish opening day, but he was back for week 2.
Right. So
and
we
knocked him
1
out,
game.
and then he came back again.
I know. So, and that's been kind of a theme for him in his career. So until that's broken or that changes, and there are guys through time like Josh Allen. He's at Wyoming. He can be scattershot. There's no doubt. I mean, I saw it at the Senior Bowl. The first day of the Senior Bowl for Josh Allen, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. But then as days wore on, he got better and better, and he improved. And Josh Allen is one of the outliers when it comes to that sort of thing. Anthony Richardson has just never proven he can stay healthy enough.
Yeah.
And that even dates all the way back to high school, and I've talked about that a million times. But, go beat them at their best.
Yep.
That's what Texans have to go do. And, look, the last time they've played in all 3 AFC South buildings, they won. Week 18, Week 15, and then Week 3. Those 3 last year were all road games in the division, won all 3 of them. And guess what? They won all 3 of them the year before that, too. So
wow. Let's see how they do this year.
8 in a row.
Opening day at Indy. Okay, a few more things about practice today. Good seeing Joe Mixon out there.
Yeah.
Cam Akers continues to turn heads. I heard Sean and Seth talking about him this morning. He's looked good in the preseason games. He showed you some things at practice. He's coming back from multiple Achilles injuries. How's it going for him? And you had a chance to catch up with him.
All right, I've been waiting to do this for a long time. In fact, I'm going to hit Cam Akers with some history. We'll see what he knows in just a second. I would ask you how much Houston, how you love in Houston, but you spent more time in Ohio than you've been in Houston, it seems.
Something like that.
How was the trip to Ohio?
It was good, man. It was good. The team were able to get better in a foreign place. Conditions weren't ideal as far as the practice field, and we were still able to stack days and get better. So I think we got some out of it, and we're also able to grow closer as a team, get to know one another a little more. So I think it was a good experience.
What's that running back room like? You joined it this year. Obviously, DP, Joe Mixon. You know, Joe's new. DP's been around, but DB, Danny Barrett, your running backs coach.
Yeah.
What's that room been like since you've been here?
Real vibrant, man. Real vibrant. Everybody doing their job. Everybody playing their role. So I'm just trying to get in where I fit in. You know, you got people like Joe. You got people like DP, Dare. So I'm just trying to get in where I fit in.
Okay, I got to ask you this. Physically, how you feeling? Obviously, people know you're coming off the Achilles. How you been feeling? And why Houston? Why did Houston make sense for Cam Akers?
I feel how I look, man. I feel smooth. I feel healthy. I feel, strong, fast. All of the above, I feel good. And as far as why Houston, I think it was just writing on the wall, closer to home, mutual interest, and it's a super team, you know what I mean? Come right in and compete, you know what I mean? Compete for something bigger than just wins, a Super Bowl.
Okay, I'm going to tell you about the time I first heard of Cam Akers.
Yeah.
This is 2016. I'd heard about this kid at Clinton High School, playing Pearl High School in a state championship game. I heard about this kid who threw for over 200 yards, threw for 2 touchdowns, ran for over 200, ran for 5, totaled 7. I was like, man, I got to see this.
Yeah.
I learned about Cam Akers that day. What do you remember about scoring 7 in the state championship game? That's your last game in high school, no?
It was my last game in high school, and it was the most important one. It was the state championship. That's what I remember the most, holding that trophy up.
Yeah.
Everything else was just happening. Like, it felt like slow motion, but it was just happening, you know what I mean? Great experience. I won one. I wish I could have won one on every level, but I skipped college. Yeah. Hopefully I can get another one in the league. So.
Yeah, no doubt. But the 200 yards throwing, that's the one that got me. So how many more throws you got in that right arm?
About 200 more. About 200, however many I need to have. So just being ready whenever my number caught.
There it is. Always ready for the halfback pass. I think every running back is ready for the halfback pass. But you've proven you can throw it. Other guys, I don't know if they've done that. Cam, we're glad you're in Houston, man.
Thank you.
Got a preseason game coming up against the New York Giants.
Yes, sir.
How excited are you to get here at NRG Stadium? It's the first time there in NRG Stadium for you. How you feel?
I feel great, man. Literally, it'll be my first time walking in the stadium at all. So just to get out there in front of the home crowd, in front of the home team, and it should be a good experience. Should be exciting. I'm ready.
Cam, appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that guy. He's fun to talk to. He's got such a good spirit. He's in a good spot, I think, in Houston. I'm curious about this.
Yes.
And I'd like to, I hope at some point we get a chance to talk to Nick Caserio, and maybe I'll just ask him this offhanded.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever hid somebody in a preseason game?
So not played him so other teams wouldn't see him.
That's right. Have you ever done that?
Didn't the Saints do that with Alvin Kamara? Not that they were trying to hide him from other teams. Yeah, you were talking about that. But not to hide him from other teams, just to hide him from scheming, plotting, designing a defense to stop him.
I just remember we were up there, and I was like, we haven't seen Kamara at all. They were letting Adrian Peterson take every single rep, and I was like, why aren't we seeing Kamara? They didn't play in the preseason game. And of course, at that point, Harvey hit, and nobody cared, but because we were worried about what's going on here. But I just remember him in practice. I was like, wait, why are they not putting Kamara out there? This is bizarre. And then I don't think he was hurt. He wasn't hurt. But anyways, maybe they're hiding him. I don't know. I bring it up with Cam Akers because I'm like, he's gotten to a point where he's taken some reps with even the one unit. He's taken some reps with CJ. Like,
are you saying he's reaching bubble wrap status, Johnny?
I don't know about that, but I just don't know. I got to thinking about it. Like, is that a guy that you would kind of like to hide from the general public? I mean, he's shown enough in the first 2 games that maybe some teams are like, yeah, he's healthy.
Oh,
so.
you're actually saying, could you potentially cut him and put him on the practice squad?
No,
or something
not
like
cut him. Just not play him in preseason games.
Oh.
Just not play him in preseason games and kind of, I don't know.
And unleash him against the Royal Blue.
Right. Maybe so. So I don't know. Either way. But I'll say Joe Mixon was back today. Joe Mixon, Laramie Tunsil, they're kind of on the ramp-up plan. So they'll get some reps a team, but not all the reps a team.
Okay.
And so the first 2 plays of team today, the first team period, was the handball to Joe Mixon. And I realized something about Joe that I saw in OTAs and minicamp, but it really wasn't going to come to fruition until we saw him in pads. He's so quick to the line of scrimmage. Very rarely are you going to have a TFL against Joe. He's so quick to make a decision. It's like 1, 2, gone. Like, he's gone. And he's going to go. He doesn't mind getting in the mix of the defense and offensive line because he's so big and strong that he knows if he gets there quickly, the defensive line doesn't have time to kind of get off a block and make a tackle. And if they do, they've only got like one arm. He can run through that. So even if he picks the wrong hole, he's still going to make something positive happen. And I saw it on that run. Like, he just got in a mix of where the offensive line was blocking. I was like, I don't even know where the hole was in that play. I don't even think there was a hole. But he kind of got in the mix of all that. And I realized, ooh, I kind of like that about him because there's going to be positive yardage every time he just bangs it into the line.
Nice.
And that, I think, is going to end up being good for this offense because you end up getting to 2nd, 8, 2nd, and 7. And, boy, you can do something with that. And, oh, by the way, there's going to be a handful of those runs that look like nothing's there, and then he's going to pop through, and before you know it, man, he picked up 7, 8 yards because the linebacker wasn't quite ready. Defensive back was coming up, and he powered through him, and before you know it, he's got a 7, 8 yard run, and now you're sitting 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, and, man, everything is right there in front of you. So I just kind of realized that watching him, and then you watch Laramie, and I want to make sure that we get to a point where we don't take that dude for granted because when CJ dropped the throw, there was not 1 ounce of pressure from that side. Nothing.
Nice.
Defensive ends were throwing moves at him, and it just didn't matter.
He's got it locked down.
Absolutely didn't matter. I mean, he had it on complete lockdown.
That's beautiful.
And that's so fun to watch.
That's what he's paid for. When he gets back, he's going to be really effective. You don't have to worry about that side. Great. And Titus coming back, great to see as well. And also great to see, you've got Blake Fisher if one of the two is out, but you want everybody available. I get it. And I was talking to Jim Miller. Pat and Jim were here today from SiriusXM NFL Radio, and they did their afternoon show here. And Jim was saying, man, I actually like this interior because I think he heard you talking about Kenyon Green. And he thought, all right, if Green's playing well,
right,
you got Juice, you've got Shaq. All of a sudden, the interior, all boats really rise with the tide. And you mentioned Laramie coming back, and the whole thing just elevates.
Yep.
So the line, they need time together. You've talked about it. Andre's talked about it. And D's talked about it. They need time to gel, the 5 fingers in a glove thing. But if you can get this thing going, Joe Mixon, Damian, Cam Akers, the running back position gets really interesting. You talk about another rostertology position, that gets really complicated because I'm not sure what they're going to do there. You know Andrew Beck's going to be on the football team. But after that, you get 3 more spots in the backfield, and Mixon's definitely got 1. And after that, I am not convinced of anything, but I'm starting to get really convinced that Cam Akers has to be on this football team.
So I heard Sean talking about this morning. I had a long drive because my family's here, so we're down at Galveston staying for a few days, so I'm driving from there each day. And so I had a chance to listen to them, and Sean was talking about position battles. And he said, I have 1 lock and running back, and that's Mixon. And I was like, okay, interesting. Because I do feel like there is a competition at that position beyond Joe. And I think, like you said, I think a large part of that is because the rise of Cam Akers. I think Cam is really – I don't know if not surprised, but I think it's, okay, that's the guy I remember. I remember before the injuries, before the Achilles, I'm seeing that explosiveness. I'm seeing that vision and that burst, the twitch, the suddenness. I'm seeing all of that I remember from him. And I think that's hugely important. And, of course, DeMeco knows. DeMeco coached against him when he was at the Rams.
That's the thing.
When he was the defense coordinator there, so he knows him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that with Cam Akers, as long as he's not hurt, he's on.
Yeah.
I would call him a lock, Johnny, at this point.
Yeah.
And they're going to hang on to him some way. Now, unless he tears an Achilles again or some bad injury occurs. Yeah, exactly. If it's something just mild and aggravating, gosh, I hate injuries. It's the worst thing about sports.
So tough.
Your sports heroes getting injuries. That and contract negotiations, talk to the Jets. That and contract negotiations are just terrible. But, I don't begrudge people getting their money, but it's just awful that we have to hear about it all the time.
Yeah.
Not that I condemn them for it. It's just as a fan, you want everybody to be happy and paid and just let's play ball and follow the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Texans will be affected positively, negatively, depending on, how you hate injuries too. I'm with you. I mean, J.J. McCarthy looked really, really good the other day against the Raiders in his preseason output. And the Raiders or the Vikings fans are really excited, as well they should be. And then come to find out, he went and talked to the training staff after the game. Was like, yeah, my knee's kind of bothering me. And now he's got a torn meniscus. Now there's no telling when he's going to get back. It could be 4 to 6 weeks. It could be 3 to 6 months.
It's awful.
You're like, oh, my gosh. They did a brilliant job in the draft, kind of letting J.J. fall to them at 11. And then they get Dallas Turner later. But, man, they got the guy, and then he's showing it off, and he's getting fans excited. I mean, think about that. Think about last year if C.J., we're getting excited. We see him against the Dolphins. He throws those dimes. He dropped one on Robert Woods on the sideline. And then we wake up on Sunday morning, and it's like, yeah, CJ's got a torn meniscus. I mean, I would have been gutted.
Yeah.
Completely gutted at that point.
And that's what they have.
And that could impact the Texans because Texans scheduled to play them week 3.
Yeah.
So if it's more than 4 to 6 weeks, even if it's 4 to 6 weeks, he's then got a few more weeks to ramp up after that. Now you're into the season.
We're not going to see him.
So I would imagine we're not going to see J.J. McCarthy. We're going to see Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Who has got a few wins. Well, he's got one win.
The Carolina Panthers game.
Yeah, Carolina Panthers game.
He played brilliantly in that game. He looked like the quarterback that people hope for when they sign him.
Yep.
He has that, like you would say, in his bag. He's got that club in his bag.
That club's in his bag.
To play that well. He also has another club that doesn't play quite as well.
His expiration date, as you say, is usually about week 4 or 5. Well, hopefully it's week 3 when we play him, but
we got him week 3. I like my chances in that one. I'm cocky about that one, Johnny. Let's get after the quarterback. Let's get the pass rush going.
Listen, how many times have we won up there?
None. But
None.
We haven't been up there much, though.
I know.
We were in the Homer Dome.
I know.
The Hanky Dome, whatever they used to call it, because I know they changed the name several times. 08, and we were there. That's it. 08. That's it.
8 and
16.
Only
time. 16, we were up there in the new building.
Yeah, new building. Yeah, that's right.
So the Homer Dome only once, but we were there for a preseason game or 2.
Dominated. I remember one preseason game. That was it 13? No.
It was 11. Because Arian had the hamstring and tweeted out the X-ray.
Tweeted out the X-ray.
He said something about this is not awesomeness. I forget the exact words, but it was really funny.
He tweeted out. I remember that. Oh, God.
We will not give medical information except here's my X-ray. Go ahead and interpret. And every amateur doctor in the world was weighing in on the Arian Foster injury. Because remember, the year before, we opened against the Colts and he went nuts for 231 yards.
Right.
The next year, we opened against the Colts at home, and Ben Tate ran for like $150 or something, and we dominated again. It was Kerry Collins playing quarterback that year.
Oh,
that was the Manning is gone year, and that was a great year. Arian came back, had a great season that year, but he missed the first game or two with the injury that he tweeted out.
Tweeting out of his hamstring was
so that
hilarious.
I remember that was the Minnesota trip.
That was the Minnesota trip?
I think that was preseason game 4, if I'm not mistaken, up there, because I remember I saw the Mary Tyler Moore statue.
Oh,
yeah. You know that you played a hell of a fictional character if they make a statue of that character, like Sylvester Stallone in the Rocky statue,
right.
Mary Tyler Moore statue. I don't know how many others are around the country like that, but the fact that Mary Tyler Moore has a statue based on the character that she played on the TV show, and kids, it was a long time ago. It was a great TV show. Trust me.
She was awesome.
I got to tell you, one of our video guys today, Shane, he does a great job.
Yeah.
He was an intern. Now he's full-time.
Uh-huh.
He humored me today. Johnny, I went there. We were talking about me doing a fake opening for some video he wanted to do, like pretending we were on the air.
Yeah.
I don't think I still have to do that for him. But anyway, I'm outing us now.
Yeah.
We were talking about, I said, it's like broadcast news where William Hurt fakes crying on the news story. He said, is that movie in the 70s? I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. I said, no, that's network, but it's in the same genre.
Yeah.
This is about 10 years later. I said, thank you very much, though, for not completely going blank on me while I'm giving a totally dated reference on the movie Broadcast News, which is a great movie.
Hilarious.
Everybody should see it.
That is too funny. I mean, that was 13 years ago that Arian did that.
Yeah,
that was 13 years ago. That feels like it was just yesterday, but it was 13 years ago.
Yeah, and that was a trip to Minnesota. That's why we brought it up, because they don't have J.J. McCarthy and likely won't week 3 when the Texans take them on. So let's see. Let's reset here. Week 1, you get Anthony Richardson, young quarterback, second year, not too many starts.
Yep.
Week 2, you get rookie quarterback Caleb Williams.
That's right.
Second start in all likelihood.
Correct.
Week 3, you get Sam Darnold, a bunch of starts, but hasn't really been as great as they want. So that's not a bad start, really, when you look at opposing quarterbacks, although Williams, full of surprises, he could have the game of his life. You never know. A lot of people thought, C.J. Stroud, rookie quarterback. Sure, the Jags were thinking that when the Texans visited them week 3 last year. And then look what happened at Jacksonville. At home, by the way. That's a great cautionary tale for whatever the Bears bring in here week 2.
Yep, that's exactly right. And watching that Bears offense against the Bills. And look, when you're facing a quarterback like Caleb Williams, the first time you're facing him, I don't care if you're NFL defense or not, the first time you face him, he's going to do something in that game where you're like, whoa, what just happened?
Yeah.
There's the little flick screen he had to DeAndre Swift that was great. But the first third down he drops in the pocket, stays in the pocket, kind of maneuvers, and then throws a laser shot to DJ Moore for a first down. Then a couple plays later, he has pressure, so he rolls right. He's running full speed and throws the ball probably 30 yards on a dime, it was a great throw to Cole Kmet on the sidelines completion. He was 4 for his first 4. Now, I think he ended up 4 for 7. But he started 4 for 4. Then DJ Moore dropped one. Then he hit DJ Moore again, and Moore could have caught it, should have caught it. And then he had to throw one kind of away. He threw it high to Roma Dunze in the back of the end zone. He could have gone 7 for 7 legitimately.
Wow.
Against the Bills. And, I mean, he scrambled for a first down and slid like he did in Hard Knocks. He needed to slip and slide. Didn't need to slip and slide this time. He looked good. He looked like, as we would say, he fits. He does not look out of place. He was in complete control. And the Bills were playing, I think, every starter that they're going to play. The only guy I don't remember seeing was Von Miller. I don't know if Milano played.
And does that really matter as much these days?
Yeah. So Ed Oliver went out of that game a little bit banged up. And, the Bills, then I watched the Bills offense, and I thought, I don't know.
We're going to see them here.
Interesting.
We're going to see them here for a nooner. Yeah. And the Texans will be wearing the H-Town blue unis in October.
Game. How about that?
Can't wait for that. All right. Coming up on the show, Khalil Davis. You had a visit with him a few weeks ago, but I visited with him today. And Khalil brought up something that I think needs attention from everybody who has a sibling, but also football stuff with Khalil as we talk about the Texans defense coming up here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans All Access.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
The Houston Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge. This program is designed to help middle school students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interesting lessons, interactive worksheets, and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com for more details, and go Texans.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Are you an annoying know-it-all? Answering questions no one asked of you? Do people often ask you, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts specifically trained to help match you with the right mattress, so anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
This is Texans All Access.
Keeping you company on your drive home, your drive to work, your drive wherever you're driving to, or if you're at home listening on a podcast or on the smart device that you have in your house, because you could say, hey, smart device, I don't want to say the name because it might respond to me. Hey, smart device, put on Sports Radio 610 and you'll get the show. And I think you can even ask for Texans All Access after hours and get it on the smart device, if I'm not mistaken, because it's on the Odyssey app. You can always go to the Odyssey app later and find our show. It instantly appears almost after we're done. Then we put it on HoustonTexans.com later. Did you know that?
You said Texans All Access after hours. Ooh.
Texans All Access after
hours.
That could be interesting.
Barry White music. Oh, yeah. I don't know if that's going to catch on.
Yeah, that might have some issues.
I'll tell you what we're going to start featuring, though, in some of our radio programming is a bunch of new podcasts that the Texans are putting out. One should I even publicize this? I don't know if we're ready to announce. I'm going to hold that back.
Okay.
Just get ready. We got some cool podcasts starting up. You already know about Andre Johnson and Goat Talk. He's doing more of those. But we're going to do some other ones, too, with names you know, and they're going to be interesting. So stay tuned for that. All right, Johnny, we're going to talk D. But first, let's talk to one of the defensive linemen who I know you love and you've caught up with. We had him in the TV production meeting last week, Khalil Davis. And I talked with Khalil Davis after a hot practice and talked about how camp was going for him.
Overall, it's been going pretty good. The main thing is to stay healthy.
I stayed healthy. I've tried to show that I'm there for this team, whatever they need from me. But overall, it's been going good. Just trying to grow into that next role that they have for me this year.
You've been with a bunch of NFL teams, and you were in the USFL. What's really clicked for you in Houston?
Really just the perfect timing. Really, I just got blessed last year with the new coach, new system, and I got picked up at the right time. But really, I just fit this system. I gel in this system, and it fits my speed, playing fast, getting upfield. So. Yeah.
Not this past offseason, but when you were in the USFL, then coming to the NFL, played in a ton of games. What did you learn from the USFL experience that's helped you in the NFL?
Really, I treated it like I was playing in the NFL. Every game, I just tried to prepare like as if I was preparing for an NFL game. And when I got here, it was second nature to me. So really, I prepared myself, and I was ready for anything that they were going to throw at me.
Allow me to reminisce. You have a Super Bowl ring with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes,
what was that experience like? Tom Brady at the helm, all of it.
It was really awesome. I was a rookie with a bunch of vets, so just to see all those guys work and what they put in every day. Tom Brady, man, he's probably the hardest worker I've ever seen, and he's a quarterback, but he was there 4:30 every morning, first one in the building, last one to leave. And Ndamukong Suh was, man, I watched him come in, same thing, there 4:30, getting his workout in, and really just to watch those guys work, and I really got to soak everything in.
Khalil, how true is that the quarterback can affect the defense too, culture-wise? You have CJ here, you worked with Brady. How does that work?
Really, they have a lot of similarities. CJ has that mentality of I'm not going to lose at any time, and if you can get a quarterback that thinks like that, the whole team can feed off that, and I feel like that's what we have here.
All right, we know you have a twin brother, and how often do you guys communicate, and how do you communicate?
Every day we communicate through text. If I can't get him on a call, we text. But I try to speak to him every day, and he tells me how his camp is going. I'm telling him what I'm doing over here. So it's pretty cool.
Who wins the wrestling matches if you still have them? Do you do arm wrestling, full-out wrestling? How do you compete with each other? Because I know it's got to happen.
That stopped. The last fight we ever had was we were in the same hotel room for the NFL Combine. And we had a big fight, and I think it was just we knew we were both parting ways, and it was kind of like that last fight of I'm going to miss you. We just didn't know how to communicate that. So we stopped. After that, it was over with. No more fights. It's all love from here on out.
That's beautiful. Khalil, thanks a lot for joining us. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, before we get into the football stuff, very important at the end there that he and his twin brother, they fought at the Combine because they knew they weren't going to see each other much anymore. And instead of expressing their love another way, they did it by fighting.
Yes.
And this is how my 11-year-old communicates, too. He gets out the boxing gloves. I'm like, oh, you're expressing your love for me by boxing. He said, that's exactly it. And he starts punching away, flailing away at me. So I can identify with the Davis brothers in doing this.
Absolutely. This will tell you a little bit, I think, about how far Khalil Davis has come, too. His brother so we played, so that production meeting was Thursday. So it was Thursday morning before we took off. I'm checking Twitter. And his twin brother had signed somewhere in the league, and I can't remember
Cincinnati?
where. Cincinnati.
Okay.
And then Carlos, right? I think
Carlos.
Carlos, brother of Khalil Davis, signs with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh,
I thought that was really cool because it's like we're recognizing that Khalil has already kind of made his mark with the Texans and all that. Brother of Khalil Davis, I thought that was really cool. So we said that to Khalil. He's like, yeah, I saw that. That was pretty cool. Because, as a brother, you're like, yeah, they had to mention me, of course. But just a gentle soul for a guy that big, that quick, that disruptive. He's such a gentle soul, and I'm so glad that he's here. He told the story in the production meeting, and he's told it to me before and us before because we asked him, what are you working on? The story that I don't know that I've ever told this, but in the Atlanta game, he forces a fumble, big fumble, get on it. We end up getting points. We don't win the game, obviously, but Khalil's our player of the game. So I'm talking to him after the game, and I'm doing it on my phone as I do all the interviews. And so I asked him during the interview, I said, how did that fumble come to be? What happened? Take me through it. And as he's explaining, he nearly knocks the phone out of my hands.
Whoa.
Because he's using his hands to show how it happened. And he's like, yeah, Coach Ryans has been after me all year about using my hands better. So I was like, well, don't do it to my phone during the interview. He nearly knocked it out of my hands. But it just showed how much that he had grown throughout the year because he got much better with his hands. He's much better now. He's so quick and strong. So I think he is such a perfect fit in this interior defensive line room. I'm curious how that all comes to fruition. We've unfortunately not had a chance to see Tim Settle Jr. At defensive tackle, but we've seen a lot of these others. And I know wide receiver is the toughest. We've talked about that. We talked about running back a little bit earlier. That's going to be a tough one. Interior defensive line, trying to figure out what and who you're keeping at the interior defensive line is going to be as difficult as those two.
Well, obviously, Foley. Obviously, DeMeco's going to come back. So DeMeco Autry, you can deal with that later. That's a later problem. You're going to get him back after 6 games, but you're not going to worry about that right now because things happen. So Mario Edwards is making this football.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mario's been around for a long time, and here he is. I was talking to Jim Miller about him, and he said, he's got a lot of aggression on the field between the lines, and he's got to be careful not to pick up the Antonio Smith-like 15-yarder every once in a while, too. But you'd rather have guys that you have to pull back from that than to make more aggressive. So Mario's got that side to him. I think Khalil's got to be on it. And then you look at Kurt. You're right. You start to get to some numbers here on the interior.
Marcus Harris, Sosa, McTelvin, Agim.
Yeah, those guys.
I mean,
they deserve heavy consideration because those guys could turn into playmakers for you. This could be their real coming out party this season. Let me ask you this about Khalil Davis. He was on that Tampa team as a rookie. He's bounced around. He's been on 6 NFL teams, including this one, and a USFL team.
Right.
And you asked him about the USFL season and playing and I asked him the same question in this interview because I stole it. But playing all those games and then playing all these games, there's something that clicked for him, though, and I don't think he could define it even, but maybe it's just consistency, Johnny, just being able to do the same thing day in, day out and get better at it, the 10,000 hours thing, however you want to define that.
Yeah, he really didn't even bat an eye. I was like, I did the math for him. I said, look, you played 10 games in UFL, and then you turned around and played you played the preseason games, 3, and then I think he was inactive for the first game, and he played 16 regular season games, and then both playoff games. And I was like doing the math in my head. I was like, that's 28 football games. Like, how did you do it? He said, I didn't even think about it. I just couldn't think about it. I just thought, what's the next thing I have to do? The next thing is practice on Monday, practice on Tuesday, practice on Wednesday. Like, what's the next thing? He never even thought about that.
He stayed healthy.
He stayed healthy and got to the end of the season. And he said it was at the end of the season when he realized, okay, wow, my body needs a little bit of a break. And it did. He played 28 football games in almost, I think, in a calendar year.
Right.
I mean, not even 12 months because you started in, February or March. So it was like 9 months he played 28 games. And, look, he didn't play every single snap in all those games, but still, that's a lot of games to mentally get yourself ready for, physically get yourself ready for, go out there and perform. And then they had playoff games in the UFL. They had playoff games here in Houston. So he was consistent. And he was consistent in the sense that he got incrementally better every time he went out on the field. That was huge.
He's almost a case study for 18-game schedule, but he doesn't play every snap. We know this.
That's right.
He's not the quarterback. He's getting a limited number of snaps per game, but he's effective within those snaps. I'm not taking anything away from him.
Right.
But it is guys who do that, who play USFL or UFL now. You said UFL for last year. He was still in the USFL.
It was USFL last year.
With former Texans quarterback Alex Magoo, who's now in Green Bay.
So here's how I separate it. Khalil Davis, USFL. Malik Fisher, UFL. And that's another guy. Malik Fisher. If you've watched him in practice, which I have, and not even just practice, but even in the game against Pittsburgh, in the Hall of Fame game against the Bears, it wasn't perfect. He drew a holding penalty against the Steelers. But in practice, I remember the first few days, I was like, okay, I don't know how this is going to go. But then you'd start seeing, okay, that was a pressure. All right, that was good. That was a good rush. Okay, he played the run pretty well. The holding penalty he drew against the Steelers, he set the edge really well. And look, I know you can't keep everybody, but I remember asking Nick Caseria about that. Did Khalil playing in the USFL and his success last year make you look at Malik Fisher and go, hey, wait a second, why not take the risk? He's already kind of in football shape.
Right.
Let's take the risk. Let's see what ends up happening. And he's gotten better. I've written his name down a number of times over the last the last couple of weeks of practice. I thought Ohio was really good. He's just getting a little bit better. And who knows if you put him on practice squad and you work with him for a year. Because here's your case study in that. Allie Gay. Yeah. Allie Gay played a bunch of snaps against the Steelers the other night, and I thought played pretty well, all things considered. And now I see him in practice shutting down a run at the end of practice. I mean, single-handedly shutting down a run. You're like, that dude's just getting confidence in he's just, whatever rep you give me, with whatever rep, whatever group I go out with, I just take it and I get better with it. And I love that. And I want that to be a hallmark of this organization. Maybe Allie Gay and Malik Fisher and even Khalil, maybe they don't play with the Texans for the majority of their career. I hope they do, but maybe they don't. But what you end up finding here is that this is a place that grows and develops players.
Well, that's what DeMeco Ryans wants. Send everybody to the league, whether it's here or somewhere else. Preferably not in the division, though, Coach, right? Coming up, Henry To'oTo'o and Nick Broker. What do they have to say about this camp and about the immediate future of the Texans? It's Texans All Access.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all: you. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Got the friends over but the food not figured out? No problem. That's where the Big Dinner Box comes in. Packed full of Pizza Hut favorites to satisfy everyone's cravings, the Big Dinner Box comes loaded with 2 medium one-topping pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of wings, pasta, or another pizza. It's the feast that makes peace. The meal without a big deal. It's the Big Dinner Box. Get one today. Call or order online now at pizzahut.com. Additional charge for more than one pizza topping. Extra cheese and bone-in wings where available. Product availability. Prices and participation may vary.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
The Texas Lottery presents Now That's What I Call Hits, with hit songs like Give Me That Money, 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 and Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Winner, winner! Chicken dinner!
That's right. With hit scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, you can have an instant hit on your hands. Like the old classic, Ain't That Some Luck?
Well, ain't that some luck?
You could hit it big with big cash prizes.
So play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
What's up, H-Town? The Houston Texans are looking for one extraordinary Texans fan to be the 2024 Houston Texans Fan of the Year, presented by Ticketmaster. One lucky Texans fan will win a trip to the 2025 NFL Honors Ceremony, Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans, a custom Fan of the Year jersey, and to be awarded so much more for their Texans fandom. Do you think this is you or someone you know? Nominate yourself or a fellow diehard fan today at HoustonTexans.com/Fan of the Year.
This is Texans Radio.
So much to do, so little time. Let's get right to it. Henry To'oTo'o, second-year linebacker from Alabama. John Harris checked in with him after a hot practice Tuesday.
Henry, Houston turned it up today.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we're used to in Houston, but good work. Get back to pads on. How you feel?
Feel great. Team's doing well. I think we needed this kind of day, hot day, come out, compete. These are the dog days that is going to make us, who we want to be throughout the end of the year to play in February where we want to be. So, we need these kind of days.
How was it getting a chance to hit a different color jersey? How'd that feel the other night?
Oh, man, it was fun. I don't think I got on the tackle sheet, but anything in black I was trying to hit. So I was in the pile, I was trying to hit somebody. That's what you do it for.
Yeah.
You work so hard throughout the offseason and throughout training camp. Like, when you line up against somebody else, it's what you live for, preseason or not.
What's that week in Ohio like for you guys? You got the Hall of Fame ceremony. Obviously, you play the Hall of Fame game first. Then you got the ceremony for Andre. Then you guys are together for that week of practice. What was that week like, and how do you feel like it was an advantage for you guys?
Man, I think it was huge because we were able to just bond as a team for 9 days, do things together. We were off the first 2 days we were there, so we were able to just bond, find time with your position group, with the defense, offensively. Just spending time with the guys, and I think Coach DeMeco does a great job of telling us like the best teams are the tight teams. So, it was great for us to be able to bond and get together and just build as a team.
In your second year, how much more comfortable do you feel? I mean, I know you played, somewhat like this at Alabama and Tennessee, but how does it feel kind of second year hearing the same things, hearing from DeMeco, same guys next to you? How does that kind of feel?
It feels great, man. You get more comfortable around the guys. You start to learn the system more. They say you make your biggest jump from year 1 to year 2, so it's great. The jitterbugs of being a rookie's out of me now. I'm excited. We got a whole bunch of great vets around our defense that you're able to learn from and grow. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Okay, I got to ask you this because I'm a huge college football fan and have been for a long time. Mm-hmm. Were you shocked when Coach Saban retired?
Oh, my gosh, I was sad. It was like the saddest day on earth. I ain't going to lie, I was so sad, but he deserves a break.
Yeah.
His resume speaks for himself. He's the greatest coach of college football of all time. He deserves his break.
How's he going to be on TV?
Who's that, Coach?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be great. He'll be all right. He might tell those secrets here and there, but he'll be all right. He'll be all right.
How's your linebacker room this year? Z's added to the group.
Yeah.
Jacob Phillips, Delshawn, you got a couple of new guys in there. Billy's in there with you guys now this year as your linebackers coach. How's the linebacker room this year different?
Man, I think we have a lot of experience in the system having Aziz come. Yeah. He knows a lot about the system. He knows exactly how DeMeco wants it. So being able to pick his brain, he's been a huge part of our group this year. So, big tops to him, the vet. But we've been great, man. We're all hungry guys, ready to compete, ready to get on the field and play some ball. But that room's full of dogs.
Okay, you got 20 seconds or less. Mm-hmm. Tell me why California high school football is better than Texas high school football. Go.
California, that's all you need to know. This is California. You got the southern teams, you got De La Salle, you got De La Salle in the north, Mater Dei, San John Bosco, Cervati. You got, come on now.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that because those teams can beat anybody anywhere. Henry, I appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, baby.
I'm not a gambling man, but before this interview, I would have taken everything I own to Vegas to bet that Johnny Harris would ask Henry To'oTo'o about De La Salle High School. And we saw that movie When the Game Stands Tall, which is about their 151-game winning streak from 92 to 03. I think part of it anyway. Jim Caviezel plays the head coach. I wanted to know about Jim Caviezel, but that did not come up in the interview. Anyway, that's Henry To'oTo'o. And time constraints mean that we're not going to get to the Nick Broker interview, but maybe tomorrow as we have another full show for you. It's going to be a lot of fun as we check in after another practice. They've got 2 more before they take on the Giants on Saturday at noon. Can't wait for that. It's a noon kick. Another reminder, get the butts in the seats, yours, other people you're going with, and have some fun because the Texans take the field at NRG Stadium for the first time in 2024. And we're going to be live, of course, right here and on ABC 13. Johnny will be in the booth with Andy Kalu and Kevin Kugler, Shelby Coppage on the sideline. Great coverage of the game on the radio, on TV, wherever you can consume it. All right, that's going to do it for tonight's show. Thank you, Byron, for producing. Area 45 is coming up next with information that you cannot live without. The guys are coming up. They're in the on-deck circle, swinging their headsets right now. Get ready. Have a great night. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 per month. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today.
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Gear up for college football, H-Town, because a rival showdown is coming to NRG Stadium for the first time since 2011. Get your tickets now to secure your seats in the stands on Saturday, September 28th at 2 p.m. as the Sam Houston Bearcats and the Texas State Bobcats go head-to-head on the NRG Stadium turf. You can even get discounted group ticket opportunities and enjoy game day together with 10 or more of your friends and family. Don't miss this Texas-sized matchup. Visit lsse.net for tickets and suites information now.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Houston Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge. This program is designed to help middle school students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interesting lessons, interactive worksheets, and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com for more details, and go Texans.
H is up, H-Town. Get ready to bring the heat as the Houston Texans return to NRG Stadium this fall. Be a part of the action for huge home games, like our regular season home opener against the Chicago Bears on September 15th, our Sunday night football game against the Detroit Lions on November 10th, or our Christmas Day game against the Baltimore Ravens. Don't just watch these games from your home. Experience them with thousands of other fans live. Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I'm 19 years old, and this is how I live united.
I've always been kind of a computer geek, and I found a way to use those skills to help the homeless in my community. For people facing hard times, computer skills and a basic resume are so important. It may seem like a small thing, but it makes a huge difference in people's lives. So with United Way, I created a program where I work with the homeless. Together, we go through their whole job history, write a resume, and then save it on their very own USB drive. We provide workbooks and training certificates. I even budgeted for cupcakes so we can celebrate as a class when one of our people gets a job. That's huge. When somebody says, "Hey man, that job that you helped me apply for, I got it." That's what living United feels like.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Good evening, everybody. It's Area 45, Sports Radio 610, alongside Patrick Creighton. I'm Sean Bijani. Byron Matthews in once again, producing. We've got you until 11 o'clock. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call, you can text, you can watch us on Twitch and YouTube, chat with us there. You can also tweet at P. Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself. How many angry Astro tweets have you fired off already, PC?
None.
None?
I have not fired off any angry Astros tweets.
Okay.
I did just curse out Jeremy Pena like a minute ago, but I have not fired off any Astros tweets.
What about Chaz?
What about Chaz?
Oh, y'all didn't see what happened?
I was in the vehicle at that time.
Oh, there was a...
And on the phone.
Why
I
should
did not have time to actually see the play because, again, I was on the phone and in the vehicle. So,
But you heard it?
I did not hear it.
Should we be angry at Chaz for something?
Oh, no, there was a single hit to him, and he, lollygagged to it, so the runner advanced a second, and then the next at-bat was a blooper, so that's how the run scored.
Okay, well, that would be a yes, not a no.
Then, yeah, we should probably be pissed off at Chaz.
Tell me he was lollygagging. Get the hell out of here. Man, this better be
You lollygag around the bases. You lollygag around the field. You lollygag around to the dugout. Do you know what that makes you?
A lollygag.
Lollygaggers.
Hey, it's 1-1. Bottom 4 on Kikuchi Day. Dude's got his filth working tonight. 5 strikeouts through 3 1/3. No, that's lies.
Yeah, make it 4 now.
My stupid computer is not refreshing in a timely manner. Yeah, 5 Ks through 4. 3 hits allowed, 1 earned run for Yusei Kikuchi, who continues to baffle everybody, especially Toronto Blue Jay fans. And I like that part. And probably baffling Astro fans as well, but in a good way. He's doing tremendous, man. In 3 starts in his tenure with the Astros. It's been a lot of fun. Don't know if he's going to make it to 6 innings tonight and get that QS next to his name in the stat sheet, but
They did give Caballero a double.
On the Chas thing?
On the single. They gave him a double.
Yeah, okay. Well, they want to help him out. They'd rather give the hometown guy a double instead of an error and take a hit away from him. So I'm good with that. Whatever. So long as the Stros take care of business the rest of the way tonight. We'll have an H-Town postgame show for you coming up probably sometime within the next hour and a half. And so we're looking forward to that. Hopefully another happy recap.
Let me bounce this off you as we're real timing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday, Pedro Leon had a terrible misplay in right field where he lost the ball in the roof at the Trop. Not the first person to do this, by the way. But lost the ball in the roof at the Trop. Looked silly as all hell. And he also took a collar and whiffed twice. Today, Chaz lollygags on a single into a double that cost him a run and is over 2. It hasn't really looked all that competitive in his at-bats.
Batting 199 now, PC. 199.
Is it time to say, hey, Shea Whitcomb, you've played like a dozen games in left field. Want to come play at the Houston Astros?
Yes, it's time. It's time. If you thought it was time to call up Joey Loperfido, if you thought it was time to call up Zach DeCenzo, if you thought it was time to call up Pedro Leon, why the hell wouldn't you call up one of the hottest hitters in the minors for the Astros?
I have a very sneaking suspicion Pedro Leon is going back to Sugar Land very soon.
I agree, because
I think he's pressing.
He's probably pressing,
striking out like every other at bat.
I get it, and I understand the whole strikeout thing before. Like, even when he was putting up numbers this season, he'd been striking out, and Bregman is freaking amazing.
Reggie bomb!
Yeah, buddy. Bregman scoring the Astros' first run earlier in this ball game on a Yainer Diaz RBI single, which was good for the team leading 67th rib of the season. Now Bregman, 2 hits later, just got his third knock of the night, a solo home run.
Got ourselves a Breggy bomb
to left center field to put the Astros up 2-1.
We're in the 5th inning, and Breggy's 3 for 3.
Yeah, 3 for 3, and I'm glad that happened because, I mean, I was going to talk about it already because he already had a multi-hit game before we'd come on air. Now 3 hits tonight. That is 7 multi-hit games for Bregman this month. That's 6 multi-hit games for Bregman in his last 7 games. The guy is absolutely red hot. I think at the conclusion of last night's game, PC, dude's average over the course of the last 9 games alone was hovering around 359, 360 with near 1,100 OPS. It can probably go up a few notches after the dinger right now.
4th straight game with a Breggy bomb.
Man, is it 4 straight games?
4 straight
Holy
games.
crap. How about that? Between Bregman and Alvarez, they've been kind of, trading dingers, every other day.
And
sometimes they hit them both on the same day.
This wasn't a, would have been a Crawford box special. That was 376.
Yeah.
Into the power alleys, which, that was not the Alex Bregman 355-foot home run to left. Well, that's not the standard Bregman home run, over the boxes, 355.
Yeah.
376 in the alley.
Hey, it's all good, man. It goes over the fence. That's all I care about. I don't care how many ballparks it's a home run in, so long as it's a home run in the ballpark he's playing
when it's a home
right.
run in all the ballparks, we call that a Thanos home run because it was inevitable.
I gotcha. Give me the Thanos character again. What's that from?
Avengers.
Okay.
The big giant purple guy with the goal and he snaps his fingers and half the world disappears.
That's the kind of description I need, okay? Not it's the guy that says this. It's the guy that does that. No.
The guy who snaps his fingers and half the world's population vanishes.
All right. I don't know anything about his superpowers, but, if Bregman can possess a few of those, I'm good with that. If Thanos hits dingers, I like him even more.
I wouldn't mind if Thanos came down here and snapped his fingers and made half population go away. Just take all the stupid people and make them go away.
Are you in your I hate people mood today?
That's every day.
Well, I mean, some days it's 2.0, some days it's 5.0. It's feeling like it might be a 3.5er today.
Yeah, I have a dislike for idiots.
Yes, I think we can all agree with that.
I've thought about launching them into the sun. I thought about
when you figure out how to do that, you let me know.
I thought about throwing them into a pit of nuclear waste.
And this is where you get all of your ideas for your cruel and unusual punishments that we apply during the bandwagon
I'm very
segment.
much a fan of cruel and unusual punishments.
You think about doing this to random people that interact with you in negative ways throughout the day, and then you just unleash them in bandwagon. I appreciate that. That's cool. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to be a part of the show.
To have somebody executed by, basically having them, tied at the 4 posts. And Mike Tyson just punched them square in
the nads?
Other side.
Oh.
As often as he can. Straight in the butthole.
What do you mean in the... Why?
Because.
Why? The other side would have been way better and more enjoyable.
Well, this is different. The idea here is you're going to get punched in the butt, right in the middle of the butt, over and over again by a guy who punches like as hard as a jackhammer. And, okay, go sit down.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, do you have to do a number 2? Good luck.
You're so creative with your stuff, man.
Kind of hard to get it out when the thing's totally swollen.
What do you think about Diaz playing first tonight? This is like the second or third game all season long. He's
first game for him this year.
Is it really the first
game
this
for him
year?
This year.
Damn.
And he's probably played, I don't know, about 10 games or so at the major league level.
I thought he had a couple under his belt, at least one earlier this year.
He'd had a good amount of first base time in the minors.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, it's not like they're trying to teach Mike Piazza how to play first base and, he has no idea how to move his feet or anything because he never played the position before.
Mm-hmm.
Or, trying to teach Todd Hundley how to play first base because, boy, that was a disaster.
You're going to go Piazza and Hundley over Scott Hatteberg?
Scott Hatteberg put in the time and became, almost serviceable.
That's the one guy I remember that was like...
What do you do with a guy who can't throw? Put him at first base.
Yeah.
But he's never played first base. So what?
It'll be fine.
Yainer's had experience in the minors and then had a lot of experience in the minors playing first base. So, Yainer has shown he can play some first base. Now, he's not going to Gold Glove it, but considering that one of your other options, the guy that you've put out there the most, is statistically one of the worst defensive players in the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not losing anything with Yainer.
Hughley probably saves that error made by Pena.
Yes. And look, we talked about that when Abreu first got signed, is the infield's going to make a lot more errors because Hughley's not there to save them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even with Singleton, he'd shown the propensity. I mean, he's a big guy. Be able to get down there. He's been flexible.
He actually gets a lot of picks.
Yeah, oh man.
It's the hard hit grounders and the balls that short hops, the intermediate hops. Those are the ones that Singleton has trouble with.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you what, Yusei Kikuchi is just really looking like he wants to go 6 innings tonight. He just gave a big fist pump to Alex Bregman.
Look at Bregman. Recalling his shortstop days.
Boy, he went a ways for that ball, backhanding a foul pop in foul territory. And Kikuchi was like, yeah.
He had a good, 50-yard run there.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
But that's that shortstop mentality of, any ball that's hit into that section of the field.
Yeah.
Down the line, foul territory. That's a ball a shortstop goes and chases because they were in the shift. And Breggy's basically playing short.
Yeah.
He ran that down like a shortstop.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful. I noticed this earlier, and the numbers continued to go up and up and up over the course of the last 2 1/3 innings now. But through the first 2 frames for Yusei Kikuchi tonight, I was just looking at the called strikes, swinging strikes, and foul balls. He had 12 foul balls in his first 2 innings, and really kind of the pitch count crept up there. He had 45 pitches through the first 2. He's at 85 through 4 1/3 now, and mark at 4 2/3 now. So this is good. Maybe he's tracking. Maybe he could get 6 innings tonight. But the foul balls, 21 now for Yusei Kikuchi.
That's a lot of foul balls.
Yeah. So I haven't watched intently.
Well, you know what though? That's not unusual when you're facing a team for the second time in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The first time he struck out 8 guys in a row, struck out 11 guys in 5 2/3. So they've seen him very recently. So they have an idea of what he's going to throw, where he's going to throw it, etc. As he just gave up a fly ball that didn't even make the warning track.
Camera guy for Space
Camera
City.
guy's got it going out of the stadium, and meanwhile Chaz is 10 feet in front of the track. Yeah. Good work, camera guy. Douche canoe.
Those bastards. I can't stand it. That every camera guy for Fox on a Joe Buck game, it feels like that's the case, right? And, Joe Buck.
Fly ball. Let's look at the third deck.
Yeah, this is how you can tell, Joe Buck is not watching the game in person, or he just has a horrible, grasp for, the field and what the ball's doing at any stadium, really. But every fly ball makes it sound like it's going to go out of the ballpark, and I hate that because it's always against the Astros, it feels like. 713-572-4610, 572
Here's a fly ball. He really got into that one. It's getting out there, and McCormick is camped under it, and he makes the catch about 10 steps shy of the track.
Did you see the good news today? Justin Verlander, according to Joe Espada, set to start on Thursday at Corpus Christi. See how that one goes, man. If that one goes really, really well, he's going to be with the big club after that, and I would presume if that's Thursday, you count it, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? Where are they at Tuesday, PC? Is it
Tuesday they are in
is that against Boston at home?
Tuesday they're home against Boston. And I think they want to give him that extra day.
Yeah.
So
I'm all for that.
He pitched Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm. Sunday,
so now
Monday,
they want to have
Tuesday,
him pitch Thursday. So that's regular rest.
5 day, 4 days in between, 5 days. Yep. So that'd be Tuesday.
And I think part of that is you look at the way that the rotation breaks down right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's Fromber and Kikuchi back to back to get the lefties together.
Yeah.
And then it's Blanco Arrighetti and Hunter Brown.
Right.
I think the way you look at this is he's going to pitch Thursday. So Tuesday would be his regular turn. Tuesday would be Reynald Blanco. You're not going to get to split the lefties if you put him in there Tuesday. But if you give him a little bit of time, you kind of keep everybody on their schedule.
Yeah.
You could go to Fromber on Friday. Then go to JV on Saturday, and then Kikuchi on Sunday to split your lefties.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe that would be I'm all for like what's most beneficial for JV, but I don't know if he's going to like that, love that, hate that, whatever. He's probably going to be chomping at the bit, already has been, raring to go as he's ramped up his process to get things going. And, why not? If he's feeling good, let's see what you got, Big Cat. But why would you have to split the lefties? Because, you're not throwing Fromber and Kikuchi, against the same team. It's Chicago and Boston.
Well, no, but just to split them up. Like, so, for example, Fromber pitched last night, Kikuchi's pitching tonight. They both face them in the same team.
Yeah.
But the idea is most teams, when you've got two lefties, you want to split your lefties.
Regardless of opponent.
You just want to split your lefties.
Mm-hmm.
That way you don't have a situation where maybe you're having both of them face the same team back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Because, hey, you just saw a lefty the night before. Let's you don't want to get let's put all our lefties in there together.
Yeah.
The idea of the lefty is, hey, you're going to get a different look. And even though Fromber and Kikuchi throw different stuff, it's still the idea of you like to break up your lefties.
Yeah.
So, you don't want to put all your lefties together in your lineup. You don't want to have them all together in rotation either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see what they do. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Kikuchi missed Boston because he pitched the last game of that Texas series.
He's going to pitch the first game against Boston on Monday.
No, he will. I'm saying the last series.
Oh, yeah, the last
Boston,
series he missed him.
He missed him. And so maybe they don't split him for that reason. Of course, I guess you could anyway.
Well, the other part of it is, because Kikuchi pitched the last game against the Junk Grabbers.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of it is you could push back Blanco. Because Blanco's due to start on Tuesday, which would be the normal turn for Verlander.
That'd be an extra day of rest for him.
You could push Blanco down and give him an extra day, which he certainly needs.
It'd really be 2 extra days because they have a day off after his next start against Tampa to close tomorrow to close this series out.
Remember how I was cursing out JP for that bad throw?
Yeah, you should.
We're singing praises of JP because he just hit a home run.
Oh, they did call it a home run. I thought they called it a freaking double. I saw him cruising into second base. I took my eye off of it. I guess it was pretty close. Just out the deep left center field. It's not close at all. I thought I saw him kind of cruising into second and letting up, but there was no reason for him to do that. It was about 4 or 5 rows deep in left center field.
He got deked by the shortstop.
3-1 in the top of the 6th inning. Astros batting with 1 out. Coming up next, we'll shift gears, talk a little Texans football as they're ramping up for the regular season. Get you the latest with them and get this thing popping. Area 45. Keep it here at Sports Radio 610.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts Monday.
deal with, nothing we complain about, just something we got to go to work, right? And so I tell our guys, no matter what it is, for me, it's about adversity. And when it hits you, like, how do you respond? And so a lot of guys, some guys responded well today, some didn't. So it's a lot for us to learn from and build off of.
Was this intentional if you put it at this time just to sort of do an acclimation period?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting back to it at this time, this is the time we'll be working throughout the season. So I want our guys to understand what it'll feel like, especially, that first half of the season.
Everything's intentional with DeMeco Ryans and the Texans. This was something that, whereabouts he was asked about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, PC, in relation to, the whole iron sharpens iron thing. It's about testing these guys' stamina, endurance, and getting them ready for, another long, difficult, challenging, hopefully very fun season for the Texans and Texans fans. And today they started practice a little bit later. It's hot as balls out there. I wasn't there in it but I was out in it myself. And my God, I probably should have gone through about 4 shirts, but I did not. Stuck it out with one and then said, screw it, I lost it. But the Texans, they are ramping up, man, doing what they're going to be doing closer to the regular season, getting guys in that mode. And so that's how you kind of know it's on its way. And I feel like really the way you kind of know that it's on its way to being real football with more of the familiar faces that you're seeing on the football field. Might get to see an entire first-team unit this weekend when the Texans host the New York Giants. I'm looking forward to that. So we got a little taste, Stroud, Dell connection this past weekend. The most important thing that you need to see this weekend, PC, is what?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I don't know if it's the most important thing, but I love watching Stroud and Tank. I swear, those two guys have some kind of Bluetooth connection in their brains because they know exactly what the other guy is thinking at all times.
Yeah.
And Stroud seems to have this uncanny connection with Tank.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking yesterday. Tank's a guy who he's not going to get wide receiver 1 targets. He might put up low-end wide receiver 1 numbers because he is going to maximize all those targets. And he's a guy who is a threat to break it to the house every single time he touches the ball. He is going to be the deep threat. When they are looking at Nico and Stefan Diggs in those intermediate routes, Tank is the guy who's going to get free one-on-one to go break it deep. And CJ just seems to have, like I said, he's got this like Bluetooth connection with Tank Dell where he knows where he is, and CJ just has the ability to put the ball in any spot regardless of who's around. There was a throw that CJ made today in camp where he put it over Tank's shoulder in front of the safety, and everybody who was there, all they have done is wow about this throw all day long.
Yeah.
And, like, guys I don't think there has been another quarterback on this team in its history who makes that throw.
Probably not. Probably not. There's only been really one for a hot minute that you'd like to write home about. That was, sort of a magician at the time with the football.
The air humper.
Yeah, the air humper.
Yeah, but that wasn't the kind of throw he made.
The ball placement and the ability to throw into tight windows, that's something that we've seen C.J. Stroud do a lot last year. And those windows opened up whenever you had your full complement of receivers on the field healthy. And when Tank started to roll PC, I'm just looking at his numbers from last year, around week 8. He had 3 consecutive games of double-digit targets, 11, 14, and 10. And he put up 114 yards, 2 touchdowns, 56 yards, a touchdown, 149 yards, a touchdown, 50 yards, a touchdown. He ended his season going into that Jacksonville Jaguars game where he broke his ankle or his leg, at the goal line, having scored 4 games in a row, at least 1 touchdown. The targets were basically going up. He was becoming much more of a focus, a big play threat as he got comfortable, as CJ got comfortable. Probably the trio of Slowick, CJ, and Tank kind of tapping into something they'd, felt like, they could exploit any defense. Didn't matter. We got this. That's what it felt like at that point in time. And I just wonder if the targets, are really going to change very much, because more times than not, Tank was looking at 3, 4, 5 targets per game. Diggs, Nico, Schultz, Mixon, they're all going to be in the mix.
I think I think Tank is probably looking at about the same number of targets. Obviously, they're going to throw it. Mm-hmm. He's their best player. The ball's going to be in his hands. They're going to throw it. You've got Diggs, you got Nico, you got Tank, you got Schultz. They're going to throw it. This is a team that is going to throw it more to set up its run game than run it to set up its passing game. And you should, when you've got a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, that is what you should be doing. When you have those kind of weapons on the outside, that is what you should be doing. But Tank is going to be able to, because other teams are not going to be able to pay as much attention to him as they are going to pay to Stefan Diggs and to Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. He is going to get opportunities that when he gets the ball, he can do big things with it.
Yeah.
When Tank is getting the ball, it is going to be like a lot of one-on-ones, a lot of make my guy miss or get past my guy and I'm gone.
Yeah.
And, when it gets to foot race time, they're not catching him. So, I think Tank is a really interesting guy to watch for them this year, because I think he can put up really big numbers for them and make really big plays for them without necessarily being the focal point of the offense. Whenever he is the attraction, he is going to be he's walking dynamite.
Yeah, and hell, the foot race too. If you get in his way, he might lower his shoulder and try to run through you too. We kind of saw that the other night as well.
Other things I'm looking for: am I going to get to see the actual, real starting offensive line play together for a series?
There you go,
2 series. Because
that's exactly where my mind was.
One of the big takeaways from practice today was you actually saw what the offensive line is supposed to look like, and it was a really good day for the offense.
It was. Shaq Mason spoke to the media after workouts today, was asked what it's like getting all the dudes on the field together and having them available for an actual game. How good can they be this season? Here's what Shaq had to say.
We can be very good. We can be. It's good to have everybody out there just getting on one accord, practicing together. So, we're just out there just trying to take it one day at a time.
We haven't been able to speak to you yet since the start of the training camp, but from your perspective, where have you seen the most growth in CJ from year 1, year 2?
I think his attention to detail. I think that's a big thing coming into year 2. For a rookie, it's just, with the rookie season that he had, just growing. Keep detail and fine-tuning everything, and he just came in and it's been very determined.
Certain practices, how much does...
All right, I have no idea what he said, because all I heard was a screaming child.
Yeah.
Somebody give the kid a binky. My God.
My bad. It sounded way better on the phone than that.
Somebody give that kid a binky. The kid is crying.
It's kids.
Make the kid happy.
There was a lot of kids.
Why is the child screaming? Was it take your kid to work day or something? Why is the child screaming? Are they hungry? Do they need some pudding?
Have you been down to training camp, multiple times this year? Because what they do, and
I have other things that I have to do at that time.
I feel you, but sometimes you might say F it. I do sometimes. What they do is they might have a damn massive fan blowing right in the media scrum at the podium. They might have kindergarten camp, like apparently they had today, just standing out there and
screaming. Kindergarten cop.
They might have a lawnmower going, a tractor, a John Deere, something nearby. And all that it's met with is a really weird and puzzled look, like, why are they doing that? Not turn that off. It's just they kind of let him go. And it's like, you got all day to cut the grass, get it down a centimeter. It's weird how they handle that stuff over there. But
somebody give the child a binky.
Basically, what Shaq Mason was asked about is what growth has he seen in C.J. Stroud? And he'd said attention to detail. And that is number one, what everybody points to.
That was big with DeMeco this year, too.
Yes, attention to detail. And, I've heard one other thing as a commonality when players are asked about that very same player. And it's attention to detail, but it's being vocal. Like, he's way more vocal. What happens when you have that much success, you become that comfortable and that confident? It's easy to become much more vocal when you have the real ability to take true ownership of the offense, of the team, everything. And he has the keys to the car. He has the car. He has the mansion. He's got everything. He is in full control of this organization going forward. And I don't think he could feel more comfortable about any one guy ever being in this control for the Houston Texans going forward this year than C.J. Stroud.
In, I guess it was 2018, which was Patrick Mahomes' first year as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
And Guy used to work with Alex Gold, who now works at one of our sister stations in Kansas City. And he's from Kansas City. And I used to tell him, I said, so what do you guys talk about other than verbally fillet Patrick Mahomes all day? And he says, nothing. We talk about Patrick Mahomes all day.
Yeah.
Because he's Patrick friggin' Mahomes.
Yeah, get used to it with CJ around here.
And that is literally how it is going to be with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Because if you are looking at other quarterbacks around the league, guys not named Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
If we say 2 years from now, what quarterback in the NFL is going to be closest to Patrick Mahomes? He plays in the building that I can see through the window.
Yeah, yeah. That's probably not a bad answer. It's not a bad answer. I would like that to be the case. I mean, he might not be next to him, but he's in the same room. He's very, very close. He's on that trajectory. There's no doubt about that.
He just doesn't throw no-look sidearm passes to the other side of the
field. That's funny. Like, the Kansas City Chiefs, yeah, it's been Patrick Mahomes. It's always Patrick Mahomes, but they had Tyreek Hill. They had Jason, Travis Kelce. I always want to say Jason. The Texans are
Jason's cooler
in that. Yeah, he is kind of cooler. He is. The Texans are kind of in that conversation too, like at least where the Chiefs used to be, because now it's like Pat Mahomes and Kelce and then everybody else, right? Where the Texans, you've got Diggs, you got Danielle Hunter, you got Will Anderson. I mean, they've got a lot of big names on this team that are still very much expected to do some big things. It's not like you're trying to squeeze every last little drop out of all of these veteran guys. No. I mean, hell, Danielle Hunter's coming off of a career-high 16.5 sacks last year. Will Anderson, he's the defensive version of C.J. Stroud. His trajectory is just pointed way up. I mean, buy that stock like last year. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. 713-572-4610. You just mentioned something about C.J. Stroud and the Dell connection, right? And the way he's able to place balls and throw into tight windows and stuff like that. Dan Orlovsky recently ranked the top 10 NFL quarterbacks by traits. So there's more than 10, right? There's 10 in each group. Where does he have C.J. Stroud in his most important categories? We'll go through all of them. There's 7 of them. And C.J. pretty high up on the board. I'll tell you that right now. Go figure. That's next.
Minute here from my friend Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Science and Snoring. 5 years.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Alongside Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, it's Area 45. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text. Hit us on Twitter as well, at Pete Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself, Twitch, YouTube, the whole thing. Join the chat. You could do it right here. Hey, today was the first day that we did this, and we're going to keep it rolling every single Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday giveaway. Happens on all of the day parts. So we've got 7 o'clock hour, noon, and then 5 p.m. hour. So you got 3 chances to call in and win Texans tickets every single Tuesday. We're giving away 1 pair of front row bullpen tickets for each show on Tuesday. So make sure you keep it here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, download the Odyssey app, and you never have to miss a thing. We'll continue to remind you of that because we don't want you to miss out on anything. PC, I mentioned quarterback rankings. We like those. We like lists. We like rankings. And I love them even more, especially when your quarterback is involved in them. And I got really excited whenever I saw this on ESPN from Dan Orlovsky, who, is a football nerd, and I enjoy it. He nerded it up, created 7 categories, and decided to rank all the quarterbacks, various traits and skill sets. And those are broken down into arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, rush ability, and second reaction ability. I didn't really understand what that meant. But after looking at his description, it's basically being able to make a play, off schedule. And,
can you describe ball placement?
It's placing the ball where you want it to be.
It's where you place your balls.
Where you place your balls.
All right.
And nobody places balls better than, CJ. Maybe there's a few. CJ Stroud's pretty
He's the
good
best
at
at placing his balls.
Best at ball placement. Yes.
I want to place my balls that well.
He did really, really well in that category. Now, I'm going to ask you, because I know you haven't seen this
Especially
list.
so publicly.
I know you haven't seen this list. But arm strength, where would you think, you've got 10 choices, 1 through 10, where would you think C.J. Stroud ranks in arm strength amongst all NFL quarterbacks?
7, 8, somewhere in there.
Top 10, right?
Yeah.
Not ranked.
Shenanigans.
In Dan Orlovsky's list. Not ranked.
Who's the bottom of the list?
The bottom of the list for arm strength, it is Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson does not have a strong arm.
Number 9 is Dak Prescott. Number 8 is Anthony Richardson.
Now,
Very
Anthony
small
Richardson,
sample size.
In college, demonstrated a strong arm.
And at the combine,
But
didn't he
Dak
have like a
doesn't
freaking
have
80-yard throw?
Dak doesn't have a cannon arm either. I mean, Dak's got a solid arm, but it's not a cannon.
I don't. It's so funny. Like, whatever. He did it. Dan Orlovsky used to be a quarterback. Whatever.
Hey,
all of these guys look like they have a badass arm to me. Like, do you have to throw, your football at least 58 miles per hour to be considered to have great arm strength?
75.
When I see a guy, and I watch pretty much all of these guys in the combine and in games, they can all freaking throw the hell of that football down the field. That's what I would like. Is it going to be a can of corn, or is there a little something on it?
Can you throw it deep out? If you can throw it deep out, you probably got a strong arm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, Lamar, somebody's got to be 10 here, but C.J. Stroud not even on the list. So
that's a bad job by Dan Orlovsky. It's a bad job.
Baker Mayfield, 7.
What?
Will Levis is 6.
Baker Mayfield?
Yeah.
Dude, just make me 7. I mean, come on.
Aaron Rodgers is 5.
Lists are not made to be accurate. They're made to piss you off.
Stafford is 4. Herbert is 3.
Maybe Matt Stafford was 4 7 years ago?
Allen, your boy, is number 2.
Josh Allen's got a strong arm.
And Patrick Mahomes, of course, is number 1. Where would you think C.J. Stroud ranks in terms of placing his balls?
Top 5.
You would be correct. He is actually number 5. He is 5th in ball placement behind Joe Burrow, Tua, Pat Mahomes, Matt Stafford again, and then there's CJ at 5. Behind Stroud is Purdy, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott.
Geno Smith?
Yeah, man.
Stop it. Just throw this in the garbage. Geno Smith.
Dak Prescott.
Get the hell out of here, Geno Smith.
And then Josh Allen, your boy, rounds out the top 10 according to Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, I don't know about that Josh Allen one, but Geno Smith, that's egregious.
Orlovsky says, Stroud is in my top 5 partly because of how well he throws to receivers open down the field. It was his calling card in college, too. I wrestled with Purdy being 6th behind Stroud rather than higher on the list. So that was his take on Stroud and ball placement. Mechanics.
I mean, all we have to do really is go back to like this time last year when Brock Purdy had the best weapons in the NFL around him. And allegedly, C.J. Stroud had the worst weapons in the NFL around him. And how did they do? One guy played very well within his system with elite weapons around him. One guy elevated what was considered to be trash weapons into top weapons.
Yeah.
How are we having this conversation?
I just watched a couple of highlights, during the break of Stroud touchdowns from last season. The very first touchdown that he threw in his career against the Colts in the second half, right? I think it was in the second half. They were down 14-0. He found Nico Collins in the back of the end zone, a perfectly placed ball in which Nico could only go up and get. He high-pointed the ball, came down with it between 2 defenders, and then there was the first play, offensive play of the game for the Texans in the playoff game against the Browns, right? It was a touchdown strike. Displayed arm strength, displayed ball placement, displayed pocket presence. I mean, he stood in there and just delivered a throw to Nico Collins, who had run down the field 40, 45 yards at that point in time. Like, check, all the boxes for C.J. Stroud. He threw some incredible passes last year where only his receivers could get them. So top 5, I think that is easily fair. He probably could be a little bit higher. As far as mechanics go, where would you say C.J. ranks amongst quarterbacks that have the best mechanics?
Top 5. Part of what makes CJ great is the fact that he effortlessly repeats his delivery every single time. That is one of the things that makes you an accurate quarterback. It's also what makes you accurate on the run, is that your footwork is correct, your arm slot is correct. Therefore, when you're in the pocket, when you're out of the pocket, to maintain your accuracy is because of your mechanics.
Yeah.
He should be top 5.
Yeah, I know Clint Stoerner's really high on CJ's footwork being improved this year versus where he was last year. You're right, CJ Stroud is top 5. He's ranked 4 behind Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford, Justin Herbert. Then there's Stroud at 4.
What? Justin Herbert?
Justin Herbert. Number 3. Dak Prescott is number 5.
Was there like a magic wheel that Orlovsky just spun and whoever was on it, that guy got thrown into the list somewhere?
I feel like
we've got Baker Mayfield and Lamar Jackson with strong arms. Neither of them have a strong arm. We've got Geno Smith, ball placement wizard, and now we have Justin Herbert, elite mechanics. That's why they can never win. Justin Herbert may wind up having better mechanics now that he's got a real coach for the first time in his professional career. But I don't recall him, having, these phenomenal mechanics where oh my God, just every time he throws, he's like a carbon copy of himself. But just spin the wheel and throw a guy on there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Gerard Johnson work with Justin Herbert at one point in time as quarterback coach?
It's been a while.
I'm trying to think. I could be totally wrong on that. I thought there was some commonality between Stroud's quarterback coach and Justin Herbert's, but I might be terribly wrong on that. The other guys that round out the top 10 on mechanics: Prescott 5, Goff 6, Tua 7, Rodgers 8, Purdy 9, and Trevor Lawrence 10.
Lawrence is probably the only guy on there that you'd have a blink with, but he's 10. So, the other guys on that list are solid mechanical.
I feel like in large part, Orlovsky's done okay on the list.
He just throws in one or two what the Fs.
Yeah, WTFs. That's what you have to do in a list. Decision-making. C.J. Stroud, decision-making.
Again, should be top 5. He showed you as a rookie, if you blitz him, you're paying.
Number 4, according to Dan Orlovsky. Number 4, Aaron Rodgers, decision-making. Number 1, Matt Stafford, Joe Burrow, then C.J. Stroud. You've got Purdy, Love at 6, Pat Mahomes at 7, Dak Prescott at 8, Goff at 9.
How is Pat Mahomes at 7?
Yeah. It's so weird because this is where I struggled when I went through this list. I looked at decision-making with the football, and I said the same thing you did. How is Pat Mahomes that low? And then I looked at the very last category, second reaction ability. I don't know where Mahomes is. We'll get to it off the top of my head, but I have to believe he's probably number 1 on second reaction ability.
Tell me the guys who, if you blitz them, you're dead. Who, when things get off script, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys who find ways to turn chicken turds into Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
All right, those are the guys I want making decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, if you can have the great second reaction kind of ability, as Dan Orlovsky kind of quantifies this, your decision-making is probably pretty good to begin with as well. So Pat Mahomes is 7 on that list. Stroud is 4 on decision-making. Next is pocket presence. This is the top 10 quarterbacks' best pocket presence, according to Dan Orlovsky. Where's C.J. Stroud rank?
I'm going to say top 8. Look, the Texans' offensive line was extremely inconsistent last year, and he still found a way to be one of the most elite quarterbacks in the league as a rookie, elevating the players around him. But anytime you're a rookie, like they were earlier in the season, he took a lot of sacks, and late in the season, there were some breakdowns as they didn't have, you're down to one receiver, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say that he would slot in top 8.
You're right. Higher, though. Top 3.
Really?
Behind Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow. C.J. Stroud is 3rd best at pocket presence. And here's a brief, it's just a sentence, but Orlovsky's talking about how Mahomes is just fantastic and Burrow's right behind him. He says Stroud has already impressed in that area, too, especially on money downs. We've seen Stroud. He is a clutch performer. There's no question about that. Behind Stroud, you've got Stafford, Jackson, Purdy, Love, Allen, Geno Smith, 9. Dak Prescott, 10.
How do we have Josh Allen in there? I mean, it's 4th quarter, and it's a 1-score game. Pick!
Pocket presence. Not ball placement or decision-making. Pocket presence, my friend.
Oh, my God, I know they're coming to get me. Let me throw a pick!
Rushing ability. Where would you think CJ ranks in rushing ability?
He's probably not on the list.
Not on the list?
Because he doesn't run.
Correct.
He can run, but he doesn't. He's looking down the field. I think Josh Allen will be like maybe number 1 on that. Lamar Jackson should be number 1 on that, but I know they got to, verbally fillet Josh Allen as much as possible. But Lamar Jackson should be number 1.
He is.
Josh Allen might be number 2.
He is.
If Anthony Richardson made the strongest throwing arm, then Anthony Richardson should be on that list somewhere.
He is. 3.
Pat Mahomes should be on that list.
Keep going. He's 6.
Let's see. It's not going to be 2. He can't run. It's not going to be Rodgers. He can't run.
Correct. Oh, come on.
Burrow doesn't run much.
Burrow's 8.
Really? But Burrow doesn't run that much either anymore.
Yeah.
He's always hurt. Can't freaking run.
Yeah.
That's some horse crap.
You got Jalen Hurts at 4 and Justin Fields 5.
Well, Jalen Hurts, breaks off a big run occasionally. Jalen Hurts is more about the tush push.
Coming up next, we'll get you hot leads and the final category, second reaction ability, where C.J. Stroud ranks amongst the top 10
Put your hands on my hiney and push, big boy.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Area 45. Stay put.
Hey, listen, you want to get the best New York-style Neapolitan pizza in this city? Take it from the New Yorker. Frank's Pizza.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, hot leads coming up here just momentarily, as well as a H-Town post-game show. Presumably, Ryan Presley having a little problem in the bottom of the eighth inning. We'll get you caught up to date on all of that.
He's a 4-6-3 away from looking like a champ, though.
Dude is scary, though, man. He scares me. I don't know what it is, but I do know exactly what it is. He just puts too many damn guys on base. That's what scares me. My goodness. We'll get you the details here in just a moment. One final category in Dan Orlovsky's top 10 QB rankings by traits. The final category is second reaction ability. Where do you think C.J. Stroud ranks on second reaction ability?
Say top 6.
Is that your final answer?
Go top 6.
You, sir, are wrong. You, sir, lose. Good day, sir.
You didn't say I get nothing.
You get nothing. I forgot the line. That's what you're for. No, he's not on the list. He's not ranked. Second reaction ability, as you might imagine, number 1 is Pat Mahomes. Number 2, Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson, number 3.
Josh Allen.
Brock Purdy, 4. Love, 5. Caleb Williams. This is not fair. This is
guy who's never played in the league is on the list. All right, this tells you this list is ass.
I say it's ass for that reason alone, because I don't really agree with a lot of your criticisms, but definitely I agree with the Caleb Williams thing, man. Come on. Dak Prescott 7 behind Caleb Williams. Jalen Hurts 8 behind Caleb Williams.
Jalen Hurts' second reactions were so good, his team went into a free fall.
Gardner Minshew.
Oh, stop it.
9 behind Caleb Williams and ahead of your boy.
This
number
is just
10,
super ass at this
Justin Herbert, number 10, second reaction ability. Man, the wheels fell off for Orlovsky on that one. That was fun.
But see, this is, again, the purpose of a list is not to be accurate. The purpose of a list is to annoy you so that you'll share it with your friends and say, look what this idiot said. And then you'll share it. And then your friend will go, oh, my God, look at this idiot. And then that's all it is. Lists are designed to get reactions, to get shares. It doesn't matter if you like it or don't like it. It's just to keep getting clicks.
I wanted... Somebody already probably did it. And I like Dan Orlovsky, but just to poke a little fun at him, I wish somebody would have quote tweeted his original tweet about publishing this list with that time when he was Lions. I think he was a Lions quarterback, right? When he did it, not a Texans quarterback, when he ran out of the back of the end zone. It's like this guy put together this
pocket
list.
Awareness.
Pocket awareness. Second reaction ability. You just go on down the list, man. All right, let's do it. Time for hot leads.
These are the new leads.
Now, look, I need the lead.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads?
He's got the leads.
He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, first up on Hot Leads, told you we'd give you a check on the MLB scoreboard. We'll start in Tampa, where the Astros are just trying to hold on, man, and Ryan Presley's on the mound trying to keep it together. He's given up a run, had a bases-loaded situation. 1 run has come in, 2 are still on, with 2 out, and presently a 1-1 count on Christopher Morel. The Astros, most importantly, at least for the time being, are leading 3-2. It's been few and far between, obviously, with the runs tonight. The Rays took an early 1-0 lead before Yainer Diaz, RBI single, scored Alex Bregman in the 3rd inning. Bregman then homered a solo shot in the 5th. Pena hit a dinger to left center field at 4:08. That gave the Stros a 3-1 lead, which they have relinquished 1 run in this 8th inning. We'll see if Ryan Presley can get out of it. He's having some issues, man. 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and a K. 28 pitches. He's labored. You say Kikuchi. Got to get this dude a dub because he's pitched his ass off again, PC. 5 2/3 tonight, 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, 5 Ks. Another hell of a night for you say.
Yeah, and we'll have more on him in the H-Town post game because I got questions.
Yeah.
And they revolve around Joe Espada.
Yeah, well, there's you're not the only one. We're getting blasted on the text line tonight with Espada, Astro, and Kikuchi questions. There ain't no doubt. 2 games of consequence in the league tonight for the Astros, who came in tonight with a half-game lead on the Mariners, having won 6 straight ball games. The Astros, that is. The Mariners are in Detroit, taking on the Little Detroit Meows this evening, and the Tigers blasted the Mariners. This game's gone final. Have you seen the final score, by the way, of the Mariners?
I have not.
Okay, take a guess. How many hits the Mariners got today?
3.
You were correct.
Yes!
They lost 15-1.
Whoa!
And out-hit 21-3. Your boy Scooble didn't have too much work to do today. George Kirby had a lot of work to do.
Dude, Tarek Scooble is... And that dude's got to be the front runner for Cy Young. He has been amazing.
Yep.
That team isn't that good.
Scooble.
And what has he got now? 14 wins?
14-4 with a 2.53 ERA after today.
That dude is unbelievable.
Yep. He's been absolutely nails, man.
And to think that there was consideration he was going to get traded at the deadline.
Yeah. Well,
if you have that guy, and he's a young guy, you have that guy on your team, and you're going to trade him and not build around him, fire everybody.
Yeah.
Just contract your team.
So as of right now, the Astros
down to the IL.
A full game up on the Seattle Mariners after getting blasted 15-1. The Rangers are in Boston taking on the Red Sox, who lead the Junk Grabbers 6-4 with play in the top of the 7th inning. So Astros can create even more separation between themselves and the Texas Rangers.
And understand that game, if the Astros hold on to win this game, there'll be a game and a half up on the coffee sippers. But understand, the way this breaks down, right? There'll be a game up in the win column, but they've got 2 games in hand in the loss column, and that's huge.
Yeah.
Because when it's in the loss column, every game you win expands your lead. If it's in the win column, every game you have catches you up. So earlier in the year, the Astros had games in hand on the coffee sippers, but the coffee sippers had those in the win column.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the Astros hold them in the loss column, where they've got 2 fewer losses than the coffee sippers, and they've got 2 fewer games played. So that's potentially, that bodes in the Astros' favor.
Yeah, no doubt.
Those 2 games are now in the loss column.
They need some separation, more of it. I'll feel pretty good if the Astros can get about a good solid. Let's make it a good round 5. Get a 5-game lead on the M's, and I'll feel good going into the final week of the season when you'll see them 3 more times. Up next on Hot Leads, NFL, Vikings rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy needs surgery, could cost him the year.
Dude, that sucks so bad.
It does, man. The status of McCarthy in question after tests reveal that he's got a tear in his meniscus on his right knee, and a final determination is going to be made once he undergoes surgery, and that's scheduled for later on this week. Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings head coach, confirmed that today. McCarthy, played 30 snaps in his preseason debut, even threw a touchdown pass on the final play for him, and didn't say anything that night. Reported the injury to the medical staff Monday morning. And now doctors are going to decide during surgery, whether McCarthy needs to trim the meniscus, which could allow him to return this season, or if he needs a full repair, that could cost him all of his rookie season, and we won't see him until 2025. So that sucks. By the way, in case you're wondering, Sam Darnold and Nick Mullins are the only other 2 quarterbacks on the depth chart that have actual burn in the NFL. For the Minnesota Vikings. So their season, I don't know what they thought was going to happen anyway. I mean, Darnold was listed as QB1 on the depth chart from day one anyway, but I mean, McCarthy looked pretty freaking good the other day, man.
How many bad things have to happen to the Vikings this year? I mean, they had a player die.
Who was that?
They had a cornerback die in a car crash earlier in the offseason.
Oh, it was a Viking?
Yeah.
Crap.
And they've had all kinds of bad things have happened to that team, and we're not even in week 1. Like that team is cursed.
I mean,
this year.
geez, prior to death, you could say, well, no more Daniil Hunter. They got Blake Cashman. Didn't they get another Texan up there? Jonathan Grenard. Yeah. Okay, you could do worse than that. I mean, it hasn't been all bad for the Vikings. They just they need a quarterback, man, in a very, very bad way. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, think about it. Kyrie Jackson died. Blackman tore his ACL.
Kyrie Jackson, that's it. Yeah.
Addison got a DUI.
Oh, that's right.
Griffin got hurt, and now McCarthy is looking at knee surgery. Like, they have been freaking cursed.
Possible season-ending knee surgery. The Pittsburgh Steelers and the San Francisco 49ers apparently still hard at work on a Brandon Ayuk trade. Reports from earlier this evening said the Steelers have a deal on a potential trade for the 49ers receiver. That was according to the NFL Network. Now, Pittsburgh's also in a good place, according to the report, when it comes to a possible long-term deal for Brandon Ayuk if the 49ers sign off on the trade. The report also stating that the 49ers have sent Ayuk a long-term contract offer, but he has not accepted it at this time. The two sides have just not been able to find common ground on an extension despite all of these weeks and months of attempts. So we'll keep you up to date on that one. Definitely, as far as like football stuff concerned, actual football, biggest story this offseason. Now, finally, up on hot leads, the Washington football team signed an oldie but a kind of goodie today. Do you remember Martavius Bryant?
Yeah.
Did you think he retired like 6 years ago?
I thought he was banned from the league.
He was, and I did not remember this being the case, and why would I? Because, I mean, he ain't done nothing in a long time. Was reinstated this past November, and apparently is trying to kick it after spending a little time on the couch, spend a little time in the XFL, spend a little time in whatever the hell a fan-controlled football league is.
Yes, the fan-controlled football where the fans get to pick the plays.
Okay, that's what that is.
He played in the CFL with the Edmonton Elks because apparently
Elks.
Well, you remember Warren Moon played for that same team, but they were the Eskimos back then.
I remember the Eskimos.
But Eskimos apparently is no longer a politically correct term.
Oh, come on.
So they've had to change the name to the Elks.
Jeez. Do they still call them igloos?
No, I don't know if that's acceptable either. It might just be ice houses. In which case, we just call them all Kirby ice houses.
Steak night. Wednesdays, I think. So Martavius Bryant, who, man, how old is this guy? 33 years old now, I think?
He's 32. He'll be 33 in December.
33, age 33 season, trying for a comeback. With the good old Washington football team.
The Commies.
The other team that can't use their
How
original
long will
name.
they be the Commies?
The Commies? I just refuse.
Dude, how great
They're
is that?
They're the Washington football team.
You've got a team in Washington that wears all red, and you can nickname them the Commies. I mean, the amount of thought that went into this
is fantastic.
Is like next to negative, like 500.
How about this? Because I've actually been wondering the same thing, too. We get a text from the 832. Why aren't the Bills trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk? I think it's a legitimate question. Like, they just had to put Claypool on IR today, and you know how thin they are at receiver already. Why wouldn't you give freaking Josh Allen a weapon after losing to Gabe Davis and Stefan Diggs this offseason?
They're going to run the football.
Dude, you got to do more than run the football.
They are going to run the football forever.
Yeah.
They do have
see how that works out.
They've got a really good offensive line.
You just hand over. Yeah, great. Go ahead and hand over the division to the Miami Dolphins right now if you're just going to freaking slog it with a run game now.
They are going to run the ball a lot.
They're going to get their asses kicked if that's the plan and plan alone.
Well, if they play Dallas a lot, they'll win.
Yeah. Right now, Dallas, they're dealing with it too, right? Their ass. All right, that's going to do it for Hot Leads. Coming up next.
Dude, if you're the Cowboys.
Fixing a damn hole on the field.
Right, think about it. You gave away, Amari Cooper for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You won't sign CeeDee Lamb to a long-term deal. You won't sign Dak Prescott to a long-term deal. Why not go for Ayuk and just go all in. I mean, if it's all 1 year, then go for it for 1 year.
The deal makes sense for so many other teams not named the Cleveland Browns or the Pittsburgh Steelers, the two teams, and along with the Patriots. Like, they were the first ones. They just kind of set the table. But it makes sense.
Well, did you see the Browns deal supposedly included Amari Cooper? Why are you trading to get Ayuk if you're getting rid of Amari Cooper? What is the purpose of that?
No, I heard that. I think that's, I call BS on that. Nobody reputable had that.
But they're the
before,
Browns.
Right? Yeah.
So, can't rule it out.
That's fair. They did give Dingleberry Watson the $250 million guaranteed deal or whatever it's at.
$250 million to air hump.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. It's Area 45. Coming up next, we'll get into a little more Texans and C.J. Stroud. No, I don't want to talk about C.J. Stroud. Enough about Stroud.
We might be looking at a H-Town postgame very, very soon.
Oh, did they get out of the situation in the eighth inning?
Yes, they're in the ninth inning.
Okay, good. Hater's on the mound. Yeah, potentially H-Town postgame show.
Hater just made them put a whole bunch more dirt into the mound because there was a high school-sized crater hole where the pitchers land.
It looked like a freaking cow took a dump on the pitcher's mound. That's what I thought they were doing.
Yes, in a giant hole.
All right, potential H-Town postgamer coming up next.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts Monday. Who will be joining John and Figgy full-time?
Even around the league, they're being looked at as top 5 when it comes to just the offensive skill talent that a really ascendant quarterback in CJ.
wash. Wow, for all-day freshness.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town Postgame with Bijani.
It is the H-Town Postgame Show.
And Creighton.
Hold on, Jerry. This is my show. So since it's my show, I get to control who talks and when.
Ground ball. Dubon throws to first. Goal hitter. Ronel Blanco.
It's a no-hitter for Ronel Blanco.
Yainer hits one high, deep, forget about it up on the train track. That was a Yainer bomb. This ball smoked deep right center field. Number 2 on the night, the big man. Change up and slider. Go ball. That ball hit pretty well to right, and there's a walk-off. A walk-off with 2 outs. Victor Caratini, the star of the game. The Astros, who are struggling in extra innings, walk it off, 10-9. I like him a little dirty, and I like a couple of olives for the walk-off Caratini.
Ground ball, slowly hit. Yainer, Diaz will flip it to Hader, covering. Astros win 3-2. Josh Hader covering first base. Hopefully he's fine. He kind of ran awkwardly off the bag, but he makes the final out as the Astros get their 26th consecutive save from Hader, and they now lead the AL West by a game and a half, their biggest lead of the season.
Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network. It is
Happy Recap.
Yeah, buddy, if you want to be a part of it, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Call or text, tweet at us, at P. Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself, Twitch, YouTube. You can join the chats there as well. 3-2, Stros get the dub again. And they've got the series finale upcoming tomorrow against the Tampa Bay Rays after winning their 7th straight baseball game. And with the Seattle Coffee Sippers getting their teeth kicked in this evening, 15-1 by the Detroit Meows, well, this dub means the Stros are a full game and a half up on the M's in the AL West. That is a thing of beauty, man. Let's keep this thing going. You can get a sweep against the Rays tomorrow, and regardless, it's about you at this point in time. If the Astros continue to take care of themselves, just kind of as it's been the case to this point, everything else will take care of itself. That's all you can worry about, PC. Some great nights from Alex Bregman. 3-hit night, 7 multi-hit games this month now, 6 in his last 7. Hit another dinger tonight. That's 4 straight games with a home run for Alex freaking Bregman.
I hit dingers.
That is he that kid? Is he that kid all grown up? All I do is hit dingers.
I hit dingers.
Yusei Kikuchi was terrific again tonight, though only lasted 5 2/3. Maybe should have been able to get through the 6th inning, but
I thought Joe pulled him early.
That is,
he pulled him with 2 outs in the 6th, right after Altuve booted a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 outs and a man on first.
Mm-hmm.
He's at 92 pitches. I'd have let him stay in the game. Instead, they went to Abreu.
Yeah.
And Abreu had to come in. And Abreu was great. Abreu threw an inning and a third of clean baseball, struck out 2 of the 4 batters he faced. But to me, you didn't need to go to Abreu in the 6th. You could have let Kikuchi. That ball should have been handled. Altuve just missed it. It kicked off his heel. But guy at first base, and all right, hold on. Not only do I have to go to the bullpen, but I got to go to Abreu? That seemed like you were managing a World Series game that you didn't need to manage.
Well, it's kind of like he's been doing it all year, really. I agree with you, though. I mean, it's one thing if you feel like, your guy's reaching his pitch limit. I mean, he had 92 pitches tonight, but, Yusei Kikuchi, last time out, he threw 100. The time before that, he was 95. He's been in and around like the mid-90s, so that's probably why, Espada makes that decision. I mean, it's one thing if a guy hits a freaking bullet, to center field, which I think was the case for the first hit allowed tonight by Yusei Kikuchi in the first inning or 2, whatever it was. I mean, that thing was a rocket. That wasn't the case. I mean, it's hard to pull a guy after, a fielder just boots one. That was only Altuve's 2nd error of the entire season, by the way. It would have been nice to get him in there. But look, it's a quality start in my book, and it's definitely a dub
And
for
the
Kikuchi.
only book that matters is the book of Bijani.
That's right. Hey,
The only book that matters.
Kikuchi now 6-9 on the season, man.
Second straight win as an Astro for Yusei Kikuchi.
Yeah. He's been really, really good. This is a huge win so far for the Astros.
ERA on the season now down to 4.49 from 4.75 when he arrived on the team, but he entered the game with a 3.27 ERA as an Astro, and that will likely dip down to under 3.
Yeah, not exactly Randy Johnson-esque type numbers as an Astro or Roger Clemens as an Astro, but I will take that, absolutely. It's about
Could you
getting the
imagine
dubs.
the Astros this year would have tried to acquire a Randy Johnson? Like, you'd have given up the top 12 picks in your system, the top 12 prospects in your system.
Not needed. Look, you'd said it for weeks and weeks and weeks prior that, you'd felt like if the Astros, not if, but the Astros are going to make a move, but it's going to be a savvy one. That's at least my word. I forget the terminology that you used. I mean, play the margins.
They were going to play the margins. They were going to try to find a value pitcher, somebody who was a mid to back of the rotation guy that they could count on for 5 to 6 innings every time through the rotation. He wouldn't get you bombed. He'd keep you in the game. Kikuchi's a guy who misses bats. And they were able to take his stuff and harness it, which is exactly what the Astros do. They take pitchers, they harness them, they use the analytics, they show this is what you're great at, this is where you have success, this is where you're not having success, let's do this, not that. They are the best in baseball at this, and it's got Toronto media right now wondering, why can't our coaching staff figure this out? Maybe they suck. Maybe they need to be fired. Why? How many years have they had Yusei Kikuchi and they can't figure out how to make him more efficient and more effective? And it took the Astros 48 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Blue Jays aren't the only team, the fan base that's wondering the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of teams in Major League Baseball that have not had the track record for success.
Sucks to suck.
In getting what the Astros have out of their pitchers, either in-house ones that aren't, top 100 and whatever list it is, or guys that they've acquired via trade, picked up off waivers, doesn't matter. Just their scouting department, their player development, their analytics department, it is, for whatever reason, just gelling, and it continues here with the Astros over the course of this last 7-8 years.
There's still morons
really cool
out there who want to go with, the Astros are cheating again. No, we're just better than you.
Yeah. Anybody that's not an Astros fan is going to say that for till kingdom come, man.
Yes, the Astros are using the sign-stealing scam on the road.
Yeah, they got the hookup.
What they did was they went up into the camera booth and they paid off the camera guy, like they gave him a 20 to, hey, can you put that feed directly into our clubhouse so we can steal this?
I don't think the camera guy got paid tonight. That
a
dude
whole
sucked.
20.
Every fly ball was a home run.
When they do it at Yankee Stadium, they got to give him a 50.
Right, just a 50. That's it. That's going to get the job done.
When they do it in L.A., when they go to a Dodger Stadium, they just got to give the guy a pair of brass knuckles because you can't go to L.A. without a fight breaking out.
I thought it was going to be something else. I thought it was going to be a little angel dust.
By the way, did you see? That's the drug dealers.
Oh,
did you see in L.A. Rams Cowboys? Huge brawl outside the stadium between Rams fans and Cowboys fans.
What's the common denominator there?
L.A.
No, Cowboy fans. Cowboy fans come to NRG, start mess, make people have to pay for tailgating now. Then they go to L.A. and they start mess. Come on.
To say with the L.A. murderers, also known as the Dodgers, they go everywhere they go. They start fights in their own building. They start fights. They don't just start fights with other teams' fans. They start fights with each other. Do you remember when they first came here, 2021, after the COVID year and a year after everything had broken with the Astros, and they come here and they're starting fights everywhere. And they're not just fighting Astros fans. They're fighting themselves in the bars in Edo. Like, they're starting huge, massive brawls. It was in the Chronicle. It was like 30-person brawl in a bar. Dodgers fans versus Dodgers fans.
Yeah.
It's like, You guys are the
Morons.
worst. You are the friggin' worst.
Yeah. I love to see it, though. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. It's the H-Town postgame show. Stros beat the Rays 3-2. Josh Hader, his 26th consecutive save conversion. Is that a new franchise record?
It is extending his new franchise.
Oh, it already is.
25 was the record.
Yeah.
So Brad Lidge had 24. That was the record.
Okay.
It is now 26 and counting.
I thought he might have been
Josh
stuck.
Hader.
I thought he might have been stuck between Wagner and Lidge, but he is atop of the mountain there. So that's good. All right, coming up next, we'll stick with the H-Town postgame show. We'll get you the latest from the clubhouse, get you a little Joe Espada. Coming up also later on this hour, what's been working for Spencer Arrighetti? Some really good audio as he was on a MLB Network show earlier
David
today.
Culley is not going to like this.
He will not. And PC will tell you why. Coming up next.
After his solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking to fine-tune before the Texans' regular season kicks off?
Everything, yeah. I mean, it's what we're here for. It's not going to be perfect. We got a great defense that keeps us honest every day, and we do the same with them. So, just iron sharp iron.
potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
There you go. Base hit into left center field. That'll tie the game. Bregman in to score. Jordan going to third. Yainer comes through again. RBI number 67 on the year, the team leader. Line drive, short hop by Yainer. He's going to get to the bag for the second out. A run will score. Yainer knocked it down on a line drive. It's now a 3-2 game as crossing the plate is Jackson.
Good play by Yainer. Just keep it in front, get the out.
Man, it was a huge play by Yainer Diaz there in the 8th inning. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call. Stros win it tonight 3-2. Yainer's big night at first base got his start. The first of the season there for the Astros tonight. Pretty damn good, as you heard there, with a big play in the 8th inning. PC, that was huge because that ended an 11-pitch at bat. And hell, there was a 7-pitch at bat to get the third out on the next guy too, but that prevented another run from crossing too, which very well could have tied. Well, it would have tied this game at 3 runs apiece. And for all we know, we could still be playing right now, or the Rays could have gotten one over on the Astros. But Ryan Presley having difficulties getting outs in the 8th inning. Yainer Diaz coming up big.
No, and look, it wasn't like, he gave up the single to Jackson, and that was not hit very hard, but hit single into right. And then the single by Diaz was not hit hard at all. It was just a ground ball that happened to find an opening. So those were, he didn't give up like real hard contact on either hit. But then when you walk, Dylan Carlson, it's like, all right, now you're just giving free passes out. You got to put the guy away. And in the past, when, Ryan Presley had gotten himself in a, first and second, one out, he comes back, he gets a pop-up, he gets a strikeout, he gets a ground ball, and you're out, no issue. But then he walks a guy, and now your margin forever is none. He got the ground ball, he just didn't get it where he needed it. He got a ground ball right down the first base line that Yainer knocked down and then took. But even if he fielded it cleanly, Yainer didn't have a shot at a double play. If that's a ground ball to second, it's 4-6-3, we're out.
Mm-hmm.
But he got the ground ball, just not where he needed it. His location was just a little bit off today. He didn't have the real sharp command that he needed, and wound up giving up a run because he gave up a couple of soft contacts and he gave up a walk. And the walk is really what got him.
713-572-4610. If you want to join the show, call or text 572-4610. 32 pitches needed for Ryan Presley.
He will not be pitching tomorrow, by the way.
Will not. Absolutely not. 18 pitches for the final 2 batters. And I'm looking at his recent body of work, not including tonight's game, but his previous 6 games. He's thrown 6 innings, allowed 10 hits, 4 earned runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, 1 homer. His ERA his last 6 games is 6. Opponents are batting .357 with a 1026 OPS. Batting average on balls in play, .391.
That's a really high number, by the way.
It is a very high number. And look, I know this to be true because I do this show with you almost on a nightly basis. It is very odd that Ryan Presley is, very much the victim of some soft contact, of some flubs in the field, of guys hitting the baseball in no man's land, sometimes on the infield. I feel like that's happened a couple of times this year. But at the end of the day, PC, the guy just makes me uncomfortable on the mound. It's an uneasy feeling. It's an untrustworthy situation for me and Ryan Presley right now. And I feel like it's been that way for most of the season. Prior to these 6 games, Ryan Presley was badass. He was on it. He'd figured it out. He was nails. I think he had 10, 11, 12 straight outings where he didn't give up a run or something. He looked like he's assumed the role, has embraced it rather, the 8th inning guy, and put it all together. Everything's feeling good, looking good. Is this a rough patch? Is this just more bad luck? What do you think with Ryan Presley?
Well, it was 15 straight outings without a run.
15.
He only allowed 1 earned run the entire month of July.
Mm-hmm.
He only allowed 3 earned runs in the month of June and not any after June 9th. So he had been going well, and right now he's scuffling a little bit. If this is where he scuffles so that when we get to September and October he's grooving, okay.
Is he pitching as regularly, you think, as he would like? Do you think that has something to do with maybe a little bit of rustiness, command that he struggles with?
Well, he hadn't pitched since the 9th, so it's been 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
But the last time he pitched, he walked a pair of guys and had to throw 28 pitches to get out of an inning, which he gave up an earned run without allowing a hit. Walks get you.
Yeah.
And he walked a guy tonight. Prior to that, he hadn't walked a guy since July 29th. But you really, if you go back 6, now 7 outings, he's allowed runs in 5 of those 7 outings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's been 1 run every time, but still, he's allowed a run in 5 of 7 of his last outings. And you're okay, you know what? He's going through a little something here, but it's not outside of that game on the 29th. It hasn't cost, like they haven't. Well, they lost that game. They lost the game against the Junk Grabbers where he gave up the tying run,
mm-hmm.
and then Caleb Ferguson came in and gave up
a dinger.
10th.
Yeah,
but look, if he holds the line there, they're out of it in the 9th, and they win.
Yeah.
So he's cost them 2 games here in the last 7.
Mm-hmm.
He's also got a track record that says when the money's on the line,
he's the guy.
He's nailed.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about
his
that.
His postseason track record is phenomenal.
It is, especially the last 2.
Guys go through ups and downs in the regular season. He's going through a little bit of a lull here. I don't look at this as, oh, well, Presley's toast. He's going to suck. Got to get rid of him. Just make him another Montero. No, that's not. Let's stop the silliness now.
No,
he's still Ryan Presley.
I was there about 2.5 months ago, though. You know this to be true. Joe Espada just got done with the media after the Astros 3-2 victory this evening. Here's what Joe had to say on the dub.
Your guys to continue what you've been doing?
Little, just urgency. There's fire. We running, we run this finish line. And the guys are playing with urgency. There's a level of energy that I've seen this team do that before.
How would you kind of describe the run Bregman's on right now with the slug and the power?
And the defensive play, ball down the foul line. It's a big play. He's just found his groove. His swing it's right, and level of confidence, which he never lacks. But right now, he's putting some good swings.
How did you see Kikuchi adjust, I guess, to his lineup?
Good. I thought his slider used his breaking balls again, very efficiently again today. He throws the ball really well. He attacks the zone. Him and Vic are on, well connected right now. Really, really good performance.
He hasn't gone super deep in the games, but he's giving you exactly what you need, I think.
That's what you need. Yeah. Give us a chance to win the game, and let's hand the ball to the bullpen.
Is everything okay with Presley? His velo was a little bit down in that inning. Is he okay physically?
Yes, he's good physically, and he got out of that inning, and he's making his pitches, and they're putting some swings on pitches that he's executing, and but he's throwing the ball really well.
What did you see on Caballero's single in the second that he was able to turn into a double? Is that something that
a little more urgency out of Chas?
See about by Yainer, with the 2-out hit after they kind of pitched around, it's Jordan. It seemed like a little bit.
Yeah, he's keep getting some big hits, especially when they pitch around Jordan. He's found his level where he's kind of comfortable and being able to slow the game down. He understands the situation that he's in. He knows that they're going to pitch around Jordan, so he's embracing those moments very well.
All right, Joe Espada just moments ago in the post game. So accurate description from Byron Matthews earlier when we started the show talking about Chaz's lack of urgency. So good job by you. Good observation. Joe basically said, a little more urgency out of Chaz there. Lollygagger.
That's probably the second strongest player chastising that Joe has done in public this year, followed by only behind Fromber went rogue.
Yeah, that's a good one. Fromber went rogue. That was he flat out.
That was
called it
pretty.
Like it was. Yeah,
that was pretty pointy. He said Fromber went rogue.
Mhm.
We had a plan. He didn't listen, and as a result, got his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
So here for him to say need more urgency out of Chaz there. That's that's the comment that he gave publicly behind closed doors.
Oh yeah,
Chaz probably got his ass chewed out.
100%. And you know what? It really you didn't need it because you heard everything right there. Joe Espada just lauded 30 seconds prior to him calling Chaz McCormick out. Responding to a question, but had just lauded the entire team for playing with a sense of urgency. And he's been doing that much more here of late over the course of the last few weeks. And when that's not being reciprocated by a guy who's struggling, one thing that I think you point to is, you know what? When Jake's not hitting, he's going to bring it to you in the field. We used to say the same thing about Chaz McCormick. When Chaz not hitting, he's hitting below 200 now. You better bring it in the field. And when your ball club, when your manager doesn't see you doing that defensively, it makes it really hard for you to get an opportunity to stay in the lineup the next day.
And the thing is, I think normally this year, Chaz has played very well defensively, but that was a moment that I'm sure Chaz would like to have back.
Mm-hmm.
That was a moment that his manager, I'm sure, is not going to let him, because it cost him a run. So I'm sure that's not going to be it's all right, you'll get him next time.
No.
It's going to be, because fans see the affable Joe Espada to the media. Joe Espada is a player's manager. He is not going to throw his guys under the bus to the media. But when you get behind closed doors, all right, and it's just him and the coaches and the players, he is not, all nicey nice all the time. Joe's got, plenty of bite in him, and they know it.
Mm-hmm.
Chaz probably got an ass tearing about that play, especially as it cost them a run. Now, they didn't lose, because if they had lost, it would have been a real ass tearing. But he probably got himself a ass tearing.
It would have been a difference in the game.
Because it cost him a run.
100%.
And like you said, if you're hitting 199, dude, you better be all hustle all the time.
You got to, because that might turn things around for you. I get it if he's going through it mentally at this point in time. I could understand that, but you got to be able to compartmentalize that. He's gone through it before, and he's climbed out of it. We saw it last year, where he figured some stuff out in season and put together a career year for himself. And at no point in time this year have I ever felt like Chaz McCormick with any, consistency has felt like he's figured it out.
No, Chaz should be in Sugarland. He should be in Sugarland to work on his swing and find his confidence. And you know what? If you'd sent him down a month ago, maybe he'd already have found a swing, and you'd have had the Chaz that you need up here right now. Continuing to play him sporadically, he is not catching fire. There is no reason to continue to have him be an automatic out in your lineup every night. Yes, they're winning. And I get the whole, they're winning. How big a deal is it? Because, again, the goal for this team is not winning in August. It's winning in October.
Sure.
And if you want to win in October, Chaz needs to be hitting, or whoever's replacing Chaz needs to be hitting.
Well, and that's the problem. You've got too many guys that aren't hitting, whether it be Jake Myers, Chaz McCormick, Mauricio Dubon.
The one
Pedro
guy in the
Leon.
lineup who could you get away with not hitting is Jake Myers.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 10 outs above average.
Yeah.
He is the number one defensive center fielder in the league this year. All right, that guy hits 230, you're living with it.
Yeah.
Because he's running down friggin' everything. He's making catches over the wall. He's making diving catches. He's running balls down in the gaps. He's covering for whoever your slow ass is in left field. Sometimes that's Jordan. He's covering for that guy and getting on. He is doing everything when it comes to running the ball down and making plays that other center fielders are not making with the glove.
Yeah.
So if that guy's got a bat ninth and hit 235, you're going to live with it. You can't live with it from Dubon. You can't live with it from Chaz.
No.
You've got to get offense from those guys.
Well, you just mentioned the guy, too. Jordan, between him and Bregman and Altuve and Yainer, obviously, between those guys, you've been able to get by with it because they've been producing runs out the wazoo.
Well,
Definitely.
that's
over
it.
the
We
course.
talked about this, a couple days ago, and really, it was actually announced about a week ago because when the Astros were in that slump and they weren't scoring any runs, they were taking a few L's. And look, you're not getting the production from Altuve, from Bregman, from Jordan. Those guys weren't hitting. I don't care what team you are in baseball. If your big three don't hit, you don't score. Those guys have to produce runs. And one of the hallmarks of this run here, where they've now won 7 in a row, who's hitting? Bregman, Jordan. Those guys are hitting everything.
Yep. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. It's Area 45's H-Town postgame show. Coming up next, what's been working for Spencer Arrighetti? Spent some time with MLB Network earlier today. We'll let you listen in next.
Analytics.
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where it left off in the Texans' 20-12 preseason.
original Carajillo. Information and cocktail ideas, visit their website at buyliquor43.com. Liquor 43 and Zamora Company USA remind our friends to drink responsibly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
9 o'clock hour alongside Patrick Creighton. I'm Sean Bijani. It's the Area 45 H-Town postgame show. Stros winners tonight, 3-2. If you'd like to be a part of the program, you can hit us up, 713-572-4610. Before we get to some Spencer Arrighetti, and it's really good stuff from him earlier today. Let's hit the phones. Get out to Ernest. Ernest, you're on Area 45. What's up, my man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
So I'll get on the sports real quick, but I got one little thing to say, and I know y'all don't have no control over it, but I do got to say, in the loop, Pendergast and Seth Payne and The Drive all get a text on Tuesday, and they leave out Area 45.
Man.
The night guys don't get free giveaway? What?
Big E, it's a C-O-N-spiracy.
But that's all I'm there. But one thing I did got to say about the Astros is Ryan Presley turning into the next Montero. Like, every time he gets on the mound and pitches, I'm afraid he's going to blow the lead and we're going to lose. And it's just crazy from where he's been to where he's at now. And with the Texans, I'm a little concerned about Christian Harris and how they're keeping him hush-hush. I'd hang up and listen to what you guys got to say.
Appreciate you, Ernest. Have a good night, dude. He's covered all the bases there, hadn't he? I addressed the whole conspiracy thing last night, though. I just contend that, the station's trying to show the other shows some love. They understand with the reach that we have on our night audience. They're trying to just spread the love. They want to give some other shows some attention, not all on Area 45. I totally get that. We're all about sharing and caring around here, PC. So,
well, I mean, look, free stuff is an Area 45 trademark, and they're kind of spreading it around to everybody else. Listen, maybe they just need a little more help to get the fans to know that they care about them the way we care about our fans. That's all it is, right? They see how much we care about our fans. They want the other show's fans to know, hey, they care about you too. So it's all right. It's all good, right? We're team players. We want the other teammates to do well. We want them to hit some homers too. So, if we got to give them some cork bats, whatever. Long as they hit the homers, we're good.
All good with that. So, the Ryan Presley stuff, I'm right there with you, Ernest. I have a very uneasy feeling when he's on the mound because I feel like you never know what you're going to get with him. And that's not a feeling I'm used to having with Ryan Presley. And it's bothersome, not because, they're tearing the cover off of the ball when this guy's on the mound. I mean, he's been the victim of some bad luck. He's, struggled with command. He's walked some guys. And that was a situation more times than not over the course of the last, 5-6 outings that he's had. He's walked some guys.
And we got to stop with the whole Montero thing, all right? Stop putting that evil on people.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little too strong. But we're not used to seeing this Ryan Presley.
No, we're not. But, however, in the past, we have seen Presley go through stretches like this. Usually, in past years, when he's gone through stretches like this, he's done a 15-day.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go through a stretch like this, and then you find out his back's bothering him. He'll go through a stretch like this, and you find out his knee's bothering him. So hopefully it's not any of those things. It's just he's going through a little stretch, and he'll be fine. Like we just said before he went on this little stretch here where he's given up runs in 5 of his last 7 outings. He had gone 15 outings in a row without giving up a run.
Yep.
So, it's a bad stretch. Look, everybody goes. Altuve goes through slumps. Jordan went a month where he hit 1 homer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? From July 4th to August 5th, dude hit 1 homer. Jordan hit 1 homer. It's a long season. Guys go through ebbs and flows. He's going through a little ebb right now.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as the Christian Harris thing goes, I'm a little worried about that situation with the Texans because, he wasn't practicing. That was literally, if I'm remembering
his
correctly,
first practice back.
It was his first practice back, and then, he walked off and he left early. And so what's going on with that situation? But I think he was probably the biggest name, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of like guys that we fully expected to see on a practice field day one of training camp and was not. I mean, hell, I missed him because I just thought he was out there. And I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for Christian Harris to not be out there. And we haven't seen him until, what was it, Sunday.
And he left practice early with a leg injury where, he walked off a little gingerly and, we had coaches on the side of him. So, no, not a good sign what's going on with Christian Harris. And unfortunately with Christian Harris, he's been banged up from the day he got here. Every season. This is now his third season, and he's been banged up his rookie year, banged up last year, played great when he came back last year.
Mm-hmm.
But, so far, this is who Christian Harris is. He's banged up early.
Yeah.
Every year he's been banged up early. Let's get him healthy and let's get him back on the field looking like he did, second half of last season when he basically played with like a guy with his hair on fire. So, if that means he's got to miss a few games, he's got to miss a few games. Or I hope it's not too many games. You never want to see a guy miss half the season or whatnot. You hope he doesn't have to go on IR. But man, Harris, whatever his routine is in the offseason, they need to look at it and see, why is this guy always hurt coming into camp? What is he doing in the offseason that maybe they can change or adjust so that his body doesn't break down so much?
Do you remember if it was soft tissue stuff with him last year in the year prior to that? Because I don't, to be honest with you. I know he had a calf issue earlier in the camp. That's why he wasn't out there. And I'm just, I don't want to assume anything, but if that acted up for him on Sunday, maybe he said, you know what, everybody else is coming. Like Laramie's out there, Titus is out there. Like, I'm good to go. I got to go. Like, we got to get this thing popping. And he pushed it maybe too soon. I don't know if that's the case. I can't remember what his problem. I feel like he had a quad or something like that last year that sidelined him, but I could be wrong on that. No need to speculate, but it just sucks because it's a position group for me that I didn't feel at all comfortable about, nor should any of you. At any point last season, Blake Cashman's special teams ace, and good for him, he parlayed his performance into a potentially very big contract with the Minnesota Vikings this offseason. But, dude, outside of Azeez Al-Shire, who are you feeling really good about at linebacker if he's not Christian Harris? Like, those two dudes, when healthy, tremendous. But then you got Henry To'oTo'o, and the backup beyond that is special teamers. Neville Hewitt, Jake Hansen, and a bunch of guys you don't know yet because they ain't done nothing yet. That worries me about a position group that is really, really important on this squad. So appreciate the phone caller. And a 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to be involved in the show. Spencer Arrighetti on Intentional Talk earlier today. Really good conversation with him. They spent about 2-3 minutes with him. And look, they wanted to know because this guy's turned his season around over the course of the last 6 outings. There's really 5 starts in a row now that he's gone at least 6 innings, but he had a Bijani quality start 6 outings ago in which he allowed just 2 hits in 5 innings. He's not seen the results in the win column, PC, when he's been on the mound, and I didn't realize the numbers were this bad by the Astros offense when he has pitched, but I looked it up just a few moments ago, and boy, it has been bad. His ERA, the last 6 times he's pitched, 3.25. That's fantastic. Not being reciprocated by the Astros offense. They've averaged just 1.3 runs per start for Spencer Arrighetti.
Tough to be a rookie.
They've won 1 of his last 6 starts. 1. Hence, you're not going to win very many ball games when you don't score more than 2 runs. And we know the rule of 4 for the Astros. They wanted to talk to him about striking out 25 dudes, though, his last 2 starts. 33 in his last 3 combined. Former MLBers Ryan Dempster and Kevin Millar wanted to know what's been working and how his preps changed of late.
I would say it's changed a little bit since I've joined the big leagues. Obviously, you mentioned minor league baseball also. Back then, I was kind of more concerned about just throwing something really nasty, throwing as hard as I can. And now recently, I feel like I've started to dive a little more into the hitters, and I try to find my spots in the zone where I feel comfortable depending on where I'm at in the lineup, and I'll identify my safe zone, my best off speed, certain things like that are just going to help me feel more confident executing out on the game.
I'm curious, dude, you mentioned throwing as hard as you can in the minor leagues. Has being in the big leagues and being around these guys taught you a little bit about maybe backing off on fastballs and command over versus velocity?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, time and time again here, I've gotten beat when I fall behind. So I've put a little more stock recently into executing pitches rather than just trying to, like you said, throw it as hard as I can. And I think that it's done me a lot of good. I mean, I feel like I'm competing a lot more often. I still get to 2 strikes quick, and then I can throw something hard, something nasty, and try to get a swing and miss. But when I need to be in the zone, I feel like I've done a lot better job of that.
Good stuff from Arrighetti earlier. I like the transparency. It was a good conversation, easy to understand for, maybe just your average fans out there. They got a chance to see him. And if you didn't, that's why we play in it. It's good stuff from him. But he, like presumably, Brown and Kikuchi, who, had a conversation with Julia Morales the other day, and she shared that with the audience on the broadcast last night, that when he showed up at the Astros, he was like, whoa, holy smokes. And he's talking to the media right now, and they're putting the numbers up since he was an Astro on the screen, and it's really impressive. 2.70 ERA for Kikuchi. Like, it's been a common thread, PC, and it should be no breaking news, nothing new now. It's just, it makes you feel really good about the dudes behind the scenes, behind the scenes in the analytics department.
16 2/3, 24 Ks, 6 walks. He's got a 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. That's terrific.
Kikuchi.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And he's striking out. He's struck 24 Ks in 16 2/3. That's a hell of a strikeout number.
Mm-hmm.
He's 2-0, and he really should be 3-0 if they'd have scored some damn runs in the first time he started against Tampa in a game they eventually won. But you think about what you were getting from Jake Bloss and what you're getting from Yusei Kikuchi.
Mm-hmm.
This deal has been exactly what they needed for their rotation.
Yeah, I think exactly what they had envisioned. I mean, you don't make a deal. We talked about the Astros being desperate ahead of that deal and after that deal. And in a sense, they were. But you make the deal because you think you're going to win the trade. They liked this guy. They liked what they thought they could do with this guy. And through 3 starts, it's equated in win, and he's looked really freaking good doing it. The Astros, when a plan comes together, man, it's a beautiful thing, and I think Dana Brown, the analytics department, scouting department, they're not necessarily popping bottles of champagne probably right now, but they're high-fiving their asses off.
They identified him as a guy that they felt if they got their hands on him, they could coach him up and get much better results than what they had been seeing.
Mm-hmm.
They were right.
Yeah. And then, Arrighetti's turnaround, Brown's turnaround.
The fact that Ronel Blanco has gone from being a AAA reliever to a major league caliber starter.
Yeah.
You want some interesting fun with numbers?
Let's do fun with numbers.
Just a shorty, just a quick one.
Now.
Will Wagner got 3 hits in his first career start. Including a double on the very first pitch you saw. More career hits than his father, who had 2 career hits.
It's funny you bring that up. I've got more Will Wagner stuff for you. We'll get to that coming up next on the other side. Also, the first $10 billion NFL team was revealed today. That and more next.
Gonna be?
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts Monday. Who will be joining?
Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it'll be bandwagon time. We'll have some fun with that. In the meantime, if you want to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Boy, everybody, the Astros are putting on this screen tonight. They put the numbers up there. Man, they're good looking. Yordan Alvarez, last 7 games, 11-26, 5 dingers, 9 ribs, 6 walks, a 10.77 slugging. On base is 545.
He hit the dingers.
Compute that OPS. It's 1,600 plus. That is fantastic, man. Between him and Bregman and Yainer Diaz with his big night, both at the plate and in the field, coming up with a big stop in the 8th inning at first base, saving a run, which proved to be pivotal. The Astros giving one up earlier in the game on a lazy attempt by Chas McCormick to get
lazy.
There was no harm, no foul, right, on the Jeremy Pena throwing error earlier?
No, they got out of that.
I thought they did, yeah. And that was a tough one for Yainer. Maybe, other guys get that, but hey, for his first game at first base tonight, all good for Yainer Diaz. He definitely helped make it up. By being productive at the plate, got the Stros on the board in the 3rd inning with an RBI single, scoring Alex Bregman, who had a 3-hit night. What did I say? 7 multi-hit games now for Alex Bregman just in the last month. It's been pretty fantastic. 713-572-4610.
They had 6 in the last 7.
6 in the last 7, too, yep. This one from the 281 PC says, "This is Scott. I called in to counter PC and several callers that thought Dana needed to be fired for the Kikuchi trade. Glad to see all things are
Hold on. I never said anything bad about that trade.
No, you didn't. You were on the opposite. He's mistaken. But he probably meant he just called in to challenge other callers. He said, glad to see things are cooling down and that the guys they traded really didn't fit the 2024 club. Still believe the trade was fine and cost of doing business, he says. Yeah, definitely.
Cost of doing business is spot on.
Yep, definitely was the cost of doing business. I mean, they were desperate, and I still contend, as desperate as they were, the desperation was really about them needing to get a pitcher. Would they have liked to maybe go upper shelf? Sure. But the cost, the market, and for other clubs knowing exactly where the Astros were at that point in time, that is the part about cost of doing business. It just worked out. I mean, you have to give a tip of the cap to the scouting and analytics department for the Astros because, yet again, it seems like it has definitely worked out. PC, you mentioned Will Wagner. Now, is he having another good night tonight, by the way?
Will just had a 2-run double.
2-run double, man.
Now the Jays are getting kicked, but no, I think they were up 1-0. Now they're up 3-0.
My computer hasn't refreshed yet, but
they're up to 5-0.
I wish I would have paid more attention to Will Wagner in the minors.
They're beating the drug dealers.
Mm-hmm. I see that 5-0 now.
I always thought Wagner's issue was he doesn't really have a position. Right, like he's not going to play second base over Altuve, and he doesn't have the kind of power. I mean, he's not a power hitter at all. He doesn't have the kind of power you'd look for a guy at first base, and I think that's ultimately why he was never really kind of in the plans. Once they extended Altuve, he didn't have a plan. They've tried Will at third base, it didn't go well. Defensively, it didn't go well. But he's a solid hitter. He makes contact. He has excellent pitch recognition. He has very good strike zone judgment. He doesn't strike out. He draws walks. He's a solid hitter.
Mm-hmm. Right now he's tremendous.
Kind of reminds me of Dave Magadan.
Dave Magadan
is going to hit 300. He's going to draw walks. He's not going to be great in the field, but he's going to be okay. You live with him in the field. He's decent, like league average in the field. But not going to hit many home runs.
Yeah. We got the older Dave Magadan here with the Astros. I think he came over in that massive trade
Magadan was a little better third baseman than Will was going to be. But you mentioned about Chaz McCormick and the lollygagging. Well, let's talk about lollygagging.
Hell of a shot. Sorry, it got wasted. Jeez. I don't know what to do with these guys. I beg, I plead, I try to be a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I don't... Huh?
They're kids. Scare them. That's what I do.
Yeah. Everybody into the shower! Anybody ain't in the shower in 10 seconds gonna get fined $100! Larry!
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi,
6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi.
You guys, you lollygag the ball around the infield. You lollygag your way down to first. You lollygag in and out of the dugout. You know what that makes you, Larry?
Lollygaggers.
Lollygaggers. What's our record, Larry?
8-16.
8-16. How'd we ever win 8?
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
I love that part. I love that.
Kill it, B.
Did you see the Savannah Bananas do the parody of that?
No.
Oh, you need to YouTube that. That's pretty funny, man.
The Bananas are awesome. I mean, they are one of the most entertaining things you're going to see.
Yes, Harlem Globetrotters of baseball, man. I love it. It was about damn time. Where have they been all of our lives? That's good stuff.
The guy who plays on stilts is hysterical.
Yeah, the stilts. Well, it's just incredible. Like, do you ever think about, like, all right, how the hell can all these guys do these tricks in the field and stuff? Like, why aren't they playing like real professional baseball? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude's doing backflips and catching like stinging fly balls right at him.
Because it's hard to hit a major league curve.
I know. It's crazy. But dude's going up there with bats on fire and hitting dingers. It's crazy.
I was terrible at hitting curveballs, and generally against any pitcher who was a curveball pitcher, I found myself on the bench. But there was a guy that was in our conference, was a really good pitcher. His name was Rob Marsh, and he was a lefty, and he had a really good curveball. But I figured out he had a tell. So he threw fastball, curveball, change. And his fastball and his change repeated the delivery really well. Left-hand pitcher striding straight to home plate. When he threw the curve, he'd open up his shoulder a little bit. And he'd kind of sling his arm around a little bit more instead of coming straight through. It kind of came around just a little bit. And his front foot, instead of going straight to the plate, would just tilt towards first base.
Yeah.
So as soon as you saw his foot wasn't going straight towards the plate, you knew it was curveball.
Yeah.
That's how I knew, don't frickin' swing, idiot.
Yeah, just hope it doesn't land for a strike. You mentioned Will Wagner earlier. This was a funny story. Did you see what, he made his major league debut last night, for those that don't know. Did you see that he forgot to get his dad and his fiance tickets to the game, to his MLB debut?
I did not see that. I would think Billy Wagner makes a phone call. Hi, I'm Billy Wagner. Yes, sir. Whatever you like, sir.
So
want to be in the owner's box, sir.
What happened is, I guess he was so preoccupied with all of the stuff going on, throughout the day and before the game,
Getting
and
called
talking
up.
to media, doing
They're
that
on the road in L.A., so he got called up, and then he had to hop a flight.
Well, he was talking to the media after the game, and he explained this situation. He was like, I was so busy with all this, I just forgot to text him and confirm. And so right before he's about to leave the clubhouse, he checks his phone. His dad and his fiance text him, and they're like, hey, we're here, but we don't have any tickets. Like, what's going on? And he was like, oh, crap. They ended up getting the tickets, no problem. Here's the quote. He goes, my dad texted me and was like, hey, we still can't get in. I was like, oh, gosh, I've got to get him tickets, but we got it all figured out. So he ended up making it good. I just thought, like, boy, when I saw the headline, he forgets to give dad and fiance tickets to MLB debut. It would have been such a better story if he actually would have forgotten, like, completely and didn't make it right.
Like, Dad,
could you imagine?
You made how many? Like, you made $100 million. Whip out the Amex, all right? Come on.
I mean,
I'm making the minimum here, Dad.
It's not sold out, I would presume. Did he make his?
Not in Disney, it isn't.
Did he make his? Where did he make his debut at? Was it in Toronto or are they on the road?
They're on the road. I think they're in L.A.
Yeah.
Sorry, they're in Disney. They're not even L.A. They're in Orange County. They're in Disney.
Yeah,
they're in Anaheim.
They're not selling out these days by a long shot, man. That was so funny, man. It would have been a better story if he, in fact, forgot. But I'm glad they didn't. Like Billy Wagner, that guy just has to be on cloud 9 right now. Whereas Biggio, for his kiddo, Cavan, I don't know that has he landed anywhere yet? He was DFA'd by the Dodgers a week and a half ago. I don't think anybody's picked him up.
What do you think the attendance was last night in Disney for Jays Halos?
Probably 14.
29-6.
Oh, that's pretty good.
For them, that's a solid.
29 for anybody's pretty good.
Solid
with the size
night.
of these ballparks. I mean,
especially since the LA drug dealers, they're 15 games under 500.
Yeah, and they're far worse clubs in Major League Baseball.
The White Walkers are 9 games under 500. So it's a rousing matchup.
Yep. They're not exactly pulling in the money, but one team is at record levels. We'll tell you who that is in the NFL next at Sports Radio 610.
Mo money.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see.
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll have our bandwagon segment. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Byron Matthews producing, Ocho texting in. Can I interest you all in some stats and info? Always. Let's get with the rando stats. Did you know that Hall of Fame pitcher Jim Palmer never gave up a grand slam or back-to-back homers in his entire 19 seasons? I think I did know that. Sounds familiar. Probably couldn't have rattled it off the top of my head like you, Ocho, but that's pretty good. Want to remind you that while today's Tuesday, you have to wait one more week, but all season long we're going to be doing this, man. Every Tuesday we get our Texans Ticket Tuesday giveaways. It started today. Every Tuesday in the 7 a.m. hour, noon hour, and 5 p.m. hour, we're going to be giving away a pair of front row tickets to the bullpen level of NRG for Texan games. So make sure you're listening for that every single Tuesday with Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the dudes on the drive. So we'll just pass the message along, man. Good luck to everybody all season long. Can't make a lot of money when you're giving away free stuff. The Dallas Cowboys, I don't know what their marketing and advertising is like over there, but if I told you that the Dallas Cowboys are now the new record holders for most valuable NFL franchise, you probably wouldn't be surprised. However, I think you would be surprised to see how many teams, historic teams, the Texans are ahead of on this list.
Well, if the Cowboys are now the most valuable franchise in North American sports, it does explain why Jera doesn't want to write no contracts for his star players.
It does explain that?
Sure.
That they're the most valuable, and so he doesn't want to write big contracts.
Yes.
Please explain.
He's senile.
He's never taken profit from the Cowboys, according to him a couple of weeks ago, which maybe he's not looking too closely at the books.
He's never taken profit. How much has Steven taken?
TBD.
Jared's like, I don't need to take any money from the Cowboys. And then Steven's like, shh, Dad, shh.
Dad, we are. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine.
Dad, I just put it in my account. Nothing to worry about.
Did you see the number? How much the Cowboys are valued at?
Is it a Billy Bob number?
It's a Billy Bob number.
10! Give it a 10!
Yeah.
A 10!
$10 billion.
Billy Bob!
Sportico put out their annual NFL valuations today. So the Cowboys are worth $10.32 billion, according to them. That's an increase of 12% from last year, roughly $2.5 billion more.
Jerry's going broke.
Yeah, not so much. Number two, who would you say the number 2 team is with the highest valuation?
All teams or just football?
This in football. This is all NFL valuations. This list really surprises me. Like each one, I'm like, what?
Number 2?
Why?
All right, I got a couple of ideas. Let's say Steelers.
No. They are way down the list.
Really? Commies.
No. They are way down the list.
Giants.
Close. They're number 3. The Giants are third. It's $7.65 billion.
Rams?
Yeah, good guess. LA. Like I kind of went there. And when you do the evaluations,
that building gives them so much value.
Well, it's the building, it's the practice facilities, right? I mean, you think of like, oh, how much is this team worth? You automatically, I think for most people, your mind goes to, well, who's the best team? Who's got the best players? Who's won the most Super Bowls? Certainly, they've got to be, worth the most, right?
No, because I bet KC's down the list.
Yeah,
it's an old building. They don't have all the stuff that some of the other teams that have new facilities have.
I mean, is that to be assumed? Like, yeah, they don't have a new stadium, but I mean,
they have an ancient stadium.
What about the practice facilities?
Stadium is where they're making their money.
Are you not giving the best tight end in football, the best quarterback in football, the best coach in football? They used to have one of the best wide receivers in football. Are you not giving them some of the very best that 2024 athletic technology can offer.
Right, but that's not a value. The value is in what do you sell. And Arrowhead just can't sell what Jerry World sells. Can't sell what they have at SoFi. You can't sell what they sell at the Death Star in Vegas.
I just think that's crazy. They've won multiple Super Bowls, 3 and 5 years, and they sell out every freaking game.
Because your valuation is based on what you make.
They're not making.
Well, think about how much money in the NFL is collective, right? Like how much money is pooled and spread out evenly among all the teams, right? So all TV contracts, all that stuff is shared equally around the league. But what your stadium generates, right? A new stadium is going to generate a lot more money than a stadium that's 70 years old. Yes. Arrowhead's got to be at least 60 years old. There is a battle going on right now between Missouri and Kansas for the Chiefs and the Royals. Who's going to get them? Kansas is offering both teams billionaire welfare. We'll build you stadiums.
1972 Arrowhead Stadium.
All right, so it's 50 years old.
Yeah.
And so they want a new stadium. Missouri don't want to give them a new stadium. Kansas is saying, we'll build it for you. Come here.
Yeah. All right, so you got Cowboys, Rams, Giants. Patriots are 4th. 49ers are 5th. There's your top 5 most expensive or highest valued franchises in the NFL.
I'm surprised the Patriots are as high as they are because their facility is older. But everything they got out of the most historic run in the NFL with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick has probably branded them as, one of the most recognizable brands in football, and probably recognizable all over the world because of Tom Brady.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see where the Texans land on this list.
I bet the Texans are top 8.
They're not top 8.
9?
Nope.
Really? They're further down than 9?
Yeah. But that's not what surprises me, really. It's more so about the teams that they're ahead of. The Texans come in at 12th on the list.
Who's ahead of them?
So between 5 and 12, you've got the Jets at 6, Dolphins 7, Eagles 8, Raiders 9, the Washington football team at 10, the Chicago Bears at 11.
So some legacy teams.
And then your Texans 12. Yeah, but talk about legacy, historic teams. You get Falcons at 13, Seahawks at 14, but the damn Pittsburgh Steelers at 15. If you put my mind went here, if you put the Steelers up for sale today, if you can get the Steelers for $5.5 billion to me right now, are you kidding me? Yeah, sign me up if I had that cash. Steve Ballmer, he's probably chomping at the bit. Come on, put him up, put him up, put him up.
Yeah, that says to me is, because the Rooney family has owned them forever.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder if that is more about that the Rooney family doesn't, they don't need to milk you at the stadium. They're stupid rich. They don't need that. But I do wonder if that's part of it, that they don't sell. They're not milking you for every dollar they can get from you. Because they have a relatively new field. Heinz Field ain't that old.
No, you're right. Yeah. 100%.
So it's not they don't have a new stadium. So why is Pittsburgh, other than the fact that Pittsburgh's a smaller market? Philly's a huge market.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's a smaller market.
But
they're another legacy franchise. You'd think they'd be worth more.
I'm just kind of taken aback. You went through 3 years of the worst period in football in which you've actually had a football team. You felt like you might as well not have with the Texans prior to them drafting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and getting DeMeco Ryans as
all they
coach.
had to do was cut out that cancerous tumor named Jack Easterby, and look how fast they recovered.
They flatlined. They absolutely flatlined. Nobody gave a damn about them. They were horrible. They were a joke. They were a laughingstock. And now they're up almost $800 million in valuation from last year to this year at 601. That's their valuation.
That tells you how many more tickets they sold.
Yeah, I mean the C.J. Stroud effect, the DeMeco effect, all of that, all of the above, right? Even those not directly involved anymore or involved at all.
No, it's not just the tickets, the suites.
I mean,
everybody's paying the money for the Houston Texans right now.
Where's the Packers? I mean, I know their ownership thing.
Well, that's another ancient stadium, and as much as they're a publicly owned company, all those people who are like, oh, I have a stock certificate for the Packer. You don't actually own the team. They just gave you a little, hey, here's a novelty share.
Yeah, it's kind of like the crappy piece of paper you get when you go to your first Major League Baseball game. Here's your certificate.
They are the smallest market in the league, and because they're basically a publicly owned team, they don't have the same abilities to do things the way that other teams do. They play in an ancient stadium,
historic stadium,
very historic, but it's ancient. And because of that, then they're in the small market that they're in. You're not paying $350 every game to go sit next to Jesus at the top of the stadium.
I don't know, the spoiled bastards like I would over there. They come in at 19, by the way, the Packers do. You'll never guess who's at the very bottom of this list.
Jaguars.
Nope.
Really, the Jags are not the dregs of the league.
Second to last.
As I say, they should be the dregs of the league. Who would be the dregs?
I'll give you 5 guesses and you will not get it.
All right, let's figure this out. Who would be the dregs of the league? I would say Carolina, but they just sold for a good amount of money, so it shouldn't be that.
They're 24, 5.1.
And that's because Tepper is doing his damnedest to crush that team.
Mm-hmm. You're 0 for 2. You got 3 more.
Who would be the dregs of the world? Arizona?
Arizona's close. They're 29, 4.8.
Damn, who would be the dregs?
You get one more.
I get one more look. The Buffalo Bills.
Wrong.
They don't have a new stadium yet.
You're not far off. They're 26. They're 5.08.
Bengals?
5.08, yes. No, you said the Bengals?
So would it be the Bengals?
Yes. Yes. Now, why the hell would you ever guess the Bengals?
Because they're the Bengals. Mike Brown is notoriously cheap.
You have Joe Burrow. You have Jamar Chase. You have T.
Cincinnati.
Higgins. It's a freaking good team. It's a badass stadium, and it's got to be like the market size, I guess.
It's an awful ownership group. It is an awful ownership.
I never would have gotten there, man. It's just incredible. I mean, they're down there with the Jags, the Cardinals, the Colts, the Lions, the Bills. Hell, the Saints are down there.
See, why are the Colts down there? The Colts shouldn't be down there. They're a legacy franchise.
The Ravens are down there. They're 25. They're behind the Panthers, Browns, Chargers, Titans, Vikings, Packers, Chiefs, Broncos, and Bucks. There's your bottom
you would think
17
the Ravens
teams.
would be better.
Yeah, I was shocked to see the Browns even. I was shocked to see the Browns, the Ravens, and the Bengals.
Browns are another team with asshat ownership.
Oh, well, there's no question about that. It's just, I thought okay, you've got good players you're paying astronomically amounts of money to, historically named franchise, good market, good stadium. All of that stuff, to me, checks the boxes, and it's crazy. Now, the Cowboys are just so ridiculously overpriced. They're almost double any other team outside of the top 15.
And that goes to show you what some good marketing in the 70s can do for you.
In the 70s, freaking 40, 50 years ago.
Well, that's what it was. Because they were the team furthest west, furthest south, that they had massive TV market exposure.
Yeah.
So why were the Cowboys America's team? Because half America saw the Cowboys. They were the closest team.
Yeah, well, not anymore. I mean, when's that moniker going to die off? Probably never.
Oh, hell, the Braves still say they're America's team because, the old TBS network, the Superstation.
Never heard that.
Never heard. Oh, the Braves were always America's team.
I've never, ever, ever heard the Braves as America's team.
The whole Southeast was all TBS Superstation, so they all saw the Braves.
Mm-hmm. I've just never heard that, ever. Not once. America's team, if you told me, who's America's team? It's the Yankees. Everybody's a Yankee fan. You go anywhere, there's Yankee fans.
They're not real Yankee fans.
Nah, I mean, same. How many Laker fans? You go across the country, how many real Laker fans are there?
When you get like outside of New York, the number of Yankee fans that you see that can name 4 players of the team are probably like 1 in 50.
I mean, that's fair, but it's they're going to claim them when it's convenient, at least.
Like I love when you see the Yankee fans. Like it was like someone wearing a Yankee hat down here, and they were in a red Yankee hat.
Yeah.
A real Yankee fan wouldn't be quite dead wearing a red
fake Yankee fans. Yeah, fake Yankee.
You might like they used to, especially during the Dynasty run.
Yeah.
They would mock the female fans who wore the pink hats. They weren't real fans. They called them pink hatters. And I'm like, you have women in your stadium. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. I know what's up with that, man.
I could tell you when you went to Yankee Stadium and you saw the women at Yankee Stadium, and then when you went to Shea Stadium and you saw the women at Shea Stadium,
yeah,
you didn't know you were in the same world. Because at Yankee Stadium, it was Honey Central. And at Shea Stadium, you're like, that woman's a fan.
That's it. I'm going to leave it at that. All right, coming up next, 10 o'clock hour, bandwagon time. You going to be on or off? That's next.
The Texans are back at NRG Stadium for the first home matchup of the preseason. Who'll stand out against the Giants on Saturday? Cue the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and I'm using that app all the time because I love playing Prize Picks. I love it because I'm not in a competitive league where there's only one winner or going against sharks that may have inside knowledge. I like the fact that I'm just picking more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and I'm watching the winnings roll in, baby. You can turn $10 into $1,000 on Prize Picks, win up to 100 times your money just by selecting from the huge array of player stats that they have. With football season here, let's start looking at week 1. If you think Tyreek Hill will get more than 90.5 yards in week 1, by all means, go put that in with 3 or 4 other stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. It's easy to get your money out. The selection and the array of stats and sports that they've got for you, it makes it so much fun. Download the Prize Picks app today. Put in the promo code 610, and they'll match your first deposit up to $100. That's promo code 610. First deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. It's Prize Picks. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
If $1,600 in savings isn't enough to make right now the best time to have LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center, then how about a free pair of designer sunglasses valued at $250? It's the trifecta of vision, the LASIK vision of your dreams, $1,600 off the top, and the hottest designer sunglasses on the market. If that sounds better than paying for glasses and contacts for the rest of your life, then go to beclasik.com or call Berkeley Eye Center at 713-526-EYES.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love with the people that you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder sounds awful. If you're dealing with that, let me get your attention one time. Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that'll get you the lasting relief that you need. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every single day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties to get your joints right so you can move again pain-free. They've helped so many people right here in Houston and tens of thousands around the country. If you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or an old injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your ability, and give you long-term relief. And get this, they do it all with no downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call QC Kinetics right now for a free consultation. 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics is in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you.
All right, it's time to get on or get off and play some bandwagon.
Bandwagon. How many times you can make me ring this tonight?
I don't know, maybe once.
All right, let's see.
Maybe twice. You know, Sean, I think I would have had a better use of $57,000 than this.
Me too.
So, a South Carolina-based YouTube personality, Shay Denny, did a 30-minute video talking about how he spent over a year converting a 40-foot school bus into a livable space for him and his partner.
Really?
The project cost over $57,000, which included just $7,000 to get the vehicle.
You know how many tiny homes you could build for that and have the same amount of space?
So they got a regular school bus, the big, long, yellow school bus, ripped out all 28 passenger seats, and then refit the bus. So here it is, Granger County Schools. It's one of the flat-face buses.
So they kept the look of the bus, but just cleaned up the inside.
And no, they refit the whole thing, and now they turned it into what looks like a Winnebago.
So why didn't you just buy one?
Well, you probably can't buy a Winnebago.
You get a used one.
$50,000.
You get a used one, can't you? How much are those things?
I mean, an old retired school bus probably is not exactly going to be a fuel-efficient vehicle.
Hell no.
Probably doesn't have a great heating system. And it's thin enough to fit in a lane. Like, for $57,000, you could have gone and bought, like, a triple wide and put it wherever you wanted. Why the hell would you want to live in a bus? I don't understand.
Beyond me, dude.
That part.
I'm looking at a whole bunch of freaking motorhomes that are $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I mean, some nice ones. It's not my thing, but there's some nice ones.
He said it has air conditioning, it has a radio, and it hits a top speed of 75 miles per hour.
Ooh. It's not bad, actually.
So he
probably gets like 6 miles per gallon.
Maybe. He says he's going to take a bus ride down to Myrtle Beach and hang out with his fiance. He says not paying rent anymore is a perk. He has a fiance allegedly today, but this guy's going to be single the rest of his damn life. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I don't know, man. That chick is in it to do all that right now. Like, was she there, like, as he went through this whole thing? Like, bought the bus, fixed it up? Like, has she been there through the whole thing? Because if so, I mean, 6'2" to tango, and
you spent $60,000 on a bus, and I don't have a ring. Douche-opotamus.
Yep. There you go. Dang, that hurt. What's the question here? Am I on the bandwagon about this guy being single for the rest of his life? I'm off the bandwagon because I think she's probably weird and quirky and financially irresponsible as well. I would have just bought a brand new one if you want to travel the country in a gigantic car that gets horrible gas mileage. So yeah, Byron.
Yeah, I'm off because like if she's already with him, I guess. But if she changes her mind, then I think he is screwed. But he's still a douche-opotamus though. But yeah, I'm off the bandwagon for this one.
What's the next big idea for this guy? That's what I want to know.
This is actually an empty bandwagon because I was setting you up. I am a firm believer that there is somebody for everybody, no matter how big of a douche canoe or a jack off you are. There's always somebody who is equally as spasmodic as you are.
Yeah.
And you just need to find them. Maybe he found somebody who's just as big of a dip leap as he is.
Man.
And they can be losers together in their fake bus. That'll probably break down next year because it's a zillion years old.
But they can live in it. So just
they can live in a broken down bus. Who's emptying the...
as long as they got that mini split hooked up, it's all good.
Who's emptying the pot every night?
Oh, yeah.
That's going to get old in a hurry.
Do you have to do it every night?
Well, you got to handle the number 2 every day, so I'd say you got to do it every night.
I mean, you got to empty, like, how big is the container? I mean, isn't it like a built-in BFI, basically? I mean, is it at least good for a week? Does it keep the smell down? I don't know.
You want, like, a bunch of floaters hanging out in your bathroom? Yeah, no,
I don't.
That's gotta be done every single day.
You know what I would do is, have you ever seen those apparatuses? Like they put the toilet seat attachment on like the trailer hitch in the back of a car. You just pull up somewhere on the side of the road, take care of your business, and you just keep moving, baby.
It's gonna be a rough day when you have the green apple splatters. Yeah, I'm out on that. All right. The worst place to buy a home. These are allegedly the 7 worst states where you can buy a house over the next 5 years.
Florida.
So this includes living costs, crime rate, property issues, local issues. All these things have been brought in.
Montana.
In this survey or list that's created from Christie's International.
Any Dakota.
And Yahoo Finance.
Wyoming.
So the 7 states that were highlighted are always they're highly impacted by heat waves and national disasters, allegedly.
Texas.
Number 1 had a earthquake on camera yesterday, and that is California. More than 5,000 wildfires.
They had a big earthquake yesterday?
Yeah, there was an earthquake there yesterday. Well, they were on ESPN, and it happened during one of the live shots.
Oh, yeah? Man.
More than 5,000 wildfires in California just this year.
Jeez.
And, of course, it is the, worst state to live in if you're looking for, cost of living.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
The median price for a California house as of April 2024 is over $900,000.
Stop it right now.
That's why they're all moving here.
What?
Number 2.
Dude, teachers over in California, they got to be making big baller bucks, man. Like, if a median house is almost $1 million, what does a teacher make over there?
Probably the same what they make here.
Well, then how does that compute?
It doesn't. I would tell you, several years ago, I got offered a job by a station in California.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at the salary. And I was like, all right, you know what? The salary overall, not bad. It was close to 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't include, any of your endorsements or sales or anything like that.
Yeah.
But then I looked at the neighborhoods around where that location was. I'd have needed to make $400,000 to live there.
So where are people like that supposed to live? Like if you're living within your means,
you're going to get
stretching it,
5 people to live with you.
It's horrible.
It is absolutely horrible.
That's horrible, man.
Number 2, Florida.
Yeah,
because they flood, and it's hard to get flood insurance in a lot of places in Florida.
So do we.
A lot of storm damage.
So do we.
Number 3, Illinois. Because you can go 30 minutes outside of Chicago and buy any gun you want and then go right back into Chicago and shoot everyone.
Yeah.
The average home in Illinois is only $269,000. But high crime. Number 4.
Is Detroit still affordable to get a home?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Detroit gets property? A bad name, but there's some sections of Detroit that are gorgeous.
Yeah.
Our buddy Mark Bryan is now up there in Detroit.
Yeah.
And he takes pictures along the lake, and it's just wow.
Yeah, where was he before? It was
he was in South Carolina.
Man, in the pictures over there,
he was in Greenville, South Carolina, and it's really nice.
Yeah.
Louisiana. Why Louisiana? Well, they PO.
Well,
home prices in Louisiana have actually gone down 2.5%. Why? Nobody wants to frickin' live there.
It can't be worse than Mississippi.
Because they PO.
Is it? There's no way they're below Mississippi in regards to medium home.
They're probably 49 and 50.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, they are. There's a lot of crime. There's a lot of storms, flooding, high insurance, property damage. Louisiana is a state that has low job growth. does not have economic diversification. They don't have long-term investments. They're post-state.
Yeah. When are you going to get to Texas?
New Jersey. Because New Jersey is hell expensive.
Yeah.
Average price in Jersey is $550,000. And their taxes are insane, especially if you're in northern Jersey.
Man, it's almost
northern Jersey's taxes are absolutely out of this
It's almost
world.
half a Cali, though.
But where do you see the tax difference?
Oh, really? It's crazy.
That house in northern New Jersey, taxes are probably $35,000 a year.
Jeez.
New York. I don't have to tell you how expensive New York is. Hell, not only does New York tax your property, New York taxes your mortgage.
What?
Yeah. In New York, they have a
and your income?
They have a mortgage tax in the People's Republic of New York. And most people don't know how to get out of it. It's like if you let's say you buy your house in New York and you don't buy it inside the city, like you're outside the city, New York City, 1.75% mortgage tax. Whatever you borrow, 1.75% part of your closing costs. When you refi, if you don't pay, say, $800 for a SEMA agreement, consolidation, extension, modification agreement.
Sounds made up.
You get to pay it again.
Oh, God. Yeah, screw that.
And you pay it on whatever your new balance is.
Yeah.
See, if you do the SEMA, you only pay it on the new money you borrow. So if you took out a loan for $300,000 and now you take out a new loan for $350,000, you'd only pay the tax on the $50,000. But if you don't, you pay it on the full $350,000. And the overwhelming majority of people are getting banged every time they refi.
I mean, how is that even allowed? Like, if you can get out, like, who wouldn't want to get out of that? Like, why even have it exist if you can get out of it?
Why do you think I live here?
Yeah. Jeez.
West Virginia. Well, coal industry is big in West Virginia. Coal industry has been economically devastated. Cheap, $168,000. But you have to live in West Virginia, where 90% of the population is related.
Is that where the Greenbrier's at?
Yes.
Ooh.
You will notice that Texas was not on the list because it is not a worst place to live.
Well, the way you described it, heat, storms, natural disasters, like
and
check.
Why we live here. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I mean, amen to all that. I could I've stomached a hurricane about every damn year for 41 years of my life. So I'll deal with that. Heat, please. Can't get hot enough for me. But yeah, you can miss me with like the $500,000 to $1 million median home prices and tax and everything. We are lucky. Count your blessings. So I'm on that bandwagon.
Yeah, I'm on the bandwagon too because the cost of living in these other states, like most of those I already knew about except for New Jersey and West Virginia. So yeah, I'm really thankful for Texas and the cost of living, because obviously that's why everyone keeps moving here.
Yeah.
And there's more traffic on top of more traffic.
Moved here 20 years before I did.
There have been times if I wouldn't have been locked down by my wife, I would have pulled a Kyle Kennedy and probably moved up with him in South Dakota and become a train conductor. Were you here when Kyle Kennedy was here?
I was not.
You were not?
So what were you going to do up there? Like raise wolves?
Whatever Kyle was doing, I'd stay with him. He moved up there, man. It was just like all of that. Walk into the Flash studio one Saturday and we're prepping for a show. Well, I was. And he was filling out job applications for BNSF to move up to South Dakota.
Hey, I hear you have a new girlfriend. You want to meet her? Yeah. Goat! Goat! Full wagon. Normally when you're trying to flag down the ice cream man, you just wave your hand like everybody else.
Uh-huh.
Well, this guy decided to crash into him. In North Philadelphia, born and raised, a 22-year-old man named Ramon Santiago will not be spending any more of his days because he decided to crash into an ice cream truck.
Well done.
And died.
Oh, good Lord. What? No, that's
the ice cream truck, who was driven by a 17-year-old, didn't really suffer any damage. No other injuries were reported.
Just death.
It's kind of hard. Ice cream truck is pretty big, moves very slowly. What was the motorcycle guy doing that he didn't notice? Oh, look, there's a giant friggin' ice cream truck up there. Maybe I should splat.
Sad.
So Darwin wins, and he also gets a bomb pop. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I hate that you make me laugh at death. Like, these stories are so uncomfortable. Oh, Lord, forgive me. Bomb pops are good. I'm on.
I'm on too.
Darwin gets a bomb pop.
Jeez.
All right, last one.
Goodness gracious.
This is saucy. So
this better be better than the last one.
After Steph Curry broke the hearts of all of France, McDonald's in France is planning a rather interesting boycott.
Okay.
So, after Steph Curry gave France the big old silver, the local McDonald's restaurants in France decided that they were going to take a stand. And after, France kind of controlled things for 3.5 quarters, then it became the Steph Curry show. They have decided that they're going to remove an item from their menu. France McDonald's carry classic curry sauce.
Is that a thing here?
For dipping. I've never seen it here. But they have classic curry sauce.
Oh, like the curry.
For dipping.
Yeah, they do like a lot of the Middle Eastern and Mediterranean stuff over there. Curry's a big deal.
And
that's probably pretty good.
McDonald's claiming it will stop serving its curry dipping sauce for at least 4 years.
4 years?
Olympics.
Damn, they're penalizing the people for 4 years, and they ain't even going to be back over there.
There's no petty like sports petty, and you're always here for it. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I'm on the bandwagon. I mean, hell, didn't Houston do the same thing when Aisha came in and tried to make a restaurant and before it even opened?
Rockets fans just buried it with like negative Yelps, 1-star Yelps. Like, it's not even open yet. Place sucks. Place sucks. Screw Steph Curry. You bitch.
Yeah.
Place sucks. Place sucks. It's like, this doesn't open for a week.
Yeah. And whatever happened to Deshaun Watson's Philly cheesesteak place, which
went out of business.
It looked like complete ass anyway.
Dude, it was. I went out there one time just to try it. Lefties. Tried it once. Ass. You know how hard it is to make a cheesesteak be ass?
I've had some bad ones, man. Like, if you do it, I don't know where to get a good one. I don't know where to get. You got to go to Philadelphia to get a good one. I ain't been there yet. Like, every place I've ever had it here, it sucks. It's like not going to Frank's and you want a pizza.
When my kids want Philly cheesesteaks, Dad, can you make some cheesesteaks? And then it's Dad goes to the store. Dad buys, the 2 pounds of roast beef.
Okay.
Dad buys a pound of provolone. Dad buys the hero rolls. Dad gets the peppers and onions.
Okay.
Dad caramelizes the peppers and onions. Dad puts it all together. Dad makes a sandwich and then gives it to them. And
Hold on, you went too much. There's more to that than the bada bing, bada boom you just tried to get away with.
That's kind of how, we're bada
bing. Come on. There's got to be like a sauce or something that you do, huh?
No, you don't. A good cheesesteak. There's so much cheese on it, you don't need. So here's the thing.
You got to chill on the cheese.
If you go to like Patagino's, right, in Philly, they use Cheese Whiz.
Is that like the world famous?
Yeah, there's two of the famous, but they use Cheese Whiz. Cheese Whiz is ass.
Yeah, but that's like a legit Philly cheesesteak.
But I don't want that. I want the provolone. I want the real with the good stuff. So I use the boar's head freaking roast beef.
I don't understand.
I don't use steakums. I use the boar's head roast beef. I get the provolone cheese. And I make it with the peppers and the onions, and it's awesome.
I don't understand how you're telling me that the place that is known for the Philly cheesesteak is ass because they use the Cheese Whiz.
Have you ever had Cheese Whiz?
When I was like 5.
You know why you haven't had it since then?
Because it is ass.
Because it's ass.
But maybe it's good on a Philly cheesesteak.
Stop.
I'm just saying.
You stop trolling right now, Sean
I'm not trolling. I don't understand. Like, people rave about the damn street hot dogs in New York, but then they'll be complaining about them too. Oh, they're basically being boiled in ass water. But you love it when you're there.
Literally, the reason it's called Dirty Water Dog is because first thing they do, you got a big giant pot of water that's hot. They throw 100 dogs in there. And, if you boil hot dogs at home, how the water gets all like greasy and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, well, they're going to run 1,000 hot dogs through that water.
Soaks, the last hot dog soaks up all the juices.
It's just dirty water dogs.
Yeah.
And when you eat it, it tastes great. And when you pay the rent on it in 30 minutes, you change your mind on how great it tastes.
I mean, it's like the same thing. Like, do you ever clean the top of your grill at home?
My outdoor grill?
Yeah, your outdoor grill.
Yeah, I clean that thing in and out.
But see, why do you clean it? Like, it soaks, it has all the juices, like all the char from everything that you've ever cooked. You keep cooking on it, it just smells better. It tastes better. Yeah, you might get in 0.001 increased chance of cancer or whatever, but you're going to get cancer anyway.
Like when it comes to the grill, every weekend I go out there and I scrub that sucker down.
Yeah, see, I don't. I leave it there. Like, that's probably not the greatest thing to do, but anyway, what was the question? We got into Byron yet?
There's no petty like sports, Petty, and you're always here for it, little bitty.
Oh, yeah, I'm always down for it when it's petty in sports, but I didn't even know there was curry sauce, but like you said, like probably over there it's big. So,
yeah.
But 4 years is ridiculous, though. Like, maybe 4 months, but like...
Whatever, let them punish themselves.
What's coming back first, the curry sauce or the McRib?
Oh, McRib. Listen, you can get a McRad extra whiskers, hold the tail like every year.
All right, is that the bandwagon?
That is your bandwagon.
There we go. There we go. All right, coming up next, not many teams were built better than the Texans to handle this next.
Come on aboard.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop.
Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45 back with you. Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani, that is me. He is him. Patrick Creighton. So Diana Rossini and DeMeco Ryans had a little sit-down convo after practice this week. And Rossini, the latest PC, to ask about Stefan Diggs. And I think we have the question in here. That, to me, is the most interesting part about this, and then the response from DeMeco. But Diana Rossini not holding anything back on laying this out and the concerns that others, not the Texans, have for Stefan Diggs entering into the mix.
A lot of the noise outside of Houston was, oh, they're building something great there. Do they want to add a player who has been seen in Minnesota and in Buffalo as a problem at times? How are you guys planning to handle that if that becomes an issue during the season?
I don't have to worry about that. And for me, I never had issues with players when it comes to that. It's, I think for me, it's how you treat players and understand and getting to know the player. Everything that I've seen from Steph is no issues at all. It's a guy who loves football. I want 90 guys who love football on our team. So I'm pointing to Steph like, I want to see more guys with more urgency and more energy about themselves like Steph is. So everything will be great with him. I'm not worried about Steph one bit.
You know, even if it comes from the horse's mouth in DeMeco Ryans, the guy that matters most, whose opinion matters most, who sees everything play out every day, this is probably still somewhat going to be a talking point throughout the course of the NFL season, because I don't think you're ever going to completely kill this unless you get to the end of the season and it's been a really good season and we're into the playoffs and people have completely flipped the national narrative around Diggs infiltrating the Texans with his divaness and all of that stuff. But that was about as well handled for DeMeco Ryans as you could get, because Diana Rossini didn't really hold anything back there. She's like, hey, he's been a problem here and there. That's been the story. How are you prepared to handle this?
He's been an alleged problem, and that alleged problem really is all from the media. He wanted to get paid in Minnesota, so he's a problem. No, he wanted to get paid, and this is the game. It's a business.
Well, it's perception by the media, right?
But why is it always when a player wants to get paid and the team's like, screw you, the player's the bad guy? You know, in order to get paid, because it's a business and there's only so many things that you have that are leverage for you as a player, but if you use any of them, you're the problem.
Yeah, look.
This is the problem with the media, because the media kisses the NFL's ass. They are all carrying water because they all want their access. They all want to have access to the teams and the league. So nobody will dare say, man, you guys are like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And we're seeing a little bit of it right now with the Cowboys because Jerry won't pay anybody. And it's like, dude, you're freaking rich. Why the hell aren't you paying anybody?
Right. Well, there's always the drama there. But, you know, even with the 49ers and the Brandon Ayuk thing, right?
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk's the bad guy because he wants to get paid.
Well, but what did he do this offseason? You know, the video with him and his girl, you know, in the car. I mean, that was just kind of setting an unnecessary tone. That was, we're not happy in San Francisco. Well, if you're not happy, then the people that are consuming your video have no control of it. They have nothing to do with it. And at that point in time, the San Francisco 49ers and Brandon Ayuk hadn't had conversations made public. The problem is that he was like, hey, they ain't talking to me, and I want this and I want that on a rookie deal. Like
why didn't you talk to me last year?
Well,
and the problem is these guys try to take care of it in-house, and when they do, the team says, kiss my ass.
Yeah, but
and until you become a pain in the ass, the team has no incentive to do anything because they hold all the cards.
Help me out here, though, man. And I am at times very
you're on a
passionate
rookie
about
contract,
this.
right?
Yes.
Do you have any ability to negotiate that contract? No, because you are slotted in based on where you were drafted.
Right.
So from day one, you didn't get to choose where you worked.
Right.
You didn't get to choose how you worked, and you didn't choose what you got paid. It was all decided for you.
And you know what?
Before you ever got there.
You were happier than hell when that team picked you where they did and paid you what they did. And going into this year, if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're worth almost $15 million this season playing for a team that has a real chance of winning an NFC title and playing in a Super Bowl.
And what does every player want?
More money.
They want security.
And commitment, yeah.
They want the commitment.
But
because, look, it's football.
Mm-hmm.
All right? You could suffer a career-ending injury tomorrow. You got to get everything you can as a player when you can. You have very few windows in your career where you get to hit. He is in a window for his career where he gets to hit. He is coming off of one of the most productive seasons in the NFL last year.
Understood.
He has established himself as the number one receiver, and they told him to F off.
Yeah, but, the San Francisco 49ers are approaching it from the business standpoint of like, hey, we got this guy on a rookie deal, and we don't have to do a damn thing with him. Like, we're going to juice this for all it's worth because we can.
Exactly. They hold all the cards.
Sure.
The only way a player really has to force a team to come to the bargaining table is to be a pain in the ass.
Okay. But then
it's
you know what?
Only thing they have.
If you want to make money and more of it, you got to show up and play games, or we're going to continue to fine your ass. And how many times has it really worked out for a guy, a player?
Well, he's showing up.
Stage? Yeah, well, he shows up.
He shows up. He's not getting fights. He shows up.
He ain't practicing.
It's a sit-in.
He ain't practicing.
And because it's a sit-in, like Jamar Chase didn't show up to practice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Jamar Chase getting fined. But for Brandon Ayuk, he shows up.
Mm-hmm.
He works out on the side.
Yeah.
But he's not out there with the team.
Nah,
so he's not getting fined because he is there.
Is he going to be in a huddle come week one without a contract?
Would you want to be in the huddle week one without a contract?
I don't know. Do I want to win and make $15 million this year? Yes.
Do I want to, get my $30 million a year for 5 years like all the other top receivers
for
are getting?
For a team that doesn't have the same chance, if any at all, to win a damn Super Bowl this year?
Guys want to get paid.
And what about the next year and the next year and the next year?
Guys want to get paid.
Understood.
Because if he breaks his leg tomorrow, there is no payday.
I get it.
This is the really interesting thing about the NFL. If you're not a quarterback, once you suffer that first injury, game over when it comes to getting paid. You will bounce around the league on little BS contracts because everybody's going to say, well, you broke your leg, man. You're a risk. Can't pay you that money. Every single one. So he's got to hit while he can.
Right.
They went through this with Debo a couple of years ago, except they paid him at the beginning of August.
Yeah.
Why is it okay to pay Debo, but not okay to pay Ayuk?
Well, financially, their book, it might be a different
Can't go with that because you know what?
I don't know.
The Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles have found a way to pay friggin' everybody.
Sure, but that's why there's executives of the year and good ones and bad ones, and maybe the San Francisco 49ers ain't figured that one out. Maybe they need a new capologist. It's just, I understand it from a business sense on why the 49ers want to stay firm, without even knowing any of the details, just on surface level stuff, because they too have to make a determination on whether or not they're going to pay a quarterback in a few months in Brock Purdy. Like, they're already basically saying, we're not sure. You got to do that again, Big Cat, Mr. Irrelevant. And they might be very sure on Brandon Ayuk, but we don't have to pay you. You're a rookie on a rookie contract, and you're making good money, and you can win. We'll be more than happy to sit at the table with you after this season, after you have fulfilled your contract that you were happier than hell to get.
You can't go with you have to fulfill your contract because no team fulfills all their contracts.
No, but they don't have to.
Well, why is it all one-sided? Why does the player always have to fulfill, but the team double rods whenever they want?
I don't know. It's just, I get it.
See, you're the problem. You are literally the problem. Yes, because you are like, oh, well, the team could do whatever they want. The player, he's got to kiss ass and do whatever he's told. Why does the player have to basically be the servant?
It's not the servant.
It is the servant because it is a contract that is not a two-way contract. You do not have equal say in your contract. The team can rip up your contract any friggin' time you want. He's not a free agent.
You're under contract.
He never had a say in that contract.
No, but
when you come into the league, you have no say. None at all.
I get it.
Now he's finally got a chance to have a say. Let him do what he's got to do.
Well, he don't have a say. He's forcing it. He's trying to force his hand, but at the end of the day, he's screwing himself and he's screwing the team because, he's one of their best receivers that's not going to be playing, allegedly. We'll see how long that holds.
If he's their best receiver, they should pay him.
They're paying him $15 million this year, man.
That's this year. What are they paying him next year? Because that's what he's looking for. He's looking for the extension.
Is it a fair concern for the 49ers that are tepid on paying a receiver like top 3 money when they don't really believe what they have in their quarterback? Isn't that what this is about?
No, I think they very much believe in their quarterback. They love Brock Purdy. They think they got an absolute friggin' steal.
So why does it have to be the chicken or the egg? Like, if you like both, then we say, well, why don't you pay both?
They could pay both.
You could pay both, but even the Cincinnati Bengals don't want to pay both. And they've got their badass quarterback.
They've also got a notoriously cheap owner. All right, are the Eagles paying Jalen Hurts?
They paid him.
Are they paying A.J. Brown?
Paid him.
Are they paying Devontae Smith?
Paid him, yeah. I get it. Some teams do, some teams don't. But, and the Eagles have as good a chance as anybody else, in my opinion, to go to an NFC title game.
How is it, the Kansas City Chiefs, who entered an offseason with $50,000 of cap space, go out and spend $400 million, and they don't go over the cap?
I don't know. In paying Pat Mahomes what they're paying Pat Mahomes.
What they're paying Chris Jones, what they're paying Travis Kelce. They pay plenty of guys.
Yeah.
This idea that they can't pay them, it's the same thing Jerry Jones was doing with Dak and with CD and with Micah. This idea they can't pay them is bullcrap.
I mean,
they just want to exert power.
Is it just streamlined though? I mean, for every NFL team, do you just press a button and you can manipulate the cap however you want? Like, what is the difference between good capologists and poor ones? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was streamlined and simple, then everybody would do it. It can't just be that way. Like, there's a lot of moving parts, and there's team building and construction.
And part of it is also the willingness of your owner of what they want to spend.
Yeah.
And not every team's owner is willing to spend the way some other team's owner is. And right now in San Francisco, what they're doing with Ayuk is stupid. You have a team that's a potential Super Bowl winner, and you're effing around with your best receiver. Why? Pay him. All right? The Eagles didn't mess around. They paid their guys. The Chiefs don't mess around. They pay their guys. There are plenty of teams that just pay their friggin' dudes and stop screwing around. But right now, the Cowboys are screwing around, and the Niners are screwing around, and the Bengals are screwing around. And you know who's not going to win the Super Bowl? Any of those three teams.
But I don't think the Cowboys are sure on Dak. I don't think the 49ers are sure on Purdy. And I don't think they want to pay receivers if they're not sure on the quarterback. Then you're paying a really good wide receiver for potentially a future ass quarterback.
Well, the whole thing they did with Purdy was, hey, we've got the best weapons around you. Go play like a boss. He did.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he has so far.
I mean, isn't that the whole story? Caleb Williams? Caleb Williams is going to be the rookie who comes into the greatest rookie scenario ever. Look at all the weapons we're putting around you. We're building everything we can for you as a rookie. There is more pressure on that dude to be C.J. Stroud this year than any other rookie ever because they've put it all around him.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why it sucks for, J.J. McCarthy, because I would have been more they have less pressure. He does, Jaden Daniels, hell, any other quarterback drafted this year has way less pressure than Caleb Williams. I'm not sure about that situation. We'll see. I'm the problem, though. Final segment coming.
You are the problem. Look at the Rams, dude. How many guys have the Rams paid?
All right, we'll talk about this. We'll finish it up on the other side. Stay there.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Connect.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
You know, I hate the fact that, like, I do tend to side with the owners, but there's something that is called, being naive and ignorant that I do believe that I am in the grand scheme of things because of what I don't know and don't understand in terms of, like, the salary cap and everything that goes in there, like most of us, if we're being honest, right?
Well, it's how we grew up as sports fans, right? When we grew up as sports fans, there's no social media. Hell, there wasn't even internet. And you didn't have as much coverage or as much knowledge as we have now with the workings of how things go on. Sports had not yet exploded into, guys, like when we were, like there weren't that many guys making $2-3 million when we started watching. I started watching football in the mid to late 70s. There weren't guys making $5-10 million back then.
No. Nobody was even making $1 million. Wasn't Nolan Ryan the first $1 million professional athlete?
You didn't have salary caps back then. The business of sports was very different. Now the business of sports has become so big because it's entertainment. It's not just sports. It's entertainment. And a lot of times we look at it as, it's football. We'd all, play for free if we could. No, we wouldn't, because we know we could make a ton of money.
Yeah.
So the same as, I'd act for free. Not if somebody's going to pay you $30 million a movie. You're not going to act for free. So, and that's really how it breaks down is sports is no different than entertainment. It is no different than movies. It is no different than TV shows. It's no different than music. If there is a way to make that money, then the performers are going to make it. And, the record label and the movie studio, they're all going to find ways to make their cuts and control everything. But the reality is, why do players get so much? Because that's how much money comes in because of the guys who play the game.
Yeah, sure. You're 100% right. And how much it's changed. Curt Flood with free agency and just kind of getting that in motion. I understand it, but even though I don't like it, but this is just the way that I feel more times than not, even though the owners are getting over and it's not right, it's not fair. It is a contract, and I would like to see players just play the contract, make their money, which is a bleep ton of it anyway. And, there's always fear of getting hurt. Like, you're going to get this guaranteed money in your contract, whatever it is for Brandon Ayuk, because he'll get it at some point. And what's it going to be? He gets $85 million guaranteed, and a massive signing bonus, all this stuff, whatever. You get hurt next week. Career-ending injury, or you tear your Achilles, and then maybe you tear it again a couple years down the road. It's like, you never know how things are going to shake out, but you got your guaranteed money, like you won the lottery. For me, I understand the money grab. Guys coming from where they come from, you have an opportunity to do something. Why not get more? Set your family up, for generations. I do get that, but you know what? I'd play for $50,000. You name the sport. Right now, knowing that I couldn't make any more than that, I'd do it and go through all the crap because it's
Sean Bijani setting
living a dream.
Sports back to 1948.
Maybe beyond that, right? I mean,
Ayuk's going to make more money this year than he's made the first 4 years of his career.
Yeah.
Right? So you figure his original contract was 4 years, $12.5 million, and because they exercised his fifth-year option.
Which is the beautiful part about taking a guy in the first round.
14-1.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing after that. And like everybody else in sports, they want their next contract.
Yeah.
They don't want to worry about it. They don't want to be, stressing about it. They just want you to handle it. And like we see proactive teams like the Astros who went and bought out arbitration years on Alex Bregman, bought out arbitration years on Yordan Alvarez, on Christian Javier, right? They identify who the best players on their team are, and they try to get them signed as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
In the NFL, it's a little different. You can't sign guys after like 1 year or 2 years on that rookie contract.
Maybe third year.
You've got to wait till the third year. But you know what you have in a guy who's now gone over 1,000 yards back-to-back years. And like you're going to pay him or you're not going to pay him.
Maybe he's being unreasonable, asking for an ungodly amount of money.
He wants what the market is bearing for top receivers. The same as Brock Purdy is going to ask for what the market is bearing for top quarterbacks.
Yeah, which would effectively put them safely, both of Ayuk and Purdy, at the end of this year, probably even at the end of next year, inside the top 3. So you're going to have a top-paid receiver and a top-paid quarterback, and are you going to get the play that's commensurate with that?
And they're both young guys who have performed. So what is the reason to think, oh, no, that guy's definitely going to fall off a cliff? I mean, these guys in San Francisco, they think if Purdy doesn't get hurt 2 years ago, they go to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they had
maybe
he's playing with a torn up arm.
Don't you believe that?
I don't know. They would have won that game if he stayed healthy, but they certainly would have been more competitive.
It was tracking that way.
They certainly would have been more competitive.
Yeah, it was trending that way, and who knows?
This is. I mean, look, they thought they would have gone. They've been there. They just went. This team is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and you're screwing out your best players.
If Brock Purdy had won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, we would not be sitting here today talking about him without a contract. He would have already been one of those guys to set the trend, set the market for a quarterback, right?
Well, for Brock Purdy, right? I said you got to get to year 3, right? So he is.
Well, it's true.
He's in year 3. So after this season, he's eligible for a contract.
Yeah, and if he's good, he'll do it.
If they go to the playoffs again and they make a deep run, Brock Purdy is going to ask for the damn universe, and he should.
Guess what? If Brandon Ayuk has a good season and he, puts his big boy pants on and actually plays,
but there's a difference.
He gets to have free agency, and people throw money at him.
No, he doesn't get to have free agency.
What do you mean?
He gets the franchise tag. Because teams don't use the franchise tag for what it was meant to be, which was give an extra window to sign a deal. They use it to force you to play for a 1-year salary so they don't have to make a commitment to you. And they don't have to trade you. They just hold you by the short ones.
Franchise tag for a receiver next year is probably going to be in and around
$27 million. But it's 1 year. And what he's looking for is 5.
Guaranteed
like
money.
Everybody else.
Guaranteed money.
Yeah, the guaranteed money. Look at what receivers are getting right now.
Yeah, but let me go play for the Pittsburgh Steelers and have Russell Wilson or Fields try to throw me touchdown passes. Feeling really great about that.
You have 30 million reasons to feel good about it.
Yeah. Oh. I love this stuff. Sports, fun. It was fun tonight. Byron, appreciate you, man. It's been Area 45. He's Patrick Creighton. Sean Bijani will do it all over again tomorrow. Stay well and have a great night, everybody.
H-Town. Go to Frank's.
After a solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking to fine-tune before the Texans